This boy was facing the kingdom's guards, and no one was a match for his terrifying power. Those 3 red eyes were all the proof they needed. He was using an evil power that everyone feared. His name, Nox Reinhardt, son of a wealthy and very important family. Tired from the battle, a red-haired girl arrived at the scene. Completely incredulous about what Nox had done, she screams, asking why he betrayed everyone and allied with evil. Nox pauses for a moment and thinks about her words. Betrayal. That sounds like a joke to him. In fact, Nox says they were the ones who betrayed him first. The girl screams that he is lying, but you can see it on Nox's face. It does not matter. There is no going back now. The truth is, this is who I really am, a guy who plays all day. Maybe the best player this game has ever seen. The reason I play so much is that my life is miserable. 2 years ago, a doctor discovered that a brain disease will kill me soon. Can you imagine the pain of knowing your life has a timer that is so close to the end? In the first days, I was paralyzed. I went through countless hospital treatments, but there was no cure. Just painkillers, an empty life. Because when you have no hope for tomorrow, living for today is agonizing. Over time, the pain was not the only problem. Look at this. I am mixing something that looks like tomato sauce. I do not want to fill out these forms if I am almost out of time. I am going to play one more time. This must be my favorite game. In it, you can choose to be a genius at something, and you get a penalty for it. But one thing I have never done is choose to be a genius at 2 things. Look at this. The penalty for choosing 2 genius traits feels like a personal insult to me. You have a time limit as a penalty. Isn't that exactly what I am right now? A guy with a time limit. Character created. Let us get started. The headaches got worse. I felt like I was going to faint at that moment. I can't. I just want to try to enjoy something good one last time. I managed to create the character, but it seems my own time limit has finally run out. A system window says the synchronization is complete. The white-haired boy from before wakes up with a start. This is not. But now much younger. The boy feels strange. He is sure he just fainted in his room and now he is in a strange place. It was only when he went to the mirror that the boy realized this. That is not his face. This is not the character from the game he was playing. Our protagonist has played this game so many times that he remembers everything. Nox Hanniber is one of the 3 Dark Masters of Inner Lunatic, born into one of the most infamous crime families and the youngest of 5 siblings. The family produced geniuses for generations, and Nox was the first without any talent. That motivated him to ally with demons in search of power and become the greatest disaster of the kingdom. Just as we saw at the beginning of the story, but that does not make sense. It must be a dream. He can't be Nox. While he was freaking out, a notification window appeared behind him with his information. His stats look good, but what is wrong with this energy? Does he have some kind of illness? The traits clarify any doubt he might have. This time limit can only be what he saw before dying. He does not remember Nox having any illness when he played. That means he is like his version from another life, living on borrowed time. Nox then sees that there are unread messages in his system, and the system says, Yuan. I should call him Nox now. That name the protagonist was almost forgetting. It seems like your memories of your past life are getting hazy. He remembers his parents, but he can't recall where they are or if they are still alive. But it seems like it is Nox who suddenly received memories of someone who lived in another world. Besides that, he realizes that the system knows about his past life before he came to this place. The system says, it has been a while, which surprises Nox. The voice of the system says that the last 2 years must have been hard for him, and that he at least deserved to come to this place and have the chance to live again. Then it says, welcome back. Until now, the protagonist had not thought that this was permanent, so that means he will never go back to his reality. But who cares? What was so good about that life? Before anything else, the system says that if Nox wants to know more about this, he should enroll in the academy and get stronger. That is too much for Nox. Now he will receive orders from a system window. All of this is so confusing. But now there is no doubt that Yu has been reborn as the final boss of the game. Inner Lunatic, he is a villain. But does he really have to follow the role of the main villain? All of this seems amazing. But Nox also has a limited time to live. Moreover, this is no longer like acting in a game. Nox will not forget who he really is. He decides to follow the main road of the game as a villain. But he is not going to give up his memories either. The important thing is to try to survive at all costs. And if necessary, he will become a villain to succeed. In his past life, his illness was incurable and would kill him in 2 years. But in this magical world, is there really such a thing as an incurable disease? When he decided to leave the room, Nox felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a symptom of his time limit condition. An inflammation in his wrist even prevents him from opening doors. so he can't even have fun alone in his room with his sword. In the hallway, he bumps into a maid. The beautiful girl drops all the dishes without noticing the person in her way. When she realizes who it is, the girl screams so loudly that everyone hears and fears the worst. That scream was so loud it even startled Nox. But he quickly remembered some important things. The girl begs for forgiveness. She is a minor character, so he does not even remember her name. But everyone is afraid of him because of his strange personality. Normally Nox would react like this. He would forgive her but give a warning that next time she would die. But that is not how our protagonist would normally treat people. And seeing the fear in the eyes of the other servants, he is sure that Nox was not a nice guy. Without saying anything, Nox just says he is going to the training hall. They were not expecting this. The young master is not interested in fencing. What is more surprising is that Nox orders the girl to go with him to the hallway. On the way, she fears that her master intends to punish her for what happened earlier. But it is strange that he has not said anything until now. The truth is that in Nox's mind, he was only thinking about survival. He needs to figure out what is wrong with this body, so he does not get sick like in his past life. He gets lost in thought on the way. This game has so many layers of complexity and play styles. The most important thing is to find out if the genius traits he chose actually worked, and if he really has two of them. Sword and combat. The genius takes a person to the pinnacle of fencing. On the other hand, the mana genius takes a person to the peak of casting powerful spells. There are many other traits, but these were the two he chose. In the training hall, Nox has such a weak body that he can't swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What is the point of being a fencing genius with a body as weak as that of a malnourished, old man? 10 thrusts was his limit. He is completely in trouble. This place has many weapons available. As expected from the Hein Harbor family, several legendary warriors were born and raised in this family. The head of the family also wields the tyrannical blade of darkness. An unmatched power. Nox does not have health, but time and money won't be a problem for him. His father does not care how Nox spends his time. Since he is the youngest and least talented child in the family, no one has expectations for him. Just swinging the sword makes Nox feel like he is going to die a second time. The maid brings him water and towels. She never imagined she would see her master struggling with something. Nox asks her to come closer. The girl fears for her life. That is it. Now she will be punished. Nox feels embarrassed. He does not do that kind of thing. She must listen carefully to his orders. She needs to buy everything he is going to ask for. She tries to say it is beyond the limit. But Nox asks if she wants to receive the punishment she was thinking of before. The girl left thinking. He has not changed one bit. Our protagonist was interrupted when the butler of the Rodwell family arrived. Anak suddenly showed up and caught him by surprise. This guy is your father's right-hand man. It does not make sense for this guy to be here. Normally, he and his father do not care about him. Nox questions the reason for the visit. Rodwell brings news from his dad. The head of the family wants Nox to join the dinner tonight. This catches Nox by surprise. He tries to decline the invitation. Rodwell reveals that the young woman from the Styliner family came to visit and it is important for Nox to be there. Refusing could upset the head of the family. In that case, Nox has no choice. He accepts immediately. Rodwell notices his unusual behavior and questions Nox's sudden interest in fencing, since he never practiced before. The young master then speaks in a serious tone. Rodwell, are you just a butler? Don't dare to overstep your boundaries. What I do or do not do is none of your business. Nox leaves the room, leaving the butler deep in thought. His firm and cold demeanor disappears as soon as he closes the door. He was worried about something, but his attention shifts to the girl. He never expected she would come to visit him. Night falls and it is time for dinner. Someone says, "The idiot really came." The comment was obviously directed at Nox, but he ignores it. The twins keep talking, sarcastically asking if he still holds a grudge against the family. Hearts and Elan continue making comments criticizing Nox. They even mention that Nox touched a maid. It must have been disgusting. This arrogant conversation is irritating. But Nox turns a deaf ear. The maids announce that the most important person has arrived. Everyone turns their attention to the patriarch. Devon Rien Harbor has arrived for dinner and brought someone with him. A girl with long red hair enters and greets everyone. Stalia von Stillner is elegantly dressed. T says that the young woman requested training for her knights and will spend some time in the family's territory. The boys are excited about the presence of the maiden, but the girl's gaze seems to only go in one direction. Nox is the future villain, and this girl is the one who will oppose him. He gets nervous thinking that this is the girl who will one day stab him in the chest. Tiet is surprised that Nox also came to dinner, and our protagonist feels embarrassed because of it. The girl has no idea how Nox is treated in this family. They start tasting the kind of food that only the rich can afford. The twins keep looking at Nox during dinner, and then say it is time to decide who will be the next to enter Eldon Academy. And T agrees that they should decide on this soon. Everyone knows that Eldon Academy is the most important place in the kingdom. And that is exactly why Nox needs to get in. Besides that, the system told him he needs to go there to find out more. The head of the family comments that only 3 individuals from each family can be sent to the academy. This is to limit the influence of nobles with large families. The Wren Harbor family has already used 2 slots. Their first and second children were sent to the academy. Everyone at the dinner table tensed up when TA declared that he would follow the family tradition. Nox then asks if it is a duel between the brothers to decide. Nox's quick response catches TA's attention. He then announces that in 3 months they will compete for the last spot in the family. The twins start mocking him, saying that a certain someone would bring shame to the family if chosen, and they say he has no chance. So it is a waste of time for him to even try to duel. Nox then surprises him by commenting that he hopes to hear those words after they defeat him in the duel. This provocation infuriates one of the boys. Just the thought of losing to the family's failure offends him. Nox thinks to himself that there is no reason to keep listening to insults and stay quiet. He is not the same person they know. With confidence, he declares that he will be the chosen one for the Eldon Academy. The boy's posture catches Tia's attention once again, and at the same time leaves the twins furious. Someone else also became interested. Tala comments with a smile that the young master seems confident. Her smile may seem kind, but it awakens an internal fear in Nox. That was the girl who defeated him at the end of his life in the game. When dinner ended and Rodwell made his report, Theodore agreed that Nox seemed to have changed overnight, which was already a ridiculous situation. He wondered what had triggered the sudden change of opinion, and believed it could be a demon, but that idea was quickly dismissed. However, what was happening was certainly more interesting than he expected. Theodore asked Rodwell to keep an eye on him, and it seemed the boy continued his exercise and was running around the mansion. The maids were all surprised, but also confused by the fact that he was just running, considering he was supposed to duel with swords in a month. Nox wondered how he could hear their whispers, but was interrupted by the system, which said his resistance had increased by 0.1 points. That was a very low number, but it was important since resistance was a major obstacle in his plan. His genius trait could only be activated once he had at least 4 points of resistance, which made him sad for not having it from the start due to his frailty. He needed to increase it by 1 point and 9 within a month, feeling overwhelmed by this curse that halved his resistance gains. All his running resulted in just 0.1 points, and even his disease trait halved the growth as well. So he needed to work 4 times harder. Another problem was that he would be limited to a maximum of 15 points. But that was a concern for another time. Finally, Lona came to bring the items he ordered the day before, impressing Nox. While he looked at the items, he believed they would help speed up his progress. As someone who had already beaten the game 27 times before, he knew what he was doing. He picked up the items and Lona asked what they were for, looking worried since they were mostly dangerous. Nox agreed but said they were only dangerous for those without knowledge, which confused her. He then grabbed the poison bottle and started to drink. The servant panicked and explained that it was poison, which Nox already knew. But it was the kind of poison that would give him a temporary 50% resistance bonus, even if it killed him in 10 minutes. Lona watched and was about to call someone until he refused. Since he had not finished, he proceeded to eat the golem's core, which made her even more terrified since it would petrify his body. However, the 2 items together activated a hidden effect as planned. The core was normally used to maximize defense or give life to an artificial golem, but when used with the poison, it would neutralize the poison and eliminate his curse of fragility. One negative trait was gone, but Lona was still in a panic and asked if he was okay, only to witness the exhausted boy starting to take off his shirt, which confused her even more. Nox began to take off his shirt, which made Lona blush furiously as she watched him grab the other vial and pour the spring water over his body. This neutralized the petrification of the golem's core. The spring water and the core began to react with each other, and it was a strangely pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect was activated, giving him a temporary growth blessing, which would give him a growth resistance bonus until his resistance reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll that was left in the cart that Nox grabbed and casually tore, doubling his resistance growth rate. Now the boy with purple eyes had broken the curse of fragility and taken other measures that would make his new resistance growth rate double that of average characters. He was feeling proud of himself and clenched his fist until he was knocked down by the maid. who started crying and asked if he was okay. Seeing him take off his shirt made her think he had lost his mind under the influence of the poison. She began to calm down until he told her to just grab a towel for him. But he hesitated as he looked again at her face. He felt he could not yell at Lona when he was feeling so good about having broken the curse. He told the girl that he was doing very well, but she still wondered if he needed someone to check on him, or maybe just needed a little rest. However, the light-haired boy explained that he had some things to do, which confused the maid until Nox said he needed to run. The sun was shining bright in the sky, and Nox could be seen pacing around the yard. Lona was right behind him with a towel, while someone watched them from a distance. She murmured to herself, wondering what the hell made Nox accept a duel with his brothers when, in her opinion, he was not physically ready. That person was Talia, and her maid Ima quickly scolded her, saying that it was not the right way to talk about a family member who was hosting her. Talia really did not care what she said about the family, and kept complaining about how all Nox did was run. It did not seem like he had any intention of training with a sword, and she heard that tutors had tried to teach him. But he turned them down. The red-haired woman was convinced that he would be defeated. Still, she could not get that thought out of her head. Despite her maid's confusion, she decided to go out and talk to him. Talia approached Nox and greeted him. But he was internally confused about why she was there with him. He decided to act coldly and asked what her business was. She made a face at his attitude, and thought he was acting that way because he was impressed by her beauty. She asked the boy if he really believed he could beat the brothers, even though she complained that he was just running away, a point that Lona silently agreed with. She offered her help, but the boy immediately refused and told her to go away. This shocked her, and she asked if that was how he treated people who offered him help. Lona panicked in the background, as she believed that was not how he should speak to ladies. Talia mocked him and left, leaving the boy confused about what had just happened. Nox felt like everything was spiraling out of control. He checked his stats and saw how talented she was. Her stamina was even greater than the average man in this world. Even so, she was not at the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages. But she could still claim a spot just below them, and would be able to kill some demons. Her element was fire, and once awakened, it would be elevated to white flame, giving her the power to burn a corrupted Nox to complete destruction. With that in mind, gaining Talia as a friend was not an option, as he did not know how much it would complicate the story. He just needed to find a way to survive while following the plot. After all, it was pointless to befriend his future killer. A month later, Talia was walking down the hallway, remembering how some people were impressed by her true talent, which matched the Stelliner family's reputation. She did not feel that way, though, as she felt inferior to her sister. She tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword at the thought of losing to that woman. Talia wondered if she would ever be good enough to be a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence without greed, and from time to sacrifice themselves for justice. Moreover, they must also master numerous swords and forms. The girl with red hair sighed, and thought that Nox believed running was enough to defeat his brothers, thinking he had no chance. The next day, the sun shone on the 2 brothers who were in the training hall with everyone, including Scylla, Theodore's wife. Watching, Theodore asked Rodwell how he thought the match would go, and the butler was not sure. An announcer explained what the duel was for and quickly started the fight, for which Nox's brother immediately raised his sword. When Nox's father asked about Rodwell's predictions, the butler explained that years of training for Alan would put that man in a commanding position, which the father agreed with. His wife looked angrily, and Rodwell wondered if Theodore was predicting a different outcome. Was it true that Nox had changed? However, he did not believe that Nox would surpass Alan unless there was some outrageous circumstance. In Rodwell's earlier days as a knight alongside Lord Leonhard, the art of the sword was governed by a simple rule, where achievement was measured by the time spent with the sword. The only factor that could change this was a talent from realms beyond, a natural overwhelming gift. But he did not believe that Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore spoke and said it would not be smart to dismiss other possibilities that, as far as they knew, any of his children could have a gift comparable to the 3 supreme ones. Nox thought about how unlucky he was even in this current world. He remembered how his luck should be high, considering he was at 7 points. After all that running, the light-haired boy could not raise his stamina to 4 points. With his growth blessing, Nox was at 3.8 the day before, and was almost there to reach his goal. However, Lon was still chasing after him and asked if he was sure he needed her to run with him. The man affirmed and let slip his true intentions, that he wanted her to suffer with him. But he told the girl she had one more item to clean, which made her pout, and he mentioned that he had noted it down. Nox laughed and wondered if all the running was also giving him stamina. He checked his stats and found that she had a number that was higher than the average man's. After all the hard work he had done, he was still weaker than a side character. Lona mentioned that the sun was about to set and reminded him of his duel the next day, making him gasp heavily and feel disappointed for not having enough time. When the next day arrived, just before the fight, Alan called Nox and suggested he should give up, calling Nox a shame to the family. Nox laughed at the behavior and knew that his brother just wanted to beat him, which Alan agreed to since he wanted to impress Talia. The light-haired boy looked at the girl before checking Alan's resistance, making Nox furrow his brow at the high number. He felt worried before the announcer called both men and said they could not contest the duel's outcome, but this only made Nox more anxious, as losing would mean the end of his journey and cost him the chance to find out who sent the message and what life was like beyond his one-year deadline. He gripped his sword tightly when the duel began, and Alan immediately made the first move, which Nox dodged, grumbling as he slid back and trembled from the power of the second attack. Nox wondered what he should do while Alan laughed and continued to clash swords with him. Suddenly, the system indicated that his resistance had increased, making him smile and mumble to himself. Alan was confused and mocked it before continuing to attack the younger boy. Theodore's wife laughed at the scene, believing that one of her other children would attend the academy. As the duel continued, Theodore called forth Pathetic's vision, which made the woman smile. Theodore said they might have had very high expectations. Rodwell suggested interrupting the duel because of Nox, while Theodore thought about how talented Alan and Hats were, even if they were not as talented as the older brother. He wondered if he would have to accept that none of his children had the temperament to dominate everyone and put the world under his control. Nox arrived and Theodore sighed before getting up from the chair with the intention of stopping the duel. But it finally happened and Nox could feel the power coursing through his body after activating the ability. Alan asked if his brother had lost, but Nox activated a new ability that seemed to slow down time. A wise person, whose name Nox could not remember, once said that a genius and an ordinary man experience time differently, and that was what Nox was feeling at that moment. Everything was moving slowly, and even though that did not automatically make his sword control perfect, he was no longer inactive in his abilities. With the raising of his sword, the duel was resolved. Alan's sword was yanked from his hands, causing the older man to flinch from the sudden movement, and the fact that victory was now obvious. The sword fell to the ground and Alan held his hand with a fixed gaze, while Nox looked down with a cold expression. But Nox knew that this was still not the end of the duel. He knew that the effect of the ability lasted only 5 minutes, so he wondered how to wrap everything up. With a confident tone, he told his brother that he was being slow in his pace, and that he would put an end to everything quickly. He wanted everyone to come to him at once. Nox turned to his father and asked for permission to face his 2 brothers at the same time. And Theodore was surprised, while Talia wondered what had gotten into the boy. Their father was thinking. Murmuring. As his curiosity was piqued, he allowed it. Despite Scylla's remarks, the duel would continue, and the twins grabbed their swords while Nox kept a smile, watching his brothers advance. However, Nox was also on guard. Alan told Retz to corner the man, but Retz told the other to shut up. The hidden effect of Nox activated again, and the boy knew what to do to block each attack, sliding past them while hitting against their shoulders. Tal looked on, mouth agape, and Nox knew what everyone was thinking, how he was the family's disgrace. Yet he was dominating 2 of his brothers. The twins exchanged glances, but Nox told them not to take their eyes off the opponent before advancing and spinning his blade around. Another frenzy of attacks occurred, and Nox began to feel like the burden of survival did not stop him from genuinely enjoying the fencing. Everyone looked on in shock, and the twins muttered, yelling about how this situation was impossible. In seconds, both Alan and Hats went to the ground and looked up with expressions of astonishment and disbelief, knowing they had finally lost the match. It was also when the system informed Nox that his moment of genius effect had ended. Nox turned to the announcer and said he believed the duel was over, to which the announcer confirmed with a grimace and a stutter. The winner was Nox, and the twin brothers cursed under their breath, their bodies trembling as their arms fell to the ground. With their weapons falling to the ground, the blades struck the bricks, and Teeter smiled at his youngest son, who returned the smile with an exhausted expression. He bowed before the audience and thanked them before heading towards the exit. However, Talia ran up to the boy, believing this was her chance to talk to Nox. Positioning herself in front of him, the sun was starting to set and Nox was groaning and panting, realizing that drops of blood were coming from his mouth. This confused him, but he realized it was because he had exceeded the time limit. It seemed that the effect had a colossal downside, which was that if he used it for more than 5 minutes, it triggered a debuff. This debuff was the fact that his life expectancy had decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. Eroding his days and making him weaker was the worst kind of debuff he could endure at the moment. And now he had less than a year to complete his goals. Fortunately, the side effect did not manifest in the hallway, as people would have started questioning whether he was fit to go to school. A voice called Nox, and he turned to see Talia with a worried look, asking if he was hurt. She wondered if he had gotten hurt in the middle of the duel, which made him frown and curse under his breath. He felt panicked and alarmed that Talia of all people had to come up to him and get involved in his business, especially since telling Teeter about these side effects would only make things worse. Nox tried to say something only to be interrupted by the girl asking if he had defeated the brothers under those conditions. This confused him, as the blushing girl felt embarrassed and guilty for having misjudged him. Talia thought about how she had been watching him for a month and had never seen him train with a real sword. Not once. All she heard was that Nox had swung a wooden sword a few times on his first day of training, making her wonder how he managed to defeat his brothers. This made her believe that Nox was hiding his natural talent. So she ran out of the training hall and wanted to know what he did. However, after the duel, she witnessed the lonely boy with blood dripping from his mouth, and his body looked like it was about to collapse from exhaustion. Talia wondered if it really was not Nox defeating his brothers with overwhelming strength and began to think that the rumors she had heard were more lies. He wiped his chin, while the red-haired girl looked at the boy and believed that he was a hard-working swordsman who had strived for his victory. She looked at Nox and flinched when he winced, causing her to lean closer and ask if he was okay. Suddenly, he swatted her hand away and looked coldly, saying that she would not touch his body. He thought about how the 2 years he spent just playing video games made him incapable of truly socializing with other people. Not to mention that it did not help at all that she was going to be his future assassin. Talia fidgeted her hands and said she just wanted to express her apologies. This confused him, as she admitted that she had seriously underestimated his abilities since hearing that he was delicate since birth. Now she believed that he must have his reasons for directing his efforts towards endurance. Apologizing once more and knowing that anyone could make such mistakes like the stories he heard about his attacks, Nox asked how he should respond to that and noticed how the girl was as modest as she was in the game, which was surprising since she was still the daughter of a duke. He turned and told her she could do him a favor by not telling anyone about the bleeding she had witnessed, to which she agreed without hesitation, causing him to walk away without further worries. However, this would not be the last time he would. Time passed and Theodore felt as if his premonition was founded. He asked Rodwell what he thought of Nox. The butler could not understand the reasons for being so passive at first, but believed that Nox had reached a stage that none of his brothers had at his age. The father shared the same opinion, but suspected that they had only seen a fraction of his abilities, so he wanted Rodwell to keep an eye on the boy. Rodwell agreed, and Theodore wondered if Nox might have enough talent to inherit the winner. He clenched his fist and told Odoel that the report would be of utmost importance, as it seemed that Theodore did not have much time left, to which the butler bowed and said he would do his best. Night fell and Nox received the notification that he had completed a tutorial mission, but it no longer felt like a game to him, despite the functionalities that remained. Your reward for winning was receiving 3 attribute points, making you sigh at having spent an entire month just to add 2 points. Despite that, he looked at his stats and wondered where to add them. He decided to add them all to luck, and the simple reason was that while playing the game, luck was more important than ever, so he could test the improvement immediately. The system also mentioned that there were benefits available, such as the fact that he could receive a random skill scroll and summon a skill, which excited him. As soon as he summoned the dispenser, which looked a bit strange in person, Nox flipped the switch and waited to receive a normal level scroll. Since his luck was higher, he remembered what the colors of the scrolls were while nervously swallowing. A ball dropped from the dispenser and opened, shining brightly until revealing a golden scroll, which excited him as he opened it immediately. He then used the summoning skill and knew which one to summon to help collect the hidden treasures of the mansion. And that skill would prove to be indispensable. Soon, Todoro would call her children. The summoning skill could wait for now. The scroll showed that he had received a skill that gave people with fewer points a 20% disadvantage against him, reminding him why he loved the game. Nox looked out the other window and remembered that Green, the second oldest son, would be returning to the mansion soon. Since his graduation had been a while ago, and he would be coming back from night training. At that moment, Nox would prioritize resting. He believed that Italia would not cause them any more trouble, since she would not break her promise, making the boy think that she would not have any other reason to go after him. The next day, Nox was quickly proven wrong when he saw the girl walking towards him. He asked what she wanted and she murmured something incomprehensible, confusing him as she repeated herself and asked if he could teach her to progress as quickly as he did. Italia wanted to progress quickly like Nox, so she asked the boy to teach her how he got to where he was. Nox started to sweat before passing by her and asking if she really had not figured out the secret after a whole month of spying, making her face flush with embarrassment as she tried to deny the accusation. She ran after him and begged him to duel with her, or at least consider sharing his methods with her. This reminded the boy with purple eyes that Talia yearned for her sister's approval. Probably. She was doing the same with Nox because of his earlier presentation. He decided to turn around while pretending, telling her that before asking, she should consider what she herself possesses. Nox paused for a moment, as he did not know what to say after that, but he also told the girl with red hair to stop comparing herself to others. The boy ran off quickly, without saying anything more, leaving the girl stunned and blushing, wondering if that was all he could tell her. When he left the building, he let out a sigh of relief and looked back, hoping the girl was not following him, as there was no need to have Talha by his side, while he proceeded to lay his hands on a hidden treasure. That treasure was at the Linhaba mansion, where his father and other brothers were waiting for his arrival. Nox was amazed when he saw the Linhaba family horse farm in person for the first time, believing in the words he had heard about it being one of the 3 best farms on the continent. Rodwell bowed to Theodore, and their father told everyone that they were called to choose a horse as a lifelong companion, making Nox swallow hard as he realized the moment had finally come. Of all the animals, horses held the most sacred place in the Alinhaba family's tradition and the continent, as anyone wishing to be a knight or mage had to acquire a horse at a young age and form a bond that would last. They last a lifetime. There is even a riding course at the academy, and cavalry warfare would become more common as the game progressed. Taking good care of it also saved on transportation costs, making it indispensable. This makes it even more necessary to choose the right horse. Your dad said that Nox would have the first pick as the duel's winner. He only had one chance and watched as Nox walked away, making Teodoro murmur to himself while wondering if his son had good judgment. The horses neighed, and Nox was surprised by the excellence of many of these horses. However, there was a specific horse he was looking for. His eyes scanned the area before landing on a black and gray horse with a visible ribcage. The boy walked up to it and chose it without hesitation, surprising his twin brothers. While Teodoro frowned, he suggested that Nox think about his choice. Acting surprised, but he expected such a reaction, as most would think he just made a stupid choice. Despite that, using his keen eye ability, he managed to see the horse's stats and also saw that it was of high quality. The level of pets can increase over time, usually just 1, which means this horse would become a top-tier horse, or even better, when it was fully grown. Besides that, the horse was also an obsidian horse, which was one of the rarest horse breeds in the game. Due to its strength and beauty, the boy knew that Todoro would probably have taken a horse if he knew what breed it was. But for now, it seemed fragile due to all the debuffs, along with the negative trait that would cause it to die in a few days. This trait could be even worse than his limiting illness. But he stuck to his choice because he knew how to prevent this negative trait from becoming a problem. Theodore wondered why Nox chose that horse. believing it was likely he saw a lot of himself in the horse, and let his emotions take over. Nox's father expressed his hope that the boy would not regret his decision. When the man turned and walked away, the twins were surprised to see the clear disappointment Theodore felt. Rodwell then approached Nox, reminding him that the horse still needed a name. The gray horse rubbed its face against Nox's hand. The light-haired boy looked down, then knelt and chose the name Carl, the same name he always used in the Otherworld game. This had a deep meaning for him. Because new home ended up being Nox's room. The boy hummed thoughtfully, knowing he needed to keep his next move a secret from everyone. Keeping the horse in his room was the best way to do that. He saw the horse staring intently into his eyes, as if communicating that it could not simply give up on life. This resonated with Nox, as they shared the feeling of holding on to any small chance they had. Noticing that Lona was outside his door, Nox called for her, making a light threat that caused her to stumble into the room. She was shocked that he had found out she was there, but he simply dismissed it as obvious. He then informed the maid that from today on she would be responsible for the horse. The girl with long hair potted, turning her face with an unhappy expression. Clearly irritated, since she was the one who made the bed, Nox did not pay attention to her reaction and simply stated that the horse was sick and needed gentle care. Ka's weak condition made Lona worry, which reminded Nox that his future plan for the horse would be terrifying for most people. He questioned whether Lona would be able to handle it. 3 days later, a scream echoed from Nox's room. It was Lona announcing that Car had died. Nox sighed at the scene. He had been anticipating the horse's death all along. Still, he understood Lona's sadness, as she had grown attached to the animal. Either way, this outcome was inevitable. Nox knew from the beginning that saving Carl was not possible. He told the girl to stop crying because she was distracting him, a statement that left her completely perplexed. His explanation that Carl would return to them soon only increased her confusion. Lona began to wonder if the horse's death had affected his sanity. The boy sighed and instructed her to step back. He then took a scroll, unrolled it on the ground, and channeled his magical energy into it. The scroll emitted a bright flash, and Lona watched in shock. She could not help but wonder if he was using his magic. Even though it was against the law, the distractions were causing him to lose control of his power. Frustrated, Nox yelled at her, asking if she wanted to see Ka die a second time. If that was not her goal, he demanded her silence. She immediately obeyed. Nox desperately needed to focus because he still could not fully control his mana, and his mana sensitivity trait was dormant. Moreover, the Empire's law was strict. Only members of the royal family could use their magical energy before turning 15. This rule gave royals a significant advantage in magical training, often leading them to greater achievements. Since Nox was not royalty, his only option was to unleash all the magical energy he could summon. He felt a pulsing sensation in his hands and wondered if this was the true feeling of wielding magic. Smiling as he prepared for his unique ability, summoning, he knew there was no room for error. He was about to use black magic, and a vision of a skeletal hand holding a book flashed quickly before his eyes. The system informed him that he could now summon K back as a zombie pet and asked if he would like to proceed. He agreed without a second thought. A glow surrounded the horse that was lying in front of the open book. Nox remembered that the undead in the game shared two common characteristics. They were resurrected with black magic and dark energy. The second characteristic was that even after death, they retained their consciousness and gained enhanced strength, including absolute loyalty to their master. However, there was a complication. Only one family, the Marbos family, had the power to create such beings. As they were masters of the element of darkness, they were very similar to Linrabos. But instead of knights, they were black mages. Nox wondered if characters outside that family could ever acquire these abilities. The answer was a firm no, unless they possessed the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, which was exactly what he had summoned. Dark hands burst from the ground and wrapped around Ka, while a black liquid dripped from Nox's mouth. Lona watched in shocked horror, but he ordered her to stay quiet, as he needed more time to channel his energy. He grunted with effort and blood more, realizing that his magical energy was depleted. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. He looked up and saw the horse rise and neigh loudly. Nox. He looked at Carl, now his pet zombie, and saw a glimmer in his eyes. He gasped, exhausted but thrilled to finally have done something right. Lona, still with tears of worry in her eyes, watched Nox rise and call for Caw, who trotted over to him. He checked the gray horse's stats and was pleased to see that the negative trait had disappeared, replaced by the expected improvements. He informed the horse that starting today, he would be its owner. Carl seemed to make a satisfied sound as Nox petted him. Both the boy and the horse jumped when Lona suddenly hugged them. Nox was confused as she began to cry, overwhelmed with worry seeing him bleed after already being distressed about Carl. The horse snorted and pulled away from Lona, apparently offended, which was surprising since she was the one taking care of him. As she started to argue with the horse, Nox's mind shifted to her next goal, the search for the hidden treasure of the mansion. A few nights later, Nox left her room, passing by the stables and heading toward a forest. He was holding some items, relieved to realize that the paths were exactly as he remembered from the game. He stored the items away, thinking about the second hidden treasure located in the forest. Not finding it would mean he would not survive. It was the key to slowing the progress of his illness that limited his life. A rustling in the bushes put him on high alert, but he quickly told himself he was just nervous. However, he could not shake the feeling that this was no longer just a game. The boy looked at a wooden sign warning people to stay away. It stated that this was the Forest of Lost Children, a place where people would get lost and die. Nox entered the forest, and the system notified him that failing to complete this phase would result in his death. A breeze rustled the leaves as the light-haired boy moved through the tall grass. He remembered the details of this forest. It was strictly forbidden due to the complete darkness and thick fog that could disorient even the most skilled individuals. The name was fitting, as anyone who entered was practically lost. It was important to remember, however, that it was a forest of lost children. This meant that adult characters received no rewards for clearing out the monsters inside, and the creatures became several times more hostile to adults. Nox learned this lesson the hard way while playing. In that regard, the difficulty of the forest was at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back in the other world, he did not care about the reward, but now it was exactly what a dying man needed. He ventured deeper into the forest and grabbed a torch, lighting it and watching the bright flame. The trick to navigating the forest was to watch the direction the smoke went and then walk in the opposite direction. Nox was about to do just that when he decided to deal with something else first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was his only answer. The boy sighed, drew his blade, and cut through the bushes, followed by a scream that echoed through the forest. Before that, Aunt was surprised that Nox was not impressed by her beauty. The situation left her confused. Ima had begged a red-haired girl to stop following Nox, worried that she would be blamed for it. Talia, however, was not worried. Later that night, Ima walked through the halls, still worried, knowing that Talia had talents just like her sister. With a sigh, Ima went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room empty. Panic and confusion took over the maid, before she could process what had happened and wake the house. The leaves continued to rustle in the forest. Talia was sitting on the floor with an embarrassed expression, while Nox looked at her in confusion. She greeted him and was about to explain her presence, when the other rustling made him pull her behind him. Just when something emerged from the bushes, it was a gray wolf. Talia was surprised to find gray wolves inhabiting a forest so close to the mansion. She swallowed hard, realizing she did not have a real weapon to defend herself. The wolf growled and approached before letting out a howl, undoubtedly calling its pack. More howls answered in the distance. The wolf growled again, but Nox just smiled, quickly advancing and slicing the monster in the chest. A second cut to the neck made the wolf collapse to the ground, dead. The girl looked stunned at the boy who now had blood splattered on his face and clothes. He asked again why she was following him, which made Tal Korai invent an obvious lie. Nox had no patience for this, and threatened to leave her there if she did not tell him the truth. His response shocked her, and she grabbed his wrist, starting a confusing explanation. It was not a complete lie, but she was not getting to the point. Nox sighed internally, realizing that Talia was overestimating her abilities and surprisingly held no resentment against him. He was also shocked that a girl could be so careless as to follow someone in the middle of the night. Still, he decided to let her come along since he could not just abandon a main character in the woods. However, he made one thing clear: he was not helping her. He was just keeping her alive to avoid a feud between their families. Talia felt a pang of guilt, and Nox hoped she had learned her lesson. But the girl kept talking, trying to thank him, which surprised him. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of the other wolves. They growled loudly as they began to circle the pair. They stood there, Nox still holding the torch, and a chill ran down Talia's spine. Suddenly, Nox pushed her away, telling her to stay back. He handed her the torch, explaining that it would only get in the way of his sword if she tried to fight. Things were not going as planned, so Nox needed to focus. This forest was part of the prologue, not the main story. That meant there would not be a stage boss, which was one less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, just a step below a boss, and it would likely be an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued to growl before attacking. Nox knew that just identifying the threat would not make things any easier. He cut down the approaching wolves, feeling like he was constantly living on the edge. He saw another wolf leap over him from above. It was time to put his pride aside and face this challenge, just like he used to do in the other world. He held his sword tightly, trying to remember his mantra. As soon as he remembered, he cut down more wolves and sighed in relief. Tal watched in awe, convinced that Nox was not even trying his hardest, wondering if he had ever hunted a wolf before. The words Nox had spoken to her echoed in her mind, making her think he saw her sword skills as inadequate. The wolves continued howling, and Nox held his ground knowing what was coming. He heard rustling in the grass as a much larger animal emerged in the clearing. The elite gray wolf. Back at the mansion, servants with torches were searching for Tala. They found footprints leading into the forest, which they presumed belonged to Nox and Tal. A wave of fear swept over the servants who knew the horrors of that place. Ema broke down in worry, insisting that they had to follow them. Rodwell immediately stopped her, saying they could not, which confused the maid. He explained that it was a forest that even the Linaba family had not been able to conquer. For the family, the forest was a symbol of shame. Admitting that an area within their own property remained unexplored was like publicly declaring their incompetence. What the Lunrabas did not know was that only children who had not reached adulthood could truly succeed in the forest. Rodwell wondered why Nox had entered, noticing the cautious nature of the steps that showed no signs of struggle or abduction. This meant that Nox had walked into the forest voluntarily. He clenched his fists, unable to deny any longer that Nox had really changed. His old self was gone. He told the others that there was only one way for them to return. Nox would have to find his way back alone. Still with tears in her eyes, heard the distant howls of wolves, which only amplified her fear. She felt like she had let Talia walk to her death. The red-haired girl seemed to pull a dagger from her ankle, and Nox quickly looked over, realizing that fear had not destroyed her focus. He reminded her to stay out of it to save energy, and to run as soon as they were attacked. Nox knew it was not the time for a life or death speech with an elite gray wolf lurking. But he wanted the girl to stay alert, and was glad she was vigilant. However, he could not trust her to watch his back just yet. Because of this, Nox activated his ability to slow down time, intending to defeat the elite wolf in a single blow. The wolf seemed to mock him and crouched down, making Nox realize his plan. At that moment, the other wolves rushed in to attack. Nox dealt with them easily, but then they suddenly stopped, which confused him. He then saw the elite wolf rise and snarl. Several wolves ran and jumped toward him. He tried to focus on a few, but he could not copy all four at once. One of them stayed behind him and growled as it advanced. The light-haired boy turned in time to see the wolf being stabbed in the throat with a dagger. He realized it came from Talia, who shouted for him to be careful. He looked up and saw the red-haired girl in the trees. She knew he had told her to run, but she just could not. The boy was surprised to see that Talia was actually helping him. Talia shouted to the light-haired boy, asking if he was okay and hoping he was not hurt from the near attack. Nox was surprised to see that the red-haired girl was helping him, but his thoughts were interrupted by a growl. He turned and cut down two more wolves. He assured her that he was fine, which made her sigh in relief. But he could not help feeling like he must have looked pathetic. Nox sighed, then realized his body was shaking. The side effects of using his abilities for too long were already showing. It was frustrating, especially at such a crucial moment, because something was now rising from the ground. It was the elite wolf. The boy with purple eyes smiled, gripping the hilt of his sword as he watched the elite wolf circle around him. Suddenly, he charged forward, surprising Nox as he ran past him and back into the forest, leaving him completely confused. Silence fell over the area as the boy tried to understand what had just happened, until he heard a rustle. He turned around, but it was too late. The elite wolf swiftly passed by him again, leaving a deep cut on his side. Talia looked on with concern, calling for Nox as the wolf retreated into the forest once more, leaving the boy in silence as he held his shoulder. He gritted his teeth, feeling that this attack on the forest was completely wrong. Even though it was an attack of his own making, it was a logical feeling, as real life was very different from a video game. The boy looked around frantically. The silence continued as Nox considered how the monster was coordinating attacks with its group, and was now using the environment to its advantage. He heard the leaves rustling before he charged forward again. Nox identified his location and immediately swung his sword at the monster. However, the wolf suddenly stopped, preventing Nox from landing a hit. This surprised him when the growling canine attacked again. The light-haired boy realized that the wolf was waiting for him to make a big move to expose his own weak point. His hands gripped the sword, and he gritted his teeth, growling until blood began to trickle from his mouth. Increasing his frustration, the wolf jumped at him and everything seemed to move in slow motion. Nox's life flashed before his eyes. He thought about how he had already won this game many times. But it was all just about being too confident in a situation like this. Nox wondered if he was really stupid enough to think he could do anything. He knew this was not how he had imagined his death. The boy shut his eyes tightly, preparing for a second end, but it never came. A sound cut through the air, and the surprised boy opened his eyes to see the dog, howling with a dagger stuck in its eye. He realized that if he had weak points to expose, the elite gray wolf did too. And the only person who could have revealed them was not him. Nox gripped his sword and let out a battle cry, plunging the blade through the wolf's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere until the beast fell to the ground. The boy also fell completely exhausted from the side effects of his abilities. He gasped as Talia shouted in concern, realizing that the other wolves were still alive. Despite that, his fears eased a bit when he saw the remaining wolves whimpering and backing away. The girl with red hair jumped down from the trees and ran to the boy, asking if he was okay. He reassured her by wiping the blood from his mouth, and was about to say that he owed her a lot, but held back, remembering that he was thanking an enemy, the very person destined to kill him in the future. Nox stepped back and reassured her again, but his tone was colder this time, as the cut from the elite wolf was still hurting. The boy stood up and said it was just a superficial wound, which brought some relief to the girl. Then she turned her head and saw a spider crawling on her shoulder. The sight of the arachnid sent a chill down her spine and made her scream. The boy was confused, turning around and wondering if more monsters had appeared. He was interrupted by the girl, grabbing him in tears, which left him even more confused. Taya was trembling and murmuring about the spider to herself and Nox. She looked again, screamed once more, and made the boy stagger. Nox sighed and laughed at the fact that the red-haired girl was afraid of spiders. He pushed her away, saying that she should not have followed him into a forest if she was so afraid of them. Talia asked if he really was not scared of them, but Nox replied by asking if any knight was afraid of spiders. This made the girl feel embarrassed, and she tried to defend herself. With her out of his way, he felt he could finally breathe, but then Nox started twisting again, which worried Talia. He tried to tell her it was not her business. Nox thought about how the girl had not bothered him during the fight, and even saved his life in a way. He felt incredibly grateful, even though he never said that directly to her. But now Nox needed to find a way out, since his goal had been achieved. The sun began to rise and continued to cry, feeling that everything was her fault. Rodwell stood there wondering if things had gone horribly wrong. Italy's disappearance could easily turn into a feud between their families, and that would not be the only consequence. There were other reports of children from the mansion disappearing in the forest, which would make the family's incompetence a matter of public debate. Rodwell's attention was drawn to the forest, where the mist was beginning to dissipate. Everyone was surprised, and the commissioner's mouth hung open in astonishment. Emma ran to Rodrell to ask if this meant he was defeated, and Rodrell agreed. Her only hope was becoming a reality. Emma's eyes filled with tears of hope as soon as she saw Nox and Tivaya emerging from the forest. The other servants began to wonder if Nox had really succeeded. Rodwell could not organize his thoughts, but one thing was becoming clear. The succession of the Lee family leadership would not be peaceful. Nox asked why everyone was gathered there and ran to hug Tala, tears still streaming down his face. The commissioner explained the situation, and Nox seemed surprised that everyone was so worried about the black sheep of the family who had gone missing. But then the boy turned to see Talha being grabbed and lifted by someone with an angry expression, saying that she would recite the codes of conduct. Talia panicked and tried to apologize, But Emma kept saying that the head of the Steiner family would give the lesson. Nox was surprised to see that the maid was so strong. Emma expressed her gratitude to Nox, to which the boy replied that he did not intend for Talha to follow him, but added that she had proven to be capable and did not deserve a punishment that was too severe. This gave Talha the courage of surprise. Later, they returned to the mansion, where Nox began to take off his blood-stained clothes. He was still surprised by the crowd waiting for him, but none of that mattered now. He had finally obtained the hidden treasure he had been searching for. It was a ring that slightly increased his stats, but it also had a special effect, allowing the wearer to absorb small fractions of an opponent's life force upon defeating them. The stronger the opponent, the more life the wearer could take. This was the only artifact of its kind. But of course, the ring alone could not save him from death. It was not like he could prolong his life indefinitely. As the description specified, it was only small amounts. Still, it gave him more hope. He put it on knowing it was better than nothing. He could feel his stats slightly rising. He called for Lona, knowing she was outside. The maid asked if he could see through things, to which he replied, maybe. This made Lona blush, thinking he could see under her clothes. Noxa gave her a light tap on the head, and the girl wondered if he had gotten stronger, while rubbing the spot. Changing the subject, he told her they were going to have an arm wrestling match. She seemed confident as she agreed to his terms. He would raise her salary if she won and lower it if she lost. As they counted down, Nox slammed his arm down the moment they started. She was in disbelief and begged the boy not to lower her salary. But he mentioned hearing from a certain maid that he was the famous troublemaker of the family. He smiled at her while Lona continued to plead. Suddenly, Nox's weakness kicked in, causing his wrists to fracture and giving him a cold. Nox was disappointed and told Lona to just bring him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the happiness of getting the ring. He knew he should prioritize rest, but hated being hit by a combination of illnesses. Somewhere else, it seemed someone was trying to remember Nox's face, knowing his name from another world. Call in the Black Fire Ring, the two hidden treasures of the Linaraba mansion. The sun shone over the mansion, and Nox realized that even with both treasures in his possession, he was doomed to months of confinement, with no chance to use them. Nox looked at the sign on the inside, opening it and grumbling to himself. He felt he should not face any consequences, considering he had defeated the forest that no one else dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid who seemed eager to say anything. Nox remembered that his salary could also be reduced for not being able to keep him in a good mood. So she quickly and stammering agreed, while the boy collapsed on the couch. It was frustrating for him. He was starting to feel comfortable with his new life, and seeing Carl grow brought him a lot of joy. This confinement could not go on. It was not just about these things. His death was approaching quickly, and he knew he would die before completing 6 months. Something he knew thanks to a system notification. These alerts seemed more concerned about his remaining time than he was himself. His body trembled before he stood up from the chair and told Lona he was going to talk to his father to regain his freedom. She was about to say that his bath was ready, but was interrupted by a knock. The door opened, revealing Rodwell, who greeted him with a bow. The boy was surprised both by the presence of the butler and by the message that Teeter wanted to speak with him. Bodies of knights and monsters were scattered across the floor as Teodor remembered the fateful night now known in history as the Night of Carnage. The monsters screamed, charging toward the man who held his dark sword before cutting down the enemies in his way. Images of demons advancing, piles of human bodies, and pure carnage passed through his mind, making him feel it was more of a plague than a battle. Theodore looked at the horizon, feeling a heavy and dark energy around him. This reminded him that he needed one of his sons to inherit his sword. The conqueror, someone with mediocre potential, would not be enough. The man wondered who would be the right choice, who possessed a strong enough talent to eventually end him. A knock sounded, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Nox was on his way, to which Theodore acknowledged. He thought about how even he had failed to solve the mystery of the forest, and that Nox's conquest deserved recognition and a reward. Unsurprisingly, the Omegas had interfered and blocked the recognition. It was difficult for them to believe that Nox had changed, and they demanded a full investigation to confirm that the forest had indeed been conquered. This was something even Theodore could not ignore, as an investigation would be necessary anyway. Nox entered the room and greeted his father, Theodore mentioned the boy's wrongdoings in the past, probably referring to the time before his reincarnation, which Knox was fully aware of. Regardless, Theodore acknowledged his achievements and said that Knox could name any prize he desired. This surprised the boy greatly. He started to sweat, as he did not remember that from the game. Theodore was usually cold and authoritative, so Knox looked up and asked for confirmation. Your father got up from the chair and swore by the history of his black blade that he was telling the truth and would grant whatever Knox desired. Knox was stunned. The older man continued explaining that any excessive request would affect his opinion of the boy. But he had a little faith in Knox. Knox asked for time to think, and the permission was granted. He was also given permission to leave the property whenever he wanted, as long as he did not cause a commotion like last time. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who reminded him of his last name. The next day, everyone gathered outside to say goodbye to Talia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed as she said goodbye, but Knox tried to ignore it even as the girl smiled at him. Rodwell told the boy it would be polite to respond, so the boy with purple eyes groaned in frustration and turned to say goodbye to the girl too. He said they should meet again when she became a great knight. Talia asked what she needed to do to become one, and he replied that she needed a brave heart that feared no spiders. The girl blushed with embarrassment and punched him in the stomach, making him regret his choice of words. He should have said a wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed and said he should keep the back of his neck clean to greet his blade. It sent chills down his spine, as it was in bad taste, considering what he knew about the future. Emma bowed and thanked the young man for everything he had done, including saving her. But he said that was not his intention, and asked them to leave without further delay. The carriage departed, and one of the characters finally left. Knox felt he was gradually getting used to this new and strange existence. He might even be starting to like it. Another notification appeared, informing Knox that he had 146 days remaining. He sighed as he realized he could not catch a break from the reminders. A few days later, Lona asked if he needed a new maid to assist him at school. Knox murmured thoughtfully, about to remember something when a knock came at the door. Rodwell entered and told Knox that he was there to introduce the maid who would serve him during his time at the academy. Starting today, a girl with green hair greeted Knox and introduced herself as Zetri from Lobelia. The boy introduced himself back, then opened her stats and saw exactly what he expected. She was there to spy on him for Theodore. The system reminded Knox of his impending death, making him sigh as he prepared for the day. But he could take comfort in the fact that he was making quick progress, despite all the setbacks. Knox looked at the balcony knowing he would soon be heading to the gym. Lona appeared excited about it too, asking if he was nervous. He responded with a question of his own, asking why she seemed so cheerful about his departure. She made a face and cried, saying she would miss him. But the boy told her to stop with the drama. He knew he should not waste time joking with Lona, when that time could be better spent improving his skills. Otherwise, he would not be able to handle the programs at school. After all, it was the best gym in the Empire and would certainly be full of talented students. He had to survive alongside them and become part of the main story to become the villain he was destined to be. Knox wondered why everything had to be so complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by a question about a new maid who was attending to him at school. He murmured thoughtfully before Rodwell came in to greet him and introduced the maid Lon had mentioned. The girl with green hair introduced herself. Knox introduced himself as well and checked her stats, realizing she was there to watch him for his father. She still maintained a facade of being kind and caring. Theodore was one of the most powerful and cunning men in the game universe, mainly because his sword skills were not just due to raw talent. His rise to power was built on his suspicious nature, constantly watching everyone and everything. The maid had Teeter's expectations of her, and she confirmed them without hesitation. With a cold look in her eyes, they said she was first in line for the leadership of the Lobelia family, and in exchange for her service to him, he would support her restoration to that position. Zetri promised to do her best to help Knox, but Theodore did not like the words she chose. He stared at her, making her shudder. She bowed again and said she would watch the boy and report every detail to Theodore. Then she left, sighing after escaping his intimidating presence. The girl took a deep breath and removed something from her neck, looking at a family photo while knowing she could not hesitate any longer. When night fell, Knox thought about how he now had a spy, wondering if she was chosen to ensure he was not possessed. That was understandable, since demonic possession was quite common in this world. After all, the original story of the game began with Nox's fall, when he was possessed by a great demon. Nox believed that no one would discover his true identity, but he was still worried about Zitri. She was not a character in the main story, which Nox saw as a waste, since she was destined to be the next head of the Lobelia house. However, your uncle had murdered your parents and stolen the claim to leadership. The rest of the story was predictable. The girl ran away and ended up as a servant for the Linhaba family. Although she projected a cheerful demeanor, she was desperate inside and would soon give in. If Kinnock remembered correctly, the girl would end up taking her own life before even the first chapter of the story. He wondered what he should do. Should he save a character destined to die, risking altering the story? He understood perfectly that this could interfere with his plans. The next day, Cock met with the two maids to tell them he would hunt monsters inside the mansion and wanted them to be his assistants. Lona was shocked and shuddered at the idea, pretending to feel sick, but Zitter interrupted and agreed without a second thought. The brown-haired girl sobbed and told Zitter not to agree to everything. Nox knew that fear was a normal reaction, which made Zitter's response even more interesting. Nox reminded Lona of her lack of vacation days, even though she tried to escape that. He smiled and mentioned her salary, which made the girl cry and ask what weapon she should bring. The boy chuckled. Zitri told the girl that she would join them after informing Rodwell. Nox thought about how he needed to focus on gaining more days of life, especially now that he was free. As they rode to the forest, Theodore observed from the window. A few days later, the forest of the lost children had become like any other forest after being conquered. A growl was heard from a grey wolf that Nox quickly attacked and cut. He was testing the ring's abilities while absorbing a small fraction of the wolf's life. He sighed in relief when the system reported that his remaining time had increased by 2 hours. Nox looked around when he realized he had probably hunted all the wolves in the forest, and he had only gained those 2 hours from that one session. Either way, he considered it a success. His thoughts were interrupted by Zitri, who mentioned that he had been hunting for an hour and asked if he was tired. This soared the good mood he was in, as he remembered how long it took to hunt without his time-slowing abilities. In reality, he had only gained 1 hour of net time. Nox grabbed his bottle and drank, wondering what to do, since he could not hunt monsters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the biggest problem was that there was not an endless supply of monsters. He had practically eliminated the monster population in the forest. At this rate, his grand plan to prolong his life would soon fail. The boy with purple eyes sighed and wondered if there were other monsters nearby, but Zri told him he should not say that, as uninformed people might think he had gone crazy. He looked at the setting sun and realized they should head back to the mansion. The girl with green hair asked if he wanted her to prepare a bath, which surprised Nox, but he agreed to the suggestion. She smiled happily as Lona frantically asked what else she could do. She ended up being assigned to tidy Nox's room. Despite his confusion, the girl with brown hair ran to gather supplies as Zitria left the scene. Nox called the girl with green hair, wanting to ask a question. He wondered whom she served. This shocked and confused her. Nox looked at his genius assistantess trait, knowing her blade was aimed at him, and that he should not try to claim it for himself. Zitri averted her gaze with a conflicted expression as Nox asked again, causing her to shudder and continue hesitating. He knew what answer she wanted to give and mentioned that he did not intend to press her any further. He said at least she had not tried to feed him a lie. Nox stated that he did not care who she served. He only cared that she was his servant, and that she would use him the same way he would use her. The boy stepped back, focusing on his mutually beneficial arrangement, which was enough for both of them. When night fell, they returned to the mansion and Lona was gossiping again, talking about how Nox was cruel for demanding so much of her time. She thought about when she asked why she had to join them, and how Nox seemed like a devil to her when he said there would be no fun without her. Zitri laughed and looked out the window. She remembered being familiar with the rumors about Nox's change of heart that had reached her even when she was still with her family. She had assumed they were just rumors, since it was rare for someone to undergo such a big transformation. But it seemed to be true. After serving him for a while, she learned that he had defeated both brothers in a single duel and had rightfully earned the right to represent the family name at the academy. Nox was strengthening his position within the family. Unlike Zitri, who was once the legitimate heir to her family's leadership, Now she was lost in despair. She sighed to herself and remembered the words he told her that day about how she would use him just as he would use her. This made the green-haired girl stop writing and wonder what he meant. A few days later, rumors began to circulate within the Lionhaba mansion that Zetri had been expelled from the Lobelia family, and how a commoner no longer deserved to serve the Linabus. When the girl read the letter, she crumpled it up. He claimed that the previous boss, Darren de Labia, had committed the crime of trying to negotiate the family's honor. Since Zetri was associated with Darren, her privileges were also revoked. The light vanished from her eyes when she realized she could no longer stay in the mansion. Even among the families that manipulated the darkness, the Linoba family held the greatest authority, even for a service to the somewhat abandoned son. They would not hire a commoner without a surname. Zetri believed she would soon be fired and replaced. Despite that, Zetri still tried to maintain a fake smile and greeted the other maids, who had already heard the news, and looked at her with disdain. However, Lon still greeted her as she always did. This left Zetri confused and uncomfortable. She felt her hand being pulled and wondered if it was just Lon being Lon because of their friendship. Anyway, Zetri believed this would not do anyone in the mansion any good, as Lona pulled Zetri down the hallway. Anox knew this would likely be the end of Zetri, since Tidor probably also received a letter. He knew all the accusations against Zetri's father were false, but he also knew he could not help. He had no way of predicting the consequences that the simple flapping of a butterfly's wings could have in the world. Birds flew in the sky as the gray wolves of the forest continued to be killed by Nox. Lona felt a shiver thinking that the boy was a little more frightening that day. The brown-haired girl whispered to herself and to Zeter, mentioning that Nox usually showed some degree of mercy, but that was not present today. She murmured thoughtfully, and Z wondered if he should be nervous, looking at the bloodied blade he had stuck into the ground. Nox grumbled to himself, wondering if he simply was not having the luck he expected. A hidden boss is generated when the monster population in the forest falls below 20% of its usual level. The species and the timing of the appearance of this hidden boss are random. If Nox had found and defeated one, it could have boosted his attributes. He sighed and was about to dismiss the thought, when suddenly he felt something running through the trees, catching his attention. Nox wondered what it was, but he did not have time to react as it quickly passed by him. He knew it was definitely the boss. He turned to face it and saw that it was an elite giant wasp, a creature he knew was complicated but not impossible to defeat. His thoughts could not even finish before he heard Zetri's voice calling for him. He turned to see the maid using her own body to protect him from the wasp's attack. This was something he probably could have blocked on his own. Zeter's actions were unnecessary. Knowing that, why did she do it? How many people would throw themselves to block a monster's attack with their own bodies, and save someone who recently made it clear they would use them? With that, Nox gritted his teeth and activated his ability to slow down time. When Zetri was younger, she was a very clumsy child, always falling and getting hurt before crying and causing a lot of worry for her parents. Her mom and dad always said she always had an open wound. Words that remained true even when she grew out of childhood. When Nox asked the green-haired girl who she served, Zetri wondered where her loyalty really lay. She remembered that horrible memory where a family member had killed her parents and taken the family name. So Zetri wondered again where her loyalty was. Nox's words echoed in Zetri's mind, and it felt like she woke up with Nox and Lona hovering over her with worried expressions. The boy had already defeated the wasp, and he told the green-haired girl to stay with them, feeling tense as he tried to reassure her that they were taking her back to the mansion. Zeter thought Nox was a liar for saying he would use her, but he was worried about her condition. She wondered why this was happening before her vision blurred and her eyes closed, tears streaming down her face, and the girl noticed a tremor and a slight anger in the boy's voice. Back at the mansion, Theodore was reading the letter that had spread the news, well confirmed its accuracy. Tidor had taken the girl in only to use her as leverage and ultimately absorbed the Lobelia family. The family was facing difficulties after the death of the previous head of the house. It could have been an ideal opportunity for Tidor to infiltrate them. For instance, they could have argued that their heir was in danger, using the family's instability as proof. As Zetri's protector, Tidor would have the perfect excuse to get involved and subjugate the family. However, before anything like that could happen, it seemed that the girl had been expelled. Then the older man asked Rabbi for his opinion. The butler said that having a servant without a surname would subject Nox to disdain at the academy, and it would be wise to remove her. Tater agreed. Suddenly, they were interrupted by another servant who ran in to inform them that Nox had returned from her hunt, bringing with her Zitri, who had been injured by a monster. In an attempt to save her, Nox used a very expensive antidote. This surprised Rodwell, who asked if the man was referring to the mandrake and decontaminant, which the servant confirmed. Rodwell felt exhausted by the situation, and Theodore wondered if Nox had developed feelings for the young maid. While Theodore believed there would be consequences for such feelings, Lona was standing over Zitter trying to wake her up. She succeeded, and the girl, crying, was radiant to see Zitter awake and alive. The green-haired girl wondered what had happened and worried about Nox's reaction to what she had done. Lona explained that Nox had ordered an antidote to be used, saying it was very effective and had threatened the doctor to use it. Despite her reluctance, Zitri wondered if Nox would use such an item on her after his previous words. This made Zitri try to get out of bed to ask where Nox was. Lona mentioned that he was talking to Rodwell and reminded that she needed to tell Nox that Zitri was awake. So she quickly left. The sick girl got out of bed and went to a suitcase. Starting to pack it while thinking that she did not belong there, or anywhere, she grabbed her necklace, opened it to take out the family photo, and wrote a note to Nox. It said that her pendant would pay her debt to him, and that she would always be grateful to him. Zitri left the room, but stopped when she saw Nox there asking where she was going. She shivered as his cold eyes stared at her while he asked the question again. Before Zitter was cured, Nox had asked the doctor if he valued a vial of potion more than a human being. The doctor tried to explain that the problem was that he needed permission from Theodore or Rodwell. Nox interrupted the man, looking at Zitter's body and asking if Rodwell's words really held more authority than his. This made the doctor feel guilty, as he said he would personally inform his father about what had been done. The antidote was used, and Lona asked if the girl would be okay. The doctor reassured her, saying the poison had been neutralized. Making Lona sigh in relief, the boy turned to leave the room, telling Lona to let him know when Zitri woke up. When Nox went to meet Theodore, his father was surprised, as he was not expecting an unexpected visit from Nox. Theodore seemed to already know the topic of conversation. The boy activated his positive trait, reminding his father that he owed him a wish. Because of this, and Nox said that his wish was to keep Zitter by his side. His father looked down for a moment while Nox thought about his actions and beliefs so far, as he had been trying to preserve history and avoid the butterfly effect. How did he know that his status was that of a spy under Theodore's control? None of that mattered at this moment. The moment Zitri jumped in front of Nox to protect him, it became clear that, although she could not answer his question, her actions did. Theodore decided to grant the wish, making the boy bow and turn to his father once again. Nox asked to elaborate on his wish and received permission while the system began to alert him that his agitation was affecting his act. But Nox continued to assert that he would not tolerate anyone playing with his people, be it the Sir or his own father. With a cold look, Nox left the room. This brings us back to the point where Nox found Zitri about to leave, prompting him to ask where she was going. The green-haired girl was hesitant, but admitted she was leaving, feeling she did not deserve to stay. But her words were interrupted by Nox, who asked where she, his assistant still at his service, was going despite her duties. She mentioned how Nox knew about her spying on him for Till, and that she had not been honest. She was confused about why he kept giving her a chance, even when she tried to deceive him. Her tear-streaked face wanted to know why the boy was not discarding her. This made Nox smile at the real Zitri, who was hidden under her disguise, with the look of someone who was struggling but had not given up on finding their way out of the darkness. Nox explained that deception was a shared fate among all humans, but it still felt like it had wronged the boy, which Nox agreed with. He then asked if she would leave without correcting those mistakes. This confused her. The boy with purple eyes explained that she was staying, and that he did not care whether or not she had the family name. All that mattered to him was her talent and her work. He told her that she would redeem herself from her mistakes by continuing her tasks alongside him. Zitri was moved once again when he agreed with her words and promised to help him for as long as needed. Nox smiled upon hearing this. Zitri decided to answer his earlier question, turning to him and hoping that his answer had satisfied him. He smiled back and confirmed that yes. Lona resumed her gossip the next day, talking about how he had threatened the doctor until she was surprised by Nox's presence. He was surprised that she did not even try to deny it anymore. The girl turned to Zitri and reminded the maid to take a little rest. Then she ran off to do Zitri's tasks for her. Nox sighed at Lona's scatterbrained behavior and turned to Zitri, reminding her of her imminent departure for the academy in 2 months. She said she had not forgotten, and had already prepared the essentials like the basic tools he would need. She hummed thoughtfully about what else she had packed. Nox smiled, realizing that Zitri was no longer pretending about what worked best for him, as it would also spare him effort, and now he knew that the two would not betray each other if one of them was cornered. The boy smiled, believing that this was enough for both of them. Later, Zitri wanted to ask the boy if he was okay. Since there were some unfavorable rumors circulating about him, Nox sat down and asked about them, wondering what else could be going on. Since he was already hearing the usual stuff, he found out that the rumor was about the reason he had not admitted his personal feelings for her. The boy almost fell off his chair upon hearing this, making him wonder why he was playing Nox's character. He sighed and apologized to Zitri for the situation, but the girl with green hair said that was not her intention. In fact, she was just worried that this might make Nox uncomfortable. Nox told Zitri that there were worse rumors about him, like how the youngest lion hubber was a crude and foolish simpleton. Zitri was about to hesitate and say otherwise, but he told her to lie to him if she wanted to be dismissed. This made her immediately agree that was what she had heard. There was another thing she had heard about him being known as lecherous among women. She wondered if that was true, making Nox feel worse about the character he was portraying, but he was happy that his reputation as a swordsman had improved compared to who he used to be. Nowadays, the rumors were about the reckless talent with an exaggerated ego, but he needed to stay in the villain role. After all, it was Nox's job to stay in the background and help the main characters shine. In the end, he was not the hero of the game. He told Zitri that enough was enough with the rumors, as he wanted to tell her to seek something out. She was not the only one who could prepare to survive in the academy. She wondered what he needed, and Nox knew it would not hurt to let her in on the plan due to her loyalty. It might even make her better at her job. With that in mind, Nox told her he wanted to study magic before his enrollment and needed her help. This surprised the green-haired girl due to the imperial law. He knew that, of course, and was not easily intimidated, but saw it more as him not holding grudges. Anyway, she understood and trusted that he had his reasons for the decision. She knew she would start by looking for textbooks on the subject, which made Nox smile as he saw she knew what to do. The boy heard a noise from outside and looked out the window, hearing about someone named Gran arriving. This was a man Nox had almost forgotten, and he felt that an important event was approaching, as it would be a chance to add many days to his life. Nox told Zitri that soon it would be time to leave for a faraway place, making her sweat as she realized another scheme. Later that day, Theodore congratulated Gran on his graduation. This man was the second oldest son of Theodore, and was naturally one of Nox's brothers. Nox immediately checked Green's stats and saw that the man was a snob and a loser, just like the rumors about Nox himself, but he was also an opportunist. But the reason his character was not widely discussed was because Nox was a bigger troublemaker in the family, and Grin had an easier path to graduation due to his cunning nature and political schemes. Each cycle, the academy accepted fewer than 1,000 students, of which only half would receive their diplomas. There was no way Grant had played fair. Theodore asked if his son had arranged to travel to Chersis, causing the man to pause before confirming. His father knew that Grin's main duty was probably to subdue monsters. Nox knew that Chersis was a natural territory south of the mansion, with a desert serving as the border between them and the eastern kingdom of Tahalan. It was notoriously barren and infested with monsters. Gren would receive a first task to stop a wave of monsters, which would be important for the boy, as the reward was recognition as an imperial knight. Gran knew about the swarms of monsters, and Theodore mentioned that the territory would prevent damage to the rest of the empire, telling his son to defend it well. Gran agreed, but Senks knew that the mission was more than just killing monsters. This side chapter in the game was connected to many other chapters, so there was a lot to gain. Nox caught his brother's attention and asked if he was aware that his presence would benefit from the chapter's gains. This question surprised Gran and made him think that his brother did not know what Chatters was like, but Nox explained what he understood, reminding Gran of the rumors he had heard since he arrived. Nox knew that Gran's ability was emerging, hearing his brother ask if Nox had really conquered the forest in the company of Italy. Nox confirmed, without hesitation or agitation, emotions that Green's ability allowed him to detect. This was also the secret behind his mastery of cunning conduct. Gran also asked about the combat in the training hall and Zitri's help, things that Nox also confirmed while activating his Steel Heart ability against detection ability. Brother Rui said he had reasons to refuse, stating that he would be too busy to retrieve Nox's dead body. Suddenly, Theodore said that Nox could go surprising Granny. Theodore calmed his brother and insisted on taking him. Gran tried to refuse until their dad shot him a look. He looked at Nox and told him to make good use of his remaining 3 days. Then he left. The boy was surprised by how easy everything was. Nox wondered if Theodore was planning something. But his thoughts were interrupted by Grain asking what Nox's plans were, and if he had lost his mind. Nox said he lost it a while ago, causing Grain to grab Nox by the collar and tell him to be more careful. He said it would be a shame if he got hurt before even leaving for Chatters. Suddenly, someone seemed to have knocked over a bottle of wine. Nox turned around and saw Zet stumbling behind him. When Zet tripped and the wine slipped from his hands, Nox was surprised to turn around and see it splattered on his clothes. The girl with green hair bent down and apologized for her clumsiness. She suggested he wait in the room while she got him a clean shirt, which made Gran let go of the boy. Nox apologized to his brother and said he would step away, moving off and saying that in 3 days they could continue to reconnect. This made the older brother grind his teeth and clench his fist. As the boy with purple eyes walked through the hallways with Zitri by his side, he thanked the maid for what she did to spare him from the conversation, but he could not help but sigh at the number of adversities that Nox seemed to attract daily. She changed the subject to ask if he was really sure about going with Gwithgor to Chairs. Nox interrupted her, and was about to confirm when he was interrupted by a sharp scream from Lona, who ran up to him and asked if he had lost his mind. Nox wondered if the brown-haired girl had forgotten that he was her master. But he sighed and insisted that the decision had already been made. He questioned what the big problem was with him going to Chatters, thinking it was appropriate. Zeter agreed with Lona and was worried about Nox's safety, believing that Chatters was very dangerous, despite his brave spirit, as there were thousands of monsters and bandits known to reside on Earth. The number did not scare him. Lox believed that it only meant there were more things to hunt and more life to steal. He reassured the maids that he had plans for such dangers. He was about to tell Lona and Zitri that they would both stay at the mansion while he carried out the campaign alone. However, Zitri interrupted him with a stern tone and stated that she would not let him do that. The girl with green hair kept reminding him that she was an assistant exclusively at his service, so she had the duty to assist him regardless of his location. This meant she would follow him to the Chatters. Nox said that this would risk her getting hurt, but she was well aware of that. She reminded him that he could also get hurt, since they were both going to a dangerous place, especially because she heard from Lona that Nox was delicate. Zitri kept asking if Nox thought his delicacy could allow for an unsupported journey, given his frequent memory lapses and inexperience with laundry. She asked if he believed a journey without help was feasible. The boy ran his hand through his hair, realizing he had forgotten this was no longer a game. Such details of life mattered, and if he died, Zitra's position in the mansion would become even more precarious. For her to come with him was really the safest choice. With that, Kinox decided to agree. He said she should not drag them down and suggested she get to know K, his horse. Z understood and was already one step ahead. She was about to say she had a great relationship with Ki, but this information shocked Lona and made her ask how that had happened. The maid with green hair said she used the best sugar lumps that cost half her monthly salary. But that only strengthened the friendship between her and the horse. Lona was jealous of that, since she always got bad hay for the horse. She kept complaining until Nox hit her and turned to leave, saying Lona would continue with her usual duties at the castle. Zitri would accompany him on the trip. Then he told the girl with green hair to prepare well. But Nox could not help but wonder if she was worried about his safety. A knock was heard, causing everyone to freeze and look around in confusion. The door opened, revealing Rodwell, who informed Nox that he was being summoned to receive an item. This surprised Nox, as his father wanted to give him something. He remembered Theodore's words and wondered if it was about that. But he would soon find out. The boy met Teeter and mentioned the summons, which Theodore confirmed. He wondered if his son could really handle the item in some way. They both looked at the blade that was in an open box. It was one that Teeter explained belonged to the founder of the family. Knox was surprised by the situation, as this was not what he expected to receive at all. Every time Knox played the game, he had never seen a glimpse of this sword. And still, even after 27 complete matches, making him think he was a professional, there was a sword he had never heard of. He wondered why Teeter was offering it to him and could not understand his intentions. But it made him think the sword would be important later. Teeter spoke, knowing that the sword looked humble, interrupting Knox's thoughts. His father assured him that this was the sword that the first leader of the family had wielded his whole life. Knox asked how he could demonstrate his skill in handling it, to which his father simply told him to hold it. With that, the boy took it and lifted it only to suddenly feel a heavy, dark aura coming from the blade. He realized that it was absorbing his magical energy and noticed that the color of the blade had also begun to change. This made Teeter stand up when he saw his son feeling the flow of energy. The boy nodded, and his father explained that the sword absorbed the magic of its wielder before multiplying it several times. This surprised the boy, and he asked if it was a blade that should not be handled lightly. He was interrupted by the sword absorbing his magical energy again. The system warned the boy that his magical energy was depleting at an alarming rate and was negatively affecting the action he was performing, which worried him. Teeter spoke again, saying that if Knox wanted to be the next owner of the sword, he had to hold it for a full 10 minutes. This was something Knox could not imagine. Teeter said the sword was called Stormbringer. The sword was currently under containment, and the system told Knox that it would absorb magical power while converting it into attribute points, and would also emit amplified magical power. This information was not really helping Knox at the moment, as he was trembling from how much it was negatively affecting him. Knox soon realized that his magical energy had been completely drained. Then, the sword decided to use its life as alternative fuel. This confused him, as the system alerted him that his remaining lifespan was quickly decreasing, which worried the boy a lot. He believed he needed to drop the sword for his own safety. However, Knox saw that it seemed like his hands did not want to let go of the sword, despite his efforts. This frustrated Knox, as he was upset with the situation he was stuck in. Teeter watched, thinking about how the sword, the Stormbringer, was a rather wicked weapon. It would lead the bearer to destruction in exchange for its service, and the history and fame of his family came from its blade, but no descendant of its first owner had managed to master it. Most of those who tried fainted the moment they picked it up. Something that Teeter had witnessed many times. If someone lasted 10 minutes on the first attempt, it would be a true accomplishment. Even Teeter only managed to last an hour after all those years of training with him. And still, something in Teeter drove him to challenge the 14-year-old boy, who had yet to develop his magic. When Knox saved the dying young servant, it became clear that amidst all the recent disturbances was Knox, which was hardly a coincidence. The boy was growing, and his potential was revealing itself. Then Teeter wondered if the boy would exceed his expectations, watching as Knox fell to his knees, still holding the blade. Perhaps Knox's talents compared to those of the three Supremas. Just the idea was reason enough for Teeter to test the boy. Would he be able to withstand the determined time? Teeter believed that Knox would become the most powerful leader in the history of the Lion Rubbers. Knox pointed the blade at the ground as he began to crack the gasping floor. While Teeter believed his son had the potential to surpass him, the boy bared his teeth and turned to the older man, who mentioned how he suspected the boy was hiding the power he possessed within himself. Knox was about to ask what was happening until his father passed by him, saying that the sword now belonged to Knox. But that did not make Knox happy, considering he had lost so much of his life. 3 days later, it was time to head to Chados, and Teeter felt pleased, mentioning how kind it was of Teeter to give the boy a bag to keep all his things. Still, Knox was not happy, which left Teeter confused, as she thought he was excited for the expedition, but he seemed so upset. He sighed and wondered if he should feel grateful to his dad for the bag after the sword had drained most of his remaining time. He looked ahead at Gran, who was talking to the others. Knox knew his brother had taken a small fortune and exaggerated his burden of being there. But Knox did not care, since he would also use his brother. Shouts were heard as there seemed to be problems with the direction to Chatters. This left G angry with a man named Ron, who had been hired by Jin to guide them. The men argued, and Zitri looked at Knox, who called the guides fools for leading them the wrong way, so he went to his brother to discuss the problem. Gr tried to wave off Knox, But Nox continued his words, which seemed to irritate Gran. Nox asked if it did not worry him that he might find the right way for them. Gran did not believe his brother thought he could be a guide. Nox suggested using his talent for just one day, since several of his peers had said he had a remarkable talent for finding paths. Gran had doubts, but was still surprised by the statement while Zeter looked on with the same surprise. However, his expression was because Nox was lying so casually. Without hesitation, a late arrival could pose a serious problem. But if Nox failed to do what he claimed in front of everyone, it would supposedly weaken his spirits and bring satisfaction to Gren. After all, risking a slightly extended journey was not the worst choice. Gre decided to allow it, which made Nox smile and tell everyone to follow him. Later that day, a camp was set up for everyone to rest at night. Gra complained to his guides about how Nox had found the way so quickly, since they were in a territory where even the most experienced guides had difficulties. The older brother continued his furious complaints, while Nox silently observed from a distance, knowing it was easy for him since he already knew the paths from his previous experience in games. Terrators was a strategic location he had visited hundreds of times, but Z wanted to ask the boy directly how he managed to find the way so quickly. Nox stated that it was the terrain that helped him. She was confused until she saw the claw marks of an evil bear, a type of monster native to the southern region, and found near the southern borders of Chatters. This information surprised the girl with green hair, but it also worried her about the possibility of being attacked. But he reassured her, saying that bears are afraid of fire. Everyone nearby was gossiping among themselves about how Nox was a different person and could even surpass his well-mannered brother from the academy. This made Gran even more upset, and he asked one of the servants to confirm Nox's success against the twins, which Schutz confirmed. With that, Gran wanted to see the boy's skills for himself. Then Schutz said there was the perfect item to help, pulling out a bag that Gran laughed wickedly at seeing while looking at Nox. In the middle of the night, everyone went to bed and even the guards seemed sleepy. A monster rustled through the trees towards the camp, something Nox had already expected. He already had the blade in hand before getting up and telling Zeter not to leave the tent. The leaves swayed in the wind as Nox stepped out of the tent and faced the 4 monsters he knew as ogres. Although he knew the camp was safe from monsters, the boy looked at what he knew had attracted the monsters to them. That mud must have been mixed with ogre pheromones, which caught the attention of the ogres, whose senses were heightened for mating season, so they would not be able to resist. Nox knew that the mud must have been Gran's idea to put him in danger, but he was not alarmed by their presence and even greeted the ogres while drawing Storbringer. The monsters snarled before charging at the boy who blocked their attack, leaped into the air, and plunged his blade into the back of one of the ogres. The other ogres tried to aim their clubs at him, but he was quicker and passed by them, cutting them down along the way. Everyone screamed in pain when Nox looked at the dark sword. Realizing that all his worries about it draining him were wrong, he smiled before continuing the massacre, feeling as if the sword could read his mind and start to move in advance. Now there was only one ogre left, but he was staggering, dropping his weapon and trying to escape. However, Nox whistled for call, causing the horse to transform into its true form. Nox mounted and galloped toward the ogre, slicing him. Nox let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that his remaining time had increased by 1 day and 9 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Zeter peeking in and asking if everything was okay. He reminded her of his request, but she ignored his words and was surprised to see the bodies of the ogres. She asked if she should call the night patrol. Nox said it was not necessary, as the ogres were invited. This confused her until he explained that it was Gran's idea to put them against each other, and that is why Gran's tent was set apart. Zeter asked if that meant Granny was planning to restrict Nox, which the boy confirmed without hesitation. He explained that it could potentially pose an obstacle to Graham's pursuit of house leadership. Graham probably wanted to test his abilities. These cowardly schemes were probably the only way for him to gain a decisive advantage over Garen, his older brother, who was a superior swordsman. But Graham could learn a lesson about how that did not work out with Nox. The boy grabbed a flask, asking Zeter if she knew what further provoked the ogres. He then squeezed ogre blood into it, as that was what provoked them, just like humans, since they could not forget a revenge when their relatives were killed. Ols hooted throughout the night as Grau was awakened by the buzzing of the crystal balls. This confused him, as they only made that noise in the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered what could be the case until he heard banging noises when his servants burst in to tell him they were under attack. Gran stepped out of the tent and saw swarms of ogres. A chill ran down Gran's spine as he hoped they would not chase him. But the sun was seen rising as everyone finally fought against the ogres and were cleaning up. Granny was screaming with kicks for potentially making a mistake, but even the servant was confused. However, Nox seemed completely unconcerned with the situation and asked Zecher if she agreed that the morning was wonderful. She agreed and mentioned that breakfast was ready, but also told Nox that the maids do not sit with their employers. Nox said that was not the case now, as there were worse situations, like swarms of ogres that had attacked Gren's tent. This made it look with disdain while sighing at the audacity of the person she served. Nox laughed and started eating while watching the tents being taken down. Seeing how they were not going to throw away the bloody one, the girl asked what they were going to do about it, and Nox pretended not to know. Zecher explained that the blood stain would attract more ogres, but that was something Nox already knew and was exactly how he wanted it. However, he would not tell Zeter this to avoid her complaining, but it was the perfect opportunity for more time alive. When he finished his breakfast, he realized he would need more ogres soon. In the distance, Nox heard a rumble and told the green-haired girl that they would join the rest. Meanwhile, a lost ogre was walking through the forest until it seemed to sense something. It turned around confused before being suddenly overpowered and killed in seconds. It was already the second day of their journey, and Nox had successfully understood the typography of the area, which made him feel relieved given the length of the journey. Graham asked Nox about his plan with the ogres that were chasing them, asking if it was possible to throw them off. What did Nox confirm? He said they could choose to calm the disturbance, but that would also attract other monsters. It would be wiser to just get out of the forest quickly. However, Gray did not believe those words, and was upset that the soldiers were conforming to Nox's standards instead of their own. Another soldier approached and asked Nox why he was stepping on the ground. It was because he knew some monsters were known to come out of the ground, causing panic among the others. The boy looked down and confirmed, explaining that they were crossing a certain habitat. When everyone began to feel the ground shake, Zedra got scared and screams were heard. Nox announced that the worm was coming as he saw it emerge from the ground. This was a monster that mainly resembled a worm or a python, but such resemblance concealed the fact that it was a dragon with a deformity issue, due to which it could not use magic. However, it was still powerful, as it was not uncommon for dozens of ogres to try to fight it only to meet a collective end. This was also the reason why he was looking for such a monster, seeing it eat the horse, since none of the others knew that Nox was stomping the ground to invite it. The boy turned to the others and told them to hide in the bushes, which confused them. Nox smiled when he remembered that he had said that ogres would not be a problem for them. In fact, that was not technically wrong, even though throwing the ogres out was not in his initial plan. He saw the other swarms of ogres coming out of the forest. Zetri had a worried expression on her face as she felt scared by the legion of ogres. But Nox reassured her and asked the girl with green hair if she knew what the most and least preferred creatures of a worm were. She looked confused before flinching at the thunder. Nox explained that the answer to both was ogres, while the two species fought. The boy explained that ogres were the worms' preferred prey, but they also were not their closest friends. An advanced adventurer should know how to turn such situations to their advantage. The worm screamed and crushed one of the ogres, while the other monsters tried to hit with their clubs. While everyone looked in shock at how the two species tried to finish each other off, Gran gritted his teeth and wondered if Nox had predicted this. Zetri wondered if they should just wait, but Nox had other plans. The boy with purple eyes watched the battle and started throwing some stones at the ogres, which confused Zeter about how that would help. As the ogres kept getting killed, the system informed Nox that his energy was increasing along with his life, extending his life by 8 hours for each ogre defeated. This was not something he would explain to the green-haired maid, but he needed to improve his stats. Nox realized that all the ogres were now dead. Gra wondered what the plan was now, since he could not face it alone. Then Nox stood up and ordered the soldiers to aim for the worm's mouth. There was hesitation, but everyone eventually followed what Nox said. As the boy activated his ability to slow down time and moved forward, the arrows and spears slowed in the air. Nox jumped and slashed the worm several times, spinning and landing as the ability stopped, showing the worm exploding with blood due to his actions. This added 10 days to his life, which was more than expected. But he liked that the big monsters benefited him so much. Although it would not have been so easy without the ogres. When Nox's resistance reached 5, his temporary feature expired, which was part of the details when he had activated the scroll all that time ago. It was a shame. But at least he had managed to get there. Nox clenched his fist, and everyone was checking on the boy, hoping for his skills. Nox was about to respond until he was interrupted by more cracking and booming sounds as the other worm burst from the ground. Nox was a bit surprised by the presence of a second worm. However, he would be even more surprised when someone shouted for the others to get out of the way, as the worm was immediately slashed and killed by a new person. This monocle-wearing person was someone Nox recognized, and he wondered why she was there. Nox wondered what this monocle-wearing person was doing here, recognizing the character immediately. Everyone else also recognized who this person was and knew they were students of someone named Chelsis, the genius swordsman, the strongest unit in the universe and one of the 3 supreme beings alongside Tidor. This man was called to Celsus. This new man asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they should refrain from expressing gratitude when they were saved. Nox recalled that this was also the man who harbored a great hatred for nobility. Shuz felt offended on behalf of Green and asked if Paracelso knew who Green was. But Paracelso just gave a passive-aggressive response. Paracelso introduced himself and said he was a type of mercenary. Nox remembered how this man was expected to hate nobles, given his background. But more importantly, he should not have appeared on the scene until the Academy chapter began. In his previous life, Nox had played this game countless times, but Celso had never appeared before the academic year began. The boy wondered what was happening, clenching his fist as he looked at Paracelso, wondering what he would do now. The sun began to set as the group rode across the terrain, and Green tried to talk to the mercenary, asking if he was also heading to Chatters. Paracelsus confirmed and said he was heading there to hunt monsters. This made Nox think, remembering that Paracelsus was a man who traveled to different realms of the Empire to prepare before the school year started. Nox wondered if the realm he traveled to was chosen randomly each time. Gren realized that Paracelsus was traveling alone, which meant that the man with the monocle showed confidence in himself and his abilities. Then, Gran mentioned that he paid his men well and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining the campaign against the wave of monsters. Nox looked at his brother with an raised eyebrow, murmuring as he thought before stepping away and saying he was intrigued by the idea of working with the Lenhaba family. Nox watched from a distance as Schutz tried to defend and take offense on Green's behalf. But Granny interrupted and waved her hand to stop the other man. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and think carefully. Grant had seen this man take down a worm with a single blow, so he wanted to have him under his command to regain the trust of his soldiers that Nox had taken from him. The group finally arrived at the destination that Nox announced to the others. Looking ahead and seeing how the place was much more desolate in real life than in the game, they were allowed to pass through the gate and Gran clicked his tongue when he saw rats running. But his attention was diverted to a girl weakly asking if he had any food to offer. Gray looked at the girl with disgust and pulled his horse away from her, making her step back in surprise. Nox also averted his gaze, which made the girl's expression wilt and her head drop. Paracelso looked at the girl and also gave a click with his tongue. The group was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Taigen, greeting the others and explaining that he was the head of the city guard. He had already heard the news that Grand was on his graduate mission and was having Nox for support. He continued to speak with the noble while Paracelso remarked that he might have been too deluded about the children of a supreme being somehow different from other nobles, since they were chosen to represent the family. When the mercenary witnessed Nox fighting against the worm, Nox did not seem that bad at fencing. But Paracelso still believed that these Lenhubers were spoiled from start to finish. He looked around in disappointment and observed the city, realizing how evidently disordered it was. The city's inhabitants did not have the capacity to withstand the monstrous wave, making Celso wonder if those who had not starved to death were really the most fortunate. As the sun was almost setting, it was decided that they would discuss everyone's tasks the next day. Then, Taigen took them to an inn, where everyone could rest. They all dismounted from their horses and began to prepare for the night. Gra looked at Paracelsus, who had mentioned the proposal earlier, leaving Green excited, until Paracelsus rejected the offer without hesitation. Green furrowed his brows in confusion and asked if Paracelsus knew what he was saying, wondering if the man with the monocle intended to prepare for the wave of monsters without help. Nox observed from a distance, while Paracelsus explained that his intention was to proceed as planned previously. But he wished luck to Grenna. Green called Paracelsus a plebeian. However, this only made the mercenary laugh, as he had already been the target of much harsher comments like bum. Even so, Paracelsus still wished Gran good luck navigating all the challenges. Then Nox believed this was the end of their interactions, and wondered if their paths would cross again in the future. Night fell and Nox told Zeter to get some good rest since they would be busy the next day. He went to the room only to notice that the girl from earlier was outside, sitting near a campfire with other children. The girl jumped in surprise when her attention was caught as Nox asked if she was not looking for food. All the children looked at Nox in surprise when he pulled out a bag full of bread. He handed the bread to the children, making the girl cry with happiness. Nox knew he could not save everyone, and this action was just him, acting with the little goodwill that his otherworldly self used to have. But the kids were still happy with that kind action, while they ate their food, something Nox did not want them to beg for anymore. Besides, Nox and the others needed to find ways to survive in this city. In the distance, it seemed like Zeter was watching what Nox was doing, smiling softly at the fact that the boy had displayed a cold demeanor earlier. The next day, Tigan was explaining to the others how every year the south of Chairs would be plagued by a monster outbreak frequently. In their efforts to fend it off, the city had nowhere to turn but to the king's subsidy and support. As they passed through the area, Gran asked if the palisade served as the city's only defense, to which Tigan confirmed it. Although everything needed some repairs, Nox looked at the walls and sighed upon seeing them, knowing that the whole city would be massacred in an hour when the waves began to advance. This campaign was just a sub-episode in the game. Nox could choose whether to save the city or not, but so far he had always chosen to save it. Well, you ask, because the city becomes extremely valuable, as Chalater becomes one of the most profitable lands in the Empire. Tigan continued to talk with the noble boys and explained that this year the monsters were proliferating at an alarming rate, something they had never seen before. Nox realized that these people had no idea how that unusual increase would end up helping this land. But that would be for the future them to discover. There were residents who reported seeing a griffin that made everyone freeze, and Gran murmured thoughtfully, asking where it had been seen. Blocking the advance of that griffin was crucial for the success of the campaign, since such creatures were known as the kings of the desert, and at least in this game, they should be kept away and certainly not hunted. Despite this, Nox's plan was to hunt it. Everyone looked at the desert they could see, while Tigan explained that it was a neutral territory serving as a border with Tahalan. Nox finally spoke up and wondered if no one was curious, since the known habitats of griffins did not even come close to the cities of Chaders. So he asked if they were not known to inhabit Tahalan most of the time, questioning why their presence was close to Chad in the first place. A cold hour fell upon the men when Nox realized that the reaction answered his question about who the traitor would be, and was the signal for the beginning of a submission. The first thing Nox would do would be to eliminate the infectious rot from the city. Later, Schutz was seen crumpling some papers in anger, feeling that Nox was starting to become a major obstacle in his plans. Nox's scheme had caused Schutz to lose Gren's favor. He gritted his teeth in anger, feeling that he had wasted all his time buttering up Gran to win his favor. But his angry thoughts were interrupted when I heard Zeter coming down the stairs of the inn. Schutz remembered that the girl was Nox's servant and a commoner. He immediately thought of a plan. He slapped his hand against the wall next to her. He grabbed her arm and pulled her close, leaving her confused and wondering what he intended to do. The man said it was obvious, and that they should find a place to talk, but it pulled her hand away and tried to back off. However, Schutz continued his advances and said that, as a knight on a mission, he still needed some fun and asked Zitri if it was not the same for her. He grabbed her shoulder, and the girl with green hair was about to respond until she realized that fighting against the man would put Nox on the wrong side of Gran and expose him to all kinds of scorn within her family. She decided to let things happen to try to protect Nox. Schutz said that she, as Nox's servant, should pay the price for Nox's actions. However, Nox's voice was heard as he said he was more than willing to pay for it himself. Sounds of cuts were heard, and Zitri looked surprised at Nox, holding a bloody blade. The boy looked coldly at Schutz, telling him to name the price that he would have Nox pay for Schutz's failed efforts. The man was confused and said that Nox would not get away with what he did by mutilating Granny's knight. But Nox did not care and cut off Schutz's other arm, which made him scream even more in pain. Shutsets asked if Nox thought he could hide behind the family name. But his words were interrupted by Nox mentioning that it was Schutz himself who was trying to hide behind the names of Elia and Haber. The man's last moments were spent looking at Nox's blade, which was then plunged into Shutz's back, killing him. Zetri was worried about what would happen to Cox because of his actions. But the answer would soon be found when Granny entered the inn and asked if he had killed Schutz. The boy immediately answered, which made Jen yell at his brother. But Nox asked if it would be fair to ask what happened instead of yelling. Gra grabbed Nox's collar and demanded an explanation with a threat, to which Nox simply replied that Schutz had tried to violate his help, and that he did not want to stand by and let that happen. This answer did not satisfy Gren, but Nox asked if Gren was sure of his priorities, suspending a measure of power from his body to show intimidation. Gran was shocked by the sight of what Nox was capable of, not believing in the power he now possessed compared to before. Nox's brother said that the boy could have at least reported to him before anything. But Nox interrupted and reminded him how he was known as the black sheep of the family, and how reporting and waiting were not his strong suits. With that, Nox suggested that the judgment be postponed, and that they let their father make the final decision. Granny swallowed nervously and reluctantly agreed, making Nox smile before telling Z that it was time to go. After that, they promptly left, while the older brother stayed behind wondering how long Nox had been like this and why the sword felt so familiar. But Gran knew he should not underestimate the boy anymore. Nox knew there would be commotion among the soldiers, as they were divided into factions and were at a crossroads where they would have to decide whether to follow Grar or Nox. He looked at Sed asking if she was okay, but she asked the same question back, wondering about him protecting her, when it would probably make the situation worse. Nox asked the girl with green hair if she knew what kind of person the master she served was, reminding her that he was the useless one from the Linaba family, explaining to her that no matter where they were, she should never lower her head, which touched her and she agreed. The inn. Gran slammed his mug on the table angrily about how Nox had gone from being a troublesome task to a completely different person, along with the fact that the sword Nox wielded looked similar to his father's sword. Gran wanted to be cautious with the boy since Schutz had left, but his thoughts were interrupted by the other man from before entering the room to report that the mess was resolved. Besides agreeing that Nox was different from the rumors, Nox was not just different, but Gran believed that this man was also different, as he should be the captain of the Order of Knights that had been operating around there. This confused Gran, since Nox knew the place better for some reason, since the monster wave had not started. Gran was going to use the Knight's order, instructing the man to get rid of all the bandits and monsters nearby, and to report anything that happened with Nox immediately. The man agreed and left promptly, while Nox was still outside with Zetri inspecting some vials. When Zeter asked if he had looked around the walls, he said yes, and the girl with green hair asked how they would stop the wave, to which Nox walked off somewhere with the girl and Tao. Nox said he was thinking about recruiting someone new, because he knew there was a genius in this small village, a woman named Alina, a character Nox would recruit every time he came to Chatters, a talented potion maker and also Nox's potion transport. He walked through the alleys while Zeter asked if there really was a genius potion maker in a place like this. Nox confirmed and explained that she had her own reasons for staying in such a place, that this was the hidden route to clear Chatters. In the future, Lena would be working for someone else instead of the Ark Empire. If someone did not complete chairs with the hidden route, they would never be able to get Lena. They continued down as if Nox knew where he was going. Zeter noticed a light, pointed to it, and went into the building to witness a drunk woman looking at them. Nox greeted her. The woman screamed in surprise at the presence of other people, and Zetri was incredulous that the potion-making genius was a drunk. After calming down a bit, Alina apologized for her behavior, and Nox said they needed to talk. Nox thought about Alina's character at this point in the story and had to take her to the party, despite her flaws. Noting the statistics and reading that her only negative trait was being a drunk, he sighed, knowing that the Lenhaber family probably would not recruit such brilliant characters. Nox said they had no choice. Zeter tried to say that it was not wise to recruit drunks. Nox agreed but said it was complicated. Alina asked why they came, and Nox got straight to the point, wanting Alina to join his team in exchange for giving her what she needed most. She did not know what he was talking about and tried to decline, but Nox knew her reasons were related to May, surprising her with his knowledge. Nox immediately explained that Maya would be executed soon, shocking the woman even more. Nox said things could change if she accepted his offer. Then he asked once more, wanting to know if he had changed her opinion a little. Alina thought about Nox's words, feeling conflicted about the offer and the situation regarding her friend. It was with the person who faced the knights for his decisions, like raising taxes. And May was also Alina's only friend. She told Tiga and his men that they were not doing anything for the city, despite receiving funding. But the man just looked at her angrily before eventually dragging May away. Alina wished it was her who had been dragged away after reacting aggressively, crying over her weak attitude in trying to rescue her own friend and believing that Nox would not save the redhead either. Either way, she did not think she would be able to forget this situation for a long time. For quite a while, in a tap, the men Gron had hired were drinking all night and laughing at how he was an idiot. They were pretending to be a knightly order, and Gran seemed to believe it without suspecting. Everyone laughed, and one of the men said it was worth rummaging through the residence of the wrong knight, order to get the badge that could earn them even bigger jobs. If they showed this to the Lionaba family, they believed they would receive the benefits worthy of someone in the captain's position of the Ron Knight Order. Things got even better since the main guy's name was also Ron. Ron said that if they kept Gran as a hostage, they could get a big payout. They continued to laugh when another guy spoke up and asked if their actions were right, since they were dealing with the most influential family of the three Dark Ones. But the others confronted the man and called him a coward and an idiot. He stepped back and Ron calmed everyone down. He stood up and rhetorically asked if they knew where they were, explaining that they were in a city that even the Imperial family had abandoned. Ron suggested that they should just keep Gran as a hostage and get the money before fleeing, as he believed that no matter how influential the Lionaba family was, they would not be able to do anything in a hostile nation surrounded by sand. They continued talking, but one guy said that Nox was also with them. Ron agreed that the kid was dangerous and said they should not get involved until they finished things. Another guy said there was no worry since Nox was just a child. So everyone kept laughing and drinking once again until the candles went out. Suddenly everyone was confused and started getting agitated. Ron told everyone to calm down until he felt blood on him, which confused him. He looked around and noticed someone had been decapitated and heard the screams of others, further confusing Han as he walked to see another dead body. Ron realized there were enemies and shouted for them to reveal themselves. Nox was behind him with a cold look, calling them all worms before Ron backed off. Nox was surprised by their hiding place and asked why they had the audacity to rob the Lionaba family and overestimate themselves. Ron said that Nox was mistaken, but Nox interrupted him and already knew about his crimes along with Tegan and how they wanted to use Gran. The man gritted his teeth and asked what Nox wanted, saying that all he needed to do was look the other way. This time the men started to surround Nox, threatening the scared boy, while Nox activated his sword and spun to cut several men, asking Ron if there was anyone naive enough to believe that. R ordered everyone to grab the boy, so they all charged at Nox, but he easily dodged the attacks and quickly killed them. Ron watched from a distance, believing that Nox had been hiding these skills all along. Then the man drew his blade and activated some power, telling Nox to remember that he was dying because of his arrogance. The others believed Ron would win when the man used his southern sword technique, but Nox was not alarmed. He simply cut the attack and destroyed him with his brilliant talent as a swordsman. Everyone was shocked by this action, and Nox killed those around him, calling them worms again. Nox asked why they had the audacity to ask what he wanted, when he already had exactly what he desired. He proceeded to activate the same technique that Ron had used. After Nox activated Ron's technique and destroyed the attack, the kid drew his blade and prepared the southern sword technique. During this, Nox thought about geniuses and what it meant to be one. He felt like he was standing in the middle of a vast white space in white clothes, continuing to ask himself if being a genius meant just being more exceptional than other people. He stepped forward and ended up in something that looked like some kind of mirror. If being a genius was not about being more exceptional, then it meant someone who proved they could reach a higher level that most people could not achieve. The mirror shattered, and Nox felt as if ever since the moment he risked his life, he had been questioning himself repeatedly. What does it mean to be a genius? With a smile, Nox returned to reality. He knew that the sword technique he was using at the moment would not be much compared to the techniques he would learn in the future, but it would definitely be enough against his enemies. All the other bandits were cut down due to the breadth of the attack, while Ron could only fall to the ground in despair over his plans being thwarted so easily. The southern sword technique of Titer was something that took Ron over 10 years of his life to master, and now a kid like Nox had somehow understood it in seconds. Nox stepped on the blade that Ron was wielding, looking at the man with a cold gaze. The brown-haired man snapped out of his shock and shouted, jumping back while trying to threaten that Taigen would not let Nox escape with the things if Nox killed Ron or that Taigen might have already heard what Nox had done. None of those threats bothered Nox, who simply said there were no witnesses, interrupting Ron by explaining that he was just killing them. Ron was still confused about this, so the boy put a finger in his mouth to silence Ron while Nox explained that if no one lived to tell the story, it would just seem like a murder. The boy kept a smile on his face, knowing what the world would think before he cut and killed Ron. Somewhere in a dungeon, Mei was being held captive and was chained to the brick walls while muttering to herself. Taigen was talking to her and found out that she did not want to work, nor be sold to other nobles. But the girl did not speak at first, so the man slapped Mei to make her talk. She just smiled and said she would not listen to people like him, making him grab her face and assert that there was nothing she could do at that moment. He told her that the only thing someone as low as her could do was struggle on the ground. But suddenly she spat on him. Taigen paused for a moment and asked what she was doing before slapping her again, wondering if she wanted to be sold to a dark wizard. Meo thought about her past, and how a teacher had told her she had mixed the potion wrong, despite having tried her best, which meant she probably had no aptitude for the subject. The girl apparently had no talent from the start, neither in alchemy, nor in fencing, or anything else. The teacher got excited when he reached Alina's potion, and felt like he had nothing more to teach the girl, continuing to praise the half-elf while Meo felt almost jealous. But she saw the teacher sighing about how Alina was a war orphan, but came from a noble family, and had a chance to at least leave the orphanage. Elena was a genius at alchemy, and seemed like someone who did not belong in a place like the orphanage from the very beginning. The half-elf girl always had a glow around her, but despite that, she always tried to play with Mei and had that radiant smile that made the red-haired girl feel a helpless envy of Alina. That is why she decided to sacrifice herself instead of Elena, because she was sure that Alina would accomplish much more than someone like Mei ever could. She told Taigen that fighting on the ground was the norm throughout her life, and that whatever he wanted to do with her after her death was not her problem. Mei did not want to become a burden to Alina, so she allowed Taigen to keep hitting her, until a voice retreated in the room saying to stop hurting herself. Nox told the red-haired girl that if she left that place as a corpse, Alina would be sad. The boy and his blade walked down the hallway and Taigen asked what brought him there. Nox said that according to the law of the imperial family, he was going to execute the man. Nox mentioned to Taigen that his partner Juan was already dead, so it would be better for the man to surrender right now. Taigen hummed thoughtfully, looking at Nox and asking if the boy had come alone. Nox affirmed immediately, without hesitation. With that, Taigen smiled and said that the young master from a noble family underestimated him too much. He asked if Nox thought he could defeat Taigen on his own. Nox smiled and nodded, while Taigen drew his blade with a serious expression. Other knights began to fill the room, apparently trying to surround Nox and block the way to the cage, while Taigen ordered them to kill Nox. Shouts were heard from all the men advancing toward the light-haired boy, who looked forward without alarm. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before activating his time deceleration ability. Everything started to slow down, almost as if everything were frozen in time and the 5-minute limit began. But that would not be a problem for Nox. The boy passed through all the knights, cutting them down along the way without caring about anything. He held his bloodied blade and entered the cell where Taigen and Mei were. He passed by Taigen as well and looked at the man's face while the clock kept ticking. He ended up next to Mei, reaching out to touch her face. The ability was still active, but he decelerated to return to reality in order to pour something in between. She asked who he was. Nox immediately gave her his name as his vision blurred. He told her that everything would be over once she woke up from her sleep. The girl was taken to an unconscious state, probably because of what Nox had poured on her. Taigen turned in shock upon realizing that Nox had apparently already defeated his men and was in the prison cell. When Taigen turned around, he did not notice that Nox had done something to him, causing him to topple and fall to the rocky ground. As he struggled to get up, he turned and saw that his feet had been cut off. This left him very confused, as he had not seen it happen. All the knights screamed in pain as their blood ran down the walls of the dungeon. Nox approached Taigen and said he should not think he would die so easily. Taigen looked at Nox with a perplexed expression and a chill down his spine. He could not believe what was happening and that he, the great Taigen, had lost to a mere child. The boy coldly looked at Taigen as Nox once again what it meant to be a genius at that moment. He pointed his blade at Taigen, pausing for a moment before thinking that it was Nox, the character, who was a genius, raising the sword in the air. The boy wondered what it meant to be a genius for the character before proceeding to stab and kill Taigen. In that moment, Taigen could not help but see his life flash before his eyes. When Taigen was younger, his father was the captain of the Knights of the Chades Mercenary Corps. That man was supposedly the most remarkable person in the village for everyone, including Taigen. Every man wanted to be like Taigen's dad. But it seemed that Taigen saw a different story about his dad behind closed doors, even though people respected that man in public. While Taigen's dad held his mother's hair with his bloodied hand after beating her, the older man asked his son if he knew why the townspeople followed him. The boy looked away and said he did not know why. Then Taigen's dad placed his hand on Taigen's head, saying that the answer was strength. He explained that having overwhelming strength can let a person get away with anything. And that was the law of a city on the borders of the Archaean Empire. Taigen asked his dad if he was the strongest person on the continent, causing his dad to pause for a moment before releasing both his son and his wife, admitting he was not the strongest on the continent. He said he was just one of countless unknowns, and that there were numerous incredibly strong swordsmen on the continent. There were also kids Taigen's age who were geniuses, who were stronger than Taigen's dad. Taigen's dad told him that was how it was for a continent at war. Back to reality. Taigen knew that the reason he had survived for so long was because he chose not to fight those geniuses. When he saw Nox raising the blade that would bring him to ruin, the man repeated Nox's name in his mind. Taigen believed that Nox was one of the unreachable geniuses his father had mentioned, thinking that being a genius meant being so talented that no one could reach them. Because of this, Taigen let out a sigh with fear in his eyes as he spoke his last words, saying that the only reason he was dying now was that he chose to fight Nox, a supposed genius in his eyes. With that, the blade pierced Taigen's back, and Nox finally killed him. Meanwhile, Alina was sitting in her chair in her hideout, apparently in a fetal position, with her knees pulled to her chest. She had a depressed expression on her face, due to her lack of hope that Maya would ever return. But her attention was drawn when someone said Alina's name. When the half-elf girl turned her head, she saw her friend entering the building with Zetri by her side. Alina was shocked and in disbelief at May's presence. Alina hugged the red-haired girl tightly, crying a lot, saying that she was very scared. She thought that May had really left her. May reassured Lina and apologized for her actions that made Lina think that way, believing she was selfish for wanting to do things alone while leaving Lina behind. Zitri smiled at the touching scene, and Alina pulled away from the hug to ask where Nox was. The girl with green hair explained that he was wrapping up the situation and talking now. Lina was confused by the answer. As Zitter said, he believed Nox was having an honest conversation with his brother, but she knew that did not seem to be his true intention. As the night went on, Granny was impatiently tapping on the table, wondering how long Ron would keep a noble from the Lyanaba family waiting. A knock was heard, and Gran wondered who it was until he realized it was his younger brother. Nox wanted to know if Gran was available to talk for a moment. Gran wanted to know why Nox thought he would want to talk to him, but Gran noticed the blood on Nox's shirt, which made the situation seem a bit scary for him. As Nox insisted it was an important matter, the brother decided to allow it and told Nox to sit down. Meanwhile, Rodwell was telling Teeter that they received a message that Nox had eliminated the corruption within Chatters, and that Nox had requested a separate reward. Rodwell could not understand, so he handed the letter to Theater, who recalled that Chatters was a place no one wanted to bother with due to how unprofitable it was. But it was also a big headache for the Imperial family, as letting it fall would allow monsters to advance into the center. The central government allocated a significant amount of funds, troops, and also groups of mercenaries to defend relevant areas. Therefore, It could not be completely abandoned. Tyr believed that the charters had no value and agreed that all groups of criminals would be dangerous even for Gren, and that the situation would likely worsen if the wrong criminals attacked. If they could not overcome a situation of this level, they did not deserve to be called part of the Lyanaba family. Which is why Theodor placed the Knights of the Black Sword with them to prevent them from dying. Returning to the topic with Knox. Theodor did not believe that Knox had the generosity to purge the corruption for nothing, so he was confused about why he wanted authority over chatters. Knox's father read that Knox would even give up his right as the youngest son of the Lyanna family, if he could not profit. Rodwell asked if Theodor was going to reject the proposal. Theodor decided that he would accept it and still gain jurisdiction over the area, believing it was a good opportunity to see how good Knox was at managing a territory. Rodwell understood and would send a letter to the Empire to start the discussions. He proceeded to leave while Theodor read the name of the son, and wondered how far ahead the boy was planning. Birds flew over the inn on a bright morning, while Gra discovered that Ron and Tegan wanted to kill him, and that he was their subordinate. Gran was upset with the whole situation and how he fell into their traps, feeling offended that these men tried to take advantage of him, deceiving the Liuba family. Even so, the man looked up at Knox, believing he was more of a nuisance. Knox asked if his brother was afraid of him. Granny felt anger at that response, but decided to hold back for now, since he would not become a knight if he did not pass the test, so she had to accept Knox's offer. With a sigh, Gra asked the boy what he wanted, which amused Knox. He explained that all he wanted was the right to command all the soldiers under Green's command. Gra knew that, as unfortunate as it was, his life was in Knox's hands, especially since he did not know exactly how strong Knox was in exchange for command. Gra wanted Knox to remember to ensure his life and concede the outcome. Knox agreed but said that there were 2 requests, which meant another thing for Gra to give in return. This made the older brother look angry. He said he would also hand over mineral rights and artifacts from his great mine. With that, Gray insisted that Knox would take care of things properly, to which the boy said it would be easy. He stood up and said he would be in his brother's care while he was in Chatters, smiling and telling his brother he hoped he would not do anything rash. At Alina's house, Knox asked for some potions and, although they were potions she had never made before, she believed it was possible. Zeter believed it was a good answer. But he also thought that Knox's plan was too dangerous, and wondered why he needed to kill the griffin. May also agreed, but Knox said they should not be afraid, since he would not have mentioned it if it were impossible. They were being reasonable with their concern, but he had to lie, as he could not tell him about the thing he wanted to obtain. He decided to be vague about it, which Zeter reluctantly agreed to. But Knox knew that killing the griffin at the start of the game was really almost impossible, as no one had managed to do it. Well, at least that would be the case when trying to exclude Knox. The boy began to devise the plan and remembered the hidden route, the one that would make it possible to kill the griffin compared to the normal play style. This would only be revealed to the so-called stagnant water players, something Knox had been since he had finished the game 27 times. He asked if everyone understood, to which all the women nodded. The reason he wanted to kill the griffin was because the reward was really big. With that, they would proceed with the plan the next day. When the sun was setting, Inox was feeding his horse. He knew that if he did not risk his life, he would not survive, since that was the kind of world he had transmigrated to. The next day, it seemed like a huge swarm of monsters began to run through the forest while Knox watched from above, telling everyone to get ready. Alina and May confirmed, and Gran too, but with more annoyance on her face. The boy turned to the soldiers and said they only had one chance. Knox wondered why the moment felt so new. The fact that he had become Knox and the only strategist. Zeta ran after him, her voice filled with concern. Just like she had warned the day before, the plan seemed very dangerous. But Knox silenced her with a single gesture. He met her gaze calmly and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he would not die. With that, Knox jumped off the wall. His mind returned to a promise he had made but could not fulfill, all because of his terminal illness. He skillfully slowed his descent, driving his sword into the wall. Then he launched himself toward the approaching horde of monsters. To start the attack, he threw a corrosive potion at an iron golem, instantly making it a vulnerable target. The single quick strike was enough to bring down the golem. System messages flooded his vision, confirming the defeat of the iron golem and an increase in the proficiency of the southern sword technique. Knox began to slash through monsters back and forth, thinking that if he had not made that promise, He could really die there. A sly smile spread across his face as he slaughtered the creatures, provoking them to become his steps, so he could finally enjoy the game that had become his reality. His smile grew even wider upon spotting a colossal griffin flying above, facing the enormous beast. Nox greeted it with a determined look, asking if they should begin. The spectators on the walls were in pure shock. Delina, impressed by the spectacle, could not believe what she was seeing. She could not imagine a knight with such incredible combat skills. Is something like this really possible for a human? Equally astonished, commented on Nox's speed, noting that his movements were too fast for her eyes to follow. She could not help but wonder what kind of place the Heinhafer family was. Zetri provided some information about the Reinhafer family, explaining that they were renowned for swordsmanship and a place where brutal internal conflicts determined the worthy heir of the Black Sword. Zetri confidently stated that Nox was the most talented of all the candidates. Meanwhile, Grain, feeling a pang of jealousy, struggled with a headache caused by the constant praise being given to Nox. Zetri wondered why Nox never bothered to address the unpleasant rumors circulating about him. She was sure he had his reasons, even if she could not guess what they were. It was then that May spoke, admitting that the rumors about him might not be entirely true. She speculated that Nox must have compelling reasons to maintain the facade of a useless person, although she could not imagine what they might be. Zetri, with the smile of someone who knows things, acknowledged her words. She then leaned in and encouraged the others to join Nox's game, reminding them that he was a wise person. After all, before she could finish, Alina intervened, asking if Zetri wanted her to help hide Nox's true nature. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also promised to keep silent. Seeing this, Zetri could not help but smile at the camaraderie forming between them. Suddenly, the griffin's war cry echoed through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Gray, witnessing the formidable presence of the beast, could not believe that Nox actually intended to fight it. In his mind, Nox was on the brink of insanity. The battle began. The griffin lunged with its claws, but Nox skillfully dodged the attack. Seizing the opening, Nox launched an attack, but the griffin quickly used its powerful wings to soar out of reach. Once the beast was in the air, Nox shot a cold glance at Gray, a silent command to act. Although frustrated, Green knew he had to follow the orders. He commanded the troops to not fire until the griffin approached the walls of the fortress. Once it was close, they were to fire the ballistae at his signal. Grace made sure everyone understood the order, and the soldiers responded with a resounding acknowledgement, immediately preparing the ballistae. Finally, the moment arrived when the griffin approached the walls of the fortress. Gran gave the signal. With a green light, the ballistae were launched. Realizing the danger, the creature let out a scream of fear. But it was too late. A ballista projectile pierced its wing, making it scream in pain as it began a free fall towards the ground. Nox watched with a satisfied smile. He knew that neutralizing the griffin's ability to fly was key to defeating it. Without hesitation, he took a metallization potion, enhancing his resistance. Confident in his strategy, Nox revolved as his plan to take down the formidable enemy unfolded perfectly. He remembered a few days ago when Gray, consumed by anger, protested against the order to create ballistae, considering it beneath him and suggesting someone else do it. Nox's response was simple. If Green found the task so unpleasant, he could face the griffin on the battlefield himself. After a moment of reflection, Grin gave, asking how many ballistae were needed. Back in the present, Nox approached the fallen griffin. He had to admit, Gran had its uses. His instincts were good, Nox's cold, calculating gaze fixed on the wounded creature. All that was left was to see how effective Alina's potion was and finish this. Overcome by fear, the griffin tried to flee, but the searing pain in its wounded wing forced it back to the ground. Nox moved in on the struggling beast. Mocking it, he noted the griffin's frustration, pointing out that for a high-level monster, such an injury should not be anything, but the ballista bolts piercing its wing were far from normal. They had been coated with a potent poison to which the griffin was particularly susceptible. Nox told the monster to eagerly await what was coming, as the real pain would begin in 5 minutes. When the griffin swung its claws at him, Nox coldly replied that 5 minutes was all he needed. The ability, Genius Time, was activated, and in Nox's perception, everything froze. The pressure emanating from the griffin was overwhelming, quite different from the game. Still, Nox knew he would not be the one to die today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly struck multiple times from different directions. When the creature realized what was happening, Nox was already behind her. Seizing the opportunity, Nox looked at Grin and called his name. Grain, completely shocked, asked if this was really the Nox he knew. However, he reluctantly accepted the reality of the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballista again. Arrows rained down on the griffin, piercing it from various angles as its painful screams echoed through the air. Nox let out a chilling laugh as his sword began to emanate a dark aura. Pointing the weapon at the wounded beast, he displayed a cold smile and declared it was time to end this. The griffin's anguished cry tore through the battlefield as more arrows hit their target. Onlookers, both soldiers and civilians, stood frozen in shock and disbelief, witnessing the intensity of the battle, indifferent to the agony he caused. Nox advanced, unleashing a technique known as black execution. In a single swift motion, he sliced through the griffin's tearing claw. Before the mythical creature could comprehend the change in events, Nox's sword pierced through it, splitting it in two. As the griffin fell lifeless to the ground, Nox calmly sheathed his sword, declaring his victory. The time of the skill, the genius was finished, and the effort of the technique was evident in his heavy breathing. When your cold gaze fell on the surviving monsters, the chills ran down their spines. Terrified, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate attempt to survive. Upon witnessing the retreat, the people of Chattaz broke into victorious applause. A system message notified Nox that he had earned a 60-day life extension for defeating the griffin, increasing his remaining time to 179 days. The joyful expressions of the people echoed, and many shed tears of happiness. Watching the celebration, Nox could not help but smile, admitting that it felt really good to see everyone so happy. Meanwhile, Gray was paralyzed with shock at the unexpected ease with which Nox took down the formidable monster. The griffin was a high-level beast. He could not believe it had been taken down by Nox. Taking down a creature like that should have required the skill of at least an academy professor. The realization weighed on Grain as he wondered if he had no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's strength. He realized that if everything Nox showed was real, it could bring a massive shift in the successor ranking within their family. After a moment of contemplation, Gray made a firm decision. He had to align himself with the winning side. Approaching Nox with the soldiers, he took control, stating that he would oversee the removal of the griffin's body while leaving Nox in charge of distributing the loot. Nox was intrigued by this unexpected gesture. Before leaving, Green advised him to go back and rest a bit. With a wise smile, Nox acknowledged the impact his show of strength had on his brother. When Gran left, Nox seized the moment to access the hidden clear rewards. A message appeared detailing the item he had obtained. The Heart of the Griffin. It was a varied advanced grade item with a wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Jungle. Its special effect allowed it to be used in creating an elixir that could alter resistance and agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could increase or decrease those statistics. Some time later, in Alina's room, the Heart of the Griffin was in her hand. She agreed with Nox. There was no doubt that there was a wind power inside it. She speculated that with it they could create elixirs or equipment that previously only existed in rumors. Not having much time to lose, was determined to use the heart for an elixir. He asked Alina how long it would take. Alina explained that it depended on the situation. With the tools she had at the moment, it could take a while. Determined to speed things up, Nox offered to provide all the necessary tools. But in the middle of the conversation, he made an unexpected proposal. With a casual demeanor, he expressed his desire to hire both Lena and May as employees of the Heinhaver family. The shock on their faces was evident. May pointed out their status as commoners, questioning whether such an arrangement was really possible. Nox remained unfazed, asking if something like that really mattered. He stated that if they had the skills he needed, he would use them, and there was no reason they should not utilize them in exchange. However, he emphasized that he would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Nox knew that at this moment, no one could properly utilize a monster's core, especially a unique item from a hidden boss that was not meant to be defeated. It would be impossible for anyone, besides a true genius, to create with that at that moment. Alina spoke up with a firm declaration. She stated that since he had saved them, they would follow and trust Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox's smile revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated acquiring two genius characters, recognizing the immense potential they possessed. As he prepared to leave, he informed them that they would depart in 3 days. The elixir would be made secretly when they returned to the family property, away from curious eyes, emphasizing the need for secrecy. Both Alina and May expressed their understanding with a resolute yes. Nox and Zri left Alina's hiding place and headed toward the inn through the sewers. During the journey, Zitri suddenly stopped, prompting Nox to ask why. Zitri explained that he had observed that he was very different from what she had heard. Confused, Nox asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor that he was a selfish person who only cared about himself. But now she knew that at least that was not true. She then asked Nox to promise that if he ever found himself in a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could help, despite her low status. She also expressed confusion about why so many people did not like him. Nox turned and began to walk away, assuring Zitri that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then changed the subject, complaining about the cold night and asking her to hurry so she would not catch a cold. As they continued, Zitri could not help but smile at his complaints. Later, however, an embarrassed expression covered her face. In front of her, Nox was lying in bed, sick. He knew what she was about to say and stopped her, finding the situation humiliating. Zitri calmed down, saying that such things happened and that he was still growing. Then, a message from the system appeared before him, revealing that he had caught a cold due to frequent illnesses. And another negative issue. Chronic cough. Nox sighed in frustration at this absurd situation. A few days later, when Nox and Green returned from their expedition, the announcement of their arrival echoed throughout the territory. The news of their return spread quickly, drawing attention to the presence of May and Alina with them. Whispers spread through the crowd as onlookers speculated about the newcomers, debating whether they were Nox's new servants. Some expressed skepticism, citing Nox's history with women. Nox was used to the persistent image that clung to him. No matter what he did, the perception of him being a playboy remained. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning whether they had no work to do. He remarked that they must have a lot of free time to waste. The harsh reprimand caused a quick dispersal as the spectators made a hasty retreat. When the crowd dispersed, the head butler Rodwell approached, bringing news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with Nox. His expression changed to one of seriousness as he anticipated the impending conversation. A few minutes later, the young master was in his father's office. TA looked at him and recognized his arrival. Nox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and confirmed that he understood he had been summoned. The head of the family narrowed his eyes, stating that they needed to discuss certain matters, and hinting that his youngest son might also have something to share. Tino noted that rumors praised Nox's critical role in the success of the mission, crediting him for ensuring the safe return of everyone except the traitors. Even Green had acknowledged his achievements. Nox stunned, cautiously asking if his older brother had really reported everything. A letter was on his desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Green admitted he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, looking down, wondering what Green might be seeking with such praise. Tiet calmly closed his eyes, pulled out a small bundle of papers, and told his youngest son that he had not called him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Nox, praising him for accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Heinhofer name once again. Fulfilling his promise, Ti would grant him what he had asked for. Nox picked up the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Ti then informed him that the traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master stood up, smiling as he bowed in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Then, Ta tapped a thoughtful finger on the table, rubbing his chin and observing his son closely, sensing a lingering question. Wondered what else his father might want to address. Talgo expressed it. You are Nox Reinhofer, the youngest son of the family. Would you consider taking my place? Nox's eyes widened in surprise, a flash of fear crossing his face. Tai narrowed his eyes, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, questioning why this topic had come up so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, an unusual palace loomed majestically. A masked man with red hair held a device resembling a watch, displaying a recording of Nox killing the griffin. He reported to an older man with a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the son of Heinhofer had been victorious and the traitors completely defeated. Rumors were already circulating about the youngest son's achievements. The red-haired man, addressing the elder as Krez, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Cam asked if it was really worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Reinhofer family had stolen something invaluable from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Kem gave a respectful bow in agreement. Both men wore gold jewelry and had skin a shade darker than most. Smiling, the red-haired man stood up and held the hand of a young girl with short red hair, who was wearing a pink scarf. Crops gently caressed her cheek, telling her that the day they would subjugate the kingdom, and the day she would awaken was close. Back with his father's office, Knox still did not know how to answer its question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that such a question might be premature for the young master, reminding Tit of the great responsibility that came with leading the family. Knox looked at Rodwell intensely, but Tell disagreed, asserting that now was indeed the right moment. Feeling panic rise, Knox apologized to his father and respectfully declined the proposal. He clarified that he could not take on the title. Not now. And even suggested that Grain would be a more suitable choice. T.S. slammed his fist on the table, declaring that it was not a decision for Knox to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he did not want the leadership, considering it too heavy and beyond his capacity. T had asked if her son feared responsibility, to which Knox calmly replied that he thought such feelings were natural. After a pause, T closed her eyes and told Knox that she understood and respected his choice for now. Knox expressed his gratitude, and T warned that his extraordinary talent would not stay hidden forever. People would continuously test him, and he should be prepared. Knox wanted to respond but simply nodded in agreement. Tay then dismissed him, knowing he was probably tired from his journey, thanking his father's consideration. Knox left. Minutes later, Knox was back in his room, sitting while Zeter, his maid, was nearby. She asked him if the head of the royal family really had not scolded him. He reassured her, saying there was no reason to worry, and that nothing negative had happened. There was no mention that he would need to reject anyone. Zetri looked away with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that the rooms for Alina and May had already been prepared. Knox praised her, saying it was excellent work. She dismissed it as just the duty of a maid. But before she could finish, the young master interrupted her. He told her that if everything in the world were done as it should be, then there would be no hate, theft, or murder. Zeter awkwardly placed a finger on her lip and he praised her again, saying she did well. She bowed before him and thanked him. Knox's expression became serious. He was thinking that everything seemed to be in motion now. He would become the best student at the best educational institution for wizards and knights, the academy. At that moment, he told Rodwell that the conversation with his youngest son had been as difficult as he had thought. The butler replied that he still felt the matter was brought up too soon, because if Knox had known everything about the position, his response might have been different. The head of the family disagreed, saying that the young master's gaze was as if he had already written his own future. If Quex feared something, it was not the position or him, but something more inevitable. He was afraid of something similar to looking into the abyss. Titier thought that at that moment, Knox feared death. He wondered why in this new reality he still feared it. Rodwell told him that he should not say such things, but he thought his youngest son was very affected by what happened to their mother. T.S. smiled sadly and agreed. Then, he added that Knox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic person who could not protect his own wife. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, telling the head that he believed that Gry would soon become active and was planning something big. T.A. frowned and said she would take that into account. In an unknown place, countless corpses were scattered across the ground. The entire land was red with blood, while demons flew toward Tell. Suddenly, one of his adult sons appeared before him, telling his father that he should just give in and agree with it. T.A. thought that must be the power of the Duke. Talia was in front of a mirror, wearing a beautiful fluffy yellow dress, with many other clothes scattered around her. Emma was folding clothes and asked if she was okay. The maid looked tired, holding a burgundy dress, and called out, questioning her lady. Emma pointed out that she had already shown that outfit almost 20 times. Talia ran from side to side, examining the new dresses. She said one dress looked good and the other one too. Then she asked which accessories would match. On the table were accessories and pretty pink shoes. Emma told her that she was getting very excited. A slight color appeared on Talia's face. She said happily that everything was just so beautiful. Emma sighed deeply, clarifying that that was not what she meant. She was talking about the young Master Knox, since this would be their first meeting after he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned red and asked if maybe the frilly dress would look better. After that, she frowned in displeasure, and Emma, offended, said she was not helping at all. She had to admit that she did not care. The maid looked sideways, tired, and told her employer that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Hinofer family's estate, Knox looked handsome. Wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful brooch on his collar, he saw Lena. She had her head buried in the couch. She heard his footsteps, lifted her head, and said he had arrived. Alina looked disheveled, with dark circles under her eyes. He agreed with her and started to ask about the elixir, but interrupted himself, asking worriedly how she was feeling. The young master said she did not look very well. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, saying she always got like that when she was focused on a goal. She would take care of the friends so that Knox would not need to worry. Alina smiled and said she was the best. She laughed sweetly and then told the young master not to worry about them. "You better take a look here," she said, pointing her hand to the side. Knox looked and saw a bottle of bright blue liquid. The young man approached and picked up the bottle in his hands. A black screen appeared, displaying the item's information. It was a disposable advanced wind elixir. Its attribute was wind, and it provided an extra point to resistance and 3 additional points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle floated above Knox's hands, and Lena looked at him expectantly, asking if he liked it. The system notified that the potion's effectiveness increased by 200%, since it was made by the genius of alchemy. Alina, the young master, smiled, thinking he had finally obtained the wind elixir. This not only increases resistance, but also has a hidden agility indicator that greatly influences the timing of the genius skill. Therefore, he simply needed to acquire this potion. Luckily, he had Alina's talent, the potion genius. If he had not recruited her, everything would have been much more difficult. She waited for his response. The young master continued to smile and said she had done a great job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Knox immediately drank the liquid. A turquoise energy shone around his body, and for a second, it was as if the wind itself blew through the room. He told them that everyone was finished now. The young master went out into the hallway, followed by Zitri. He smiled and confidently said it was time to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristics were as follows. His name was Knox. He was a 15-year-old male human with a darkness attribute. Knox's achievements. His strengths were genius in hand-to-hand combat, genius in magical perception, strong mind, and master of acting. His limitations were terminal illness, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Knox's stats were better. His resistance was 6+1, his mana was +1, his luck was 11+1, and his charisma was 26. In addition, he had skills like Genius Hour, medium-level sword mastery from inheritance, Southern Sword, and Ignition Technique. Knox's remaining life, due to his fatal illness, was only 150 days. The system notified that the genius bonus in magical perception had been activated when his humanity reached 10 points. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Everyone immediately began to discuss his arrival. A student noticed his white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Hinofer family. A guy with blonde hair confirmed that he had heard Knox would enter the academy this year. Another student asked if this loanable son really entered the academy. He was quickly warned to be careful with his words, or he could lose his head. Knox smiled and asked why it was so noisy. He rubbed his neck, looked at them arrogantly, and asked if there were dogs barking somewhere. The man immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Zitri looked at him worriedly, and then her eyes widened in surprise. She saw another car, and an emu emerged from it. She smiled and called the young master. Zitri bowed before her while Knox looked dissatisfied, saying they had already arrived. The system notified that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable, because he was too shocked. Ema agreed with him, saying it was because of Helene's entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia that she needed to get down and greet the sir. Talia Knox. Talia began to panic, loudly asking if Knox was really there. She quickly knocked on the carriage door and told Ema they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia stepped out dressed in a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Knox looked at her, thinking that although he hoped she would be here, everything felt strangely unexpected. He remembered practicing with a sword in the training room, suddenly dropping it in shock and asking his maid Ron what she had just said. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she only mentioned they were planning to get him engaged to Auntie. She was about to elaborate, but Knox panicked, grabbed her shoulders, and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a big problem, but now he closed his eyes desperately, realizing it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not happy about it. Talia was visibly embarrassed. Slightly stammering, she brushed her hair and awkwardly greeted him. Nox looked away and returned the greeting indifferently. Talia seemed enchanted, smiling as she looked at him. Zetri approached his master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia. His fiancée, Nox replied irritably. Telling him not to say that, Talia cheerfully asked how he was. Coldly, he replied that he was fine and asked how she was. She replied that she was also fine. Blushing, their conversation was interrupted by a horse's neigh. Everyone turned towards the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Nox thought of another renowned genius from the Elene Academy, Eleanor of Rival, who came from a rival family that secretly ruled the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an aura of grace. Eleanor stepped down, smiling as she announced her arrival. Nox thought about his intense dislike for the original Nox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and spoke to her servant, calling him sir. She remarked that she did not know he had been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her joy in meeting him. Nox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heiress from the merchant family he had scorned, giving him a slightly threatening look. He smiled, mentioning that he never thought they would meet again. Nox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the richest merchant family that owned almost half the continent and her future nickname, the Money Fox. He felt a bit worried, remembering their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master acting skill was unavailable again. He remembered his childhood seeing a red-haired girl, looking at her with displeasure, calling her nobody, mocking the idea that status could be bought with money. Little Eleanor blushed with embarrassment and cried. Nox looked at her, realizing that their tense relationship was a consequence of his own actions. He thought there seemed to be more people than ever ready to stab his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noticing that he was not acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Nox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really liked hearing insults. Nox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested she leave if she intended to fight. He laughed, saying he knew he was still the same unpleasant fool. The young master frowned, asking what she wanted and if she was really that desperate for his attention. Eleanor sweetly laughed and apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Heinhofer family. Nox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for him would not just disappear like that. He activated his vision ability, and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were female, 15 years old, human race with a wind attribute, and titles like genius in counting and genius in acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and a weakness against southern sword techniques. While Nox studied his statistics, he noticed that his traits remained the same, which, in his opinion, was better. The rival family, he thought, was willing to pay a high price for the D in his name. Eleanor's father paid a high price. She hated that, but still made the most of the situation. She was very vengeful and sensitive, and old Nox foolishly decided to pick a fight with her. Nox tested her patience and calmly remarked that she should not have been bothered. Eleanor bowed before them and told him she would leave, but they would not say goodbye, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Calm as always, told her he did not mind, as he expected nothing better from a country girl like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would start soon. She looked a bit worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed. They headed to the entrance of the academy. Nox thought that now he definitely would not be able to get rid of Talia, since she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of the situation. Looking at the Helene building, he thought it was time to rise again. A few minutes later, they were inside. The young master looked around and told his fiancée that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already chatting among themselves. Nox considered that, although some of them might be useless and did not align with the original story, it would still be advantageous to gain their support. He remembered several people: Celso, Linor, the girl with the yellow hair, the guy with the black hair, and the girl with the pink hair, the strongest characters in the game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be better to avoid them so as not to completely stray from the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly, he asked Zitri if he was imagining things or if many eyes were on him. Zitri told him that it was indeed the case. The aristocrats were casting him glances now and then with shock and occasional disdain in their looks. The maid frowned and told him that she thought he would be popular in Elan. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the glances were too rude for him to be considered popular. Talia looked at him worriedly. Suddenly, someone shouted, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell and Knox looked at the stage. Realizing that everything would finally begin, the servants bowed as a girl with white hair stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating a lollipop, and greeted everyone with unusual clothes, blue eyes, and a strange mark on her chest. She looked a bit human, although the students murmured, questioning whether she was a child or a dwarf. And where was the teacher? Knox thought they were idiots, as before them stood an unimaginable monster that could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noavan Trinity. Her age and race were unknown. Her trait was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of the Elan Academy and one of the 4 sages. No's bonuses were brilliant for mana detection and goodwill, with limitations like an inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 will, and 10 charisma points. She had 2 passive skills, Sea of Mana and Leader Aura, along with the active skills, Water Bubble, Freezing Ray, and Blizzard. The young master turned pale. Realizing she was a character he needed to maintain good relations with, Talia looked at him questioningly. But he warned her not to say anything about that girl if she valued her life. No smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced that she was the new headmistress of the academy. Raising her finger, she began to warn the students. But before she could finish her thought, her hair stood on end and her eyes shone blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her short again, she would kill them. Then she sweetly asked if they understood. She told everyone they would start the entrance test at the Elan Academy, surprising them since the code did not mention such rules. No looked arrogantly at a student who raised an objection, telling him that this was the new dean's rule to eliminate the riffraff. A huge and strange seal shone with blue light over the students. She hoped everyone would experience it and ominously wished them good luck. Knox's eyes widened, realizing it had begun. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground breathing heavily. A bearded man with a bald head shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying around in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the ordeal, but the man turned his attention to Knox, the young master, who was standing with trembling legs, struggling to stay upright. The man squinted and examined Knox, who nervously swallowed, noticing how the man's bald head shone like a halo. This was a martial arts instructor and a graduate from the academy known among players as Takek, an incongruous nickname due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Knox thought it would be challenging to prove his worth to him. Bainon watched him closely and in a loud voice called him Snow White, asking if he felt sorry for himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression would not betray him, and replied that there was nothing wrong, activating his master acting ability. Bainon told him to stop talking about the future and learn to use his instincts, warning him against unpleasant thoughts. Cox calmly raised his hand and asked Bond to tell them about the entrance test. He told him that for now he could set aside topics of conversation that were not related to the subject. The instructor agreed, and then said that first they needed to wake up all the students who were sleeping, so it was better for him to cover his ears. Of course, Knox still needed them. He obediently covered his ears with his hands. Vernon's hands shone with a blue light, and then he clapped them together forcefully. After that, a loud and unpleasant sound was heard, making the students start to scream. They got up and asked what that sound was. A guy with brown hair asked loudly, but the instructor hit him hard on the head, saying he was the weird one. He asked the boy if he really had a problem. The guy looked at Bannon's bald head, which seemed to be shining. Then he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor crossed his arms and asked if he not only called them names, but also decided to make an unhappy face. "Do you have an extra life?" he demanded. The guy silently apologized. A few minutes later, the students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor yelled at them that they needed to take the students, who could not wake up, to a safe place. After that, the remaining students stood in front of Bannon, and he told them that since they had come to their senses, he would tell them about Helan's entrance exam. Knox listened calmly to his speech, thinking that this test was to diligently capture monsters on this magical island. As a reward, after the monsters were defeated, different colored gems remained, the fewer mana gems. The higher their value. He wondered why it was that way. Wouldn't it be better to have more? The young master answered that question to himself. He smiled, thinking that this was only half the truth. Because in a test they look for two things. The first is human sensitivity. Of course. This had already been tested with the help of No's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from her spell was the best. The second test checks the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. These two indicators allow wizards to perform better in battle. And that is why the gems are specially selected this way. That was the main point of the test. Banon told the students that this place was created through No's spell. The current dean. There are many creatures here. And pathetic worms like them do not even know how to fight, so they will receive leniency. They can team up. The students immediately started looking at each other to find a partner. Suddenly, swords began to appear next to each student. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people in a team is 8, and that it would be best if they hurried and decided. After that, he turned and said he would wait for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called out to him, saying she still had questions. Another guy asked if he really left like that. The man told him yes. The guy with brown hair rubbed his head where he was hit, which still hurt. He asked why the instructor needed to hit him. Everyone watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair raised her hand and asked if anyone wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her was a girl with long yellow hair. Alina smiled and said she would generously reward those who went with her. She swore by her family's name. The students looked from Soslayo to Nox, but he turned away and walked alone into the depths of the forest. He smiled, thinking that in the game of prophetic dreams, an average person simply would not survive here. What matters most here is a person's knowledge. To strengthen a severely ill body, he needed to use this. He approached a cave and said that for this, it would be better to act alone. Nox smiled and quickly ran inside. Meanwhile, the instructor was at the top with his subordinates behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his hat and then rubbed his beard thoughtfully. He said it does not matter how you look at it. It is very strange because the new student not only resisted the principal's magic, but he did not finish his thought and asked if Nox had also gone alone to the forest. He has no sense of fear or anything. Bernandes thinks that is definitely not the case, and the other reason he is not worried was clear in his gaze. Even a rough diamond is still a diamond. He said he is waiting for Nox to show how much he is worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Heinhofer family. He looked down and waited for him to show everything he could do. After a while, Nox's sword was covered in blood. Many dead monsters were on the ground and gems were beside them. He kept walking and someone was watching him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the girl with yellow hair, and the girl with pink hair were fighting together against goblins around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody and the girl with yellow hair was without a sword. Talia worriedly thought about where Nox had gone. She planned to stay with him. The girl with pink hair suddenly caught his attention, saying that she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. The girl said she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed with her. The girl with yellow hair was named Penelope, and she was holding a large purple gem in her hands. It sparkled and shimmered beautifully. Penelope told them they had come quite far. She believed that purple crystals were valued much higher than the others. The girl with pink hair told her that maybe it was not like that. After all, this is a test for No, one of the 4 wise men. She was sure there was something hidden behind all of this. Penelope agreed with her and then looked around excitedly. The rest of her teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles. Their clothes bloodied and they were sighing heavily. The princess told them that she thought in their current state, not everyone would be able to go further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this would not work, because she promised Penelope she would take her to the top. The current empire of Aram is rotten to the core. To restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope must take the throne. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, and thought she needed to do everything possible to make that happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could just gather those who could still stand and move forward. She asked what she would order them to do. The girl with pink hair told her that she had thought about that too. Penelope frowned, squeezed the purple crystal tightly in her hand, and then relaxed. She remembered the guy with yellow hair who looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them that they would move forward. They needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already left the cave. Steam was coming out of his mouth, because everything around was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands trying to warm them up. The system notified that the cold restriction on third-level members was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and the character's breathing would work intermittently. Additionally, all of the character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled deeply, thinking about how he knew this would happen, clenching his hand into a fist. He then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified that the restriction on cold limbs had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he needed to find something for that limitation. Looking ahead, he murmured that this was enough for now. He walked further and a small fireball levitated by his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and piles of snow were everywhere and the wind was blowing. He noticed that this was quite fitting for the Frost Witch.
No.
The young gentleman looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood it was the top of the mountain. But there was too much ice here. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sat down, placing his palm on the ground. A purple energy began to emanate from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were a common island. The ice began to crack, and the purple energy shone throughout the mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought this place was artificially created by No, and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple, as if he were absorbing energy. He thought it was hard to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the Academy's dean. Smiling, he clenched his fist and murmured, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack, and huge ice monsters emerged. Their bodies were several times larger than those of Nox. The young master observed and noticed that they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He remarked that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but to him, they were just dust beneath his feet. One troll attacked with force, but Nox quickly dodged. Another giant attacked with a large wooden club, but the young master ducked, dodging once again. When the troll tried to hit him a third time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple, and he thought about No's obsession with talented students. She would not put the students in a corner before they blossomed. The ice trolls were not weak enough for any student to face them. In the real world, encountering him would only make a person wish for a quick end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but did not finish his contemplation when 4 huge trolls stood in front of him. A girl with long white hair was watching him from behind a tree. Hidden, Nox quickly advanced past the trolls, thinking about how No's monsters might have a specific behavior pattern like an indulgence. The first troll would always attack vertically and stay in the center, while the next one would attack horizontally, slower due to a wide swing. He ran towards the last monster, thinking that it would try to pierce him, but it had the weakest strike of all. When the last troll attacked, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. Smiling as he realized he could parry the attack, he immediately swung his sword, slicing the monster. Moving quickly, he began to attack the other trolls with his sword. Blood gushed from their bodies as he pulled out his weapon and struck another monster hard. With all the opponents defeated, they fell to the ground. Nox bent down and picked up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he wondered why he ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that No specifically placed here, and he could exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his genius hour ability after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate they would be the first among their peers. Eleanor looked disappointed, but a brown-haired girl gazed at the stone with interest. Expressing hope, the girls smiled happily, clapping and agreeing that they had done a good job. Eleanor, lost in thought, agreed and said that this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts drifted away as she remembered Nox entering the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange sensation and looked down. Emotionless, recalling her childhood, a man shook his shoulders, demanding to know why she had argued with Heinhofer's son, who was wearing a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above others. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Eleanor looked at him fearfully, crying as he shouted that she needed to find a way to get close to Nox at any cost. She thought that this man never saw her as his daughter. At that moment, she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had disappeared, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Maybe he knew a secret way to ace this test with a high score. Suddenly, she raised her hand and told everyone she had a proposal. She smiled and said that if any of them wanted to rise even higher with her, then, in the name of the rival family, she guaranteed them an even greater reward. Everyone began to discuss her proposal. The short-haired girl asked if she did not like the jewel, warning that they could get hurt if they went any further, because it was very dangerous. Eleanor sweetly smiled and agreed with them. Then, she asked if they agreed that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The guy with blonde hair confidently said he would go further with her. She agreed with him, and a guy in dark clothes asked if he could join them too. Eleanor looked down sadly, thinking that it always came down to money. She did not know what Nox was planning, but it would not hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked if it was time to move on. At that moment, Nox was at the top of the mountain. He thought the reason to take risks and go alone was simple. Everything would be rewarded fully. He looked at the bodies of the ice trolls, thinking there was hardly any opportunity to improve the genius hour skill in this game. It was almost impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said nothing could be done about it, even if he drew everyone's attention. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He turned, and his sword quickly flew to the side. He was surprised by this because he was holding his sword tightly in his hands. Celso was standing in front of him, smiling. He told Nox he did not expect to find him again this way. The swordsman smiled sweetly and told Nox he was really happy to see him. The young master looked at him, shocked. His teeth. This was not in his plans. A black screen appeared in front of him with the basic information of Paracelso written. Male, 15 years old. Human race. Attribute, steel. No achievements. His boosts were a genius in sword and hand-to-hand combat, a brilliant doctor, strong in spirit, ruthless to strong people, and compassionate to weak people. Your limitations were lazy, obsessive, and despised aristocrats. He had 10 resistance points, 8 mana points, 2 luck points, 10 willpower points, and 25 charm points. His skills were 4. Passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer's sword, and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in the game Dream Prophecy, and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing here. The young master remembered that Paracelsus was supposed to fight against the main character of the prophetic dream game in this part, and be inspired by his kindness, as he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly, Nox's eyes opened. Realizing that something might be wrong, Paracelsus looked at him angrily, quickly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Nox. The young master managed to react, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the protagonist was who was supposed to entertain the swordmaster. Paracelsus grabbed his sword and smiled. He then told Nox that he was interested in the crystal in his hands and demanded that he hand it over. The system notified the young Messi that Messi's acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a filthy worm with disdain. Paris started to attack him with his sword, and the young master quickly dodged back from the strikes. He thought he must be mistaken. Or maybe the main character just had not appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck with his sword again, but Nox blocked the blow. Celso was fast. He immediately attacked Nox again. The tip of the sword nearly hit the young master, who pulled his head back. Frowning, he thought he would really have to entertain Celso. He asked if he realized he was mixing up all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled menacingly, saying he had no idea what Nox meant, but something bothered him when they met before. In theater, he had already handled a sword perfectly. The young master asked what he meant, and Paracelso sweetly replied that he apparently had a lot of concerns. He asked if Nox could just do what he asked, so that everyone could solve their own problems. The swordsman commented that the gem would probably yield the highest score. Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelso calmly told him that he would have no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood face to face in the oppressive atmosphere. The young master told him that he was acting like a fool, asking if he had planned this from the start. To which Celso smiled and told him that he himself had fallen for it. Nox thought he could be the strongest character, but his talent still had not fully awakened. Even being a genius, he had his genius moments for such situations. But now was not the time to fight seriously. The young master seemed serious. Considering that, but he might need that skill if the main character really did not exist and he had to save Eleanor. He pursed his lips, realizing it was risky, but inevitable. Nox told Celso that he was not the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if he really remembered his name and teasing if Nox would ask him to be kinder. Because of their old friendship, the young master frowned and called him by the name Paracelso. The swordsman smiled slightly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying he knew he only joined the academy to uncover the mystery of his teacher's death. Paracelso looked at him angrily, calling him an idiot. The young man smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After a while, Eleanor's team reached the top with snow all around. Suddenly, Penelope called for her, saying she knew she would get there too. Eleanor bowed before her, telling the princess that she would not get in her way. She just needed to check something. Meanwhile, Cox and Paracelsos continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his sword, but the young master dodged the strike. Penelope agreed with Eleanor, adding that she herself did not want a meaningless battle. The girl with pink hair called her princess, and said it would be hard to surpass the son of Heinhofer and Paracelso unless they received fatal wounds. The girl placed her hand on her chest and told the princess that she would follow whatever she decided. Eleanor watched the fight between Paracelsos and Nox. She found it strange because the youngest son of the Heinhofer family, whom she knew, had always been unremarkable. She frowned, wondering when he had become so strong. There was a tense silence in the forest. Only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelso were fighting against each other, and Talia looked worried. Equidna asked if she really wanted to watch the fight. Talia sighed in alarm as Equidna said she never imagined that the destroyer of the East would become her classmate. Apparently, his name was Paracelso. Talia asked if Edna really knew the guy fighting against Nox. Edna closed her eyes and frowned. He later stated that he was known as the Grey Wolf to Celso. He had been destroying gangs of thugs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Talia admitted that she did not know that. Her partner continued saying that it was the first time she had seen such a big change in the Heinhofer family's son. She did not know that he wielded a sword with such skill. Kerna crossed her arms and watched the battle with interest, commenting that if it were not for Nox's brutality and laziness, he could have become a good knight. Talia awkwardly replied that she did not consider him pure. Her partner laughed in surprise and asked how she knew that. Talia remained silent, looking away. Meanwhile, Paracelso repeatedly attacked Nox, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows, surprised to hear his opponent's voice trembling with anger. It was natural. Paracelso had been his only teacher, but his teacher had died because of an idiot from the Mies Academy. Paracelso paused and told Nox that the games were over, then swung his sword hard at him. Nox stopped, and a system notification informed him that his master-level sword skill had been activated. Nox smiled, asking Paracelso why he was so angry. As they pressed their swords against each other, Nox told him that he was not the one who killed his beloved teacher. This only enraged Celso further, causing him to swing his sword quickly at Nox. But Nox dodged every strike, finding that his opponent's attacks had become a bit simpler. Celso might be talented, but he was still very young. They stood facing each other. Celso tried to hit Nox, but Nox quickly struck him in the stomach with his knee, making him gasp silently. He flew back a few meters, breathing heavily. Then he attacked again, pointing his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense. Celso mocked him, asking how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him he could talk as much as he wanted, although he felt that his opponent's attacks had intensified, and that it might be better not to prolong the fight. His legs were already tired. Celso attacked. Nox realized that if Celso used his master's living sword technique, he would probably lose. There was a reason it had become an imperial sword technique. Celso warned Nox not to get distracted, attacking him again. Nox parried, expressing disdain and mocking him as a pitiful commoner. Another system notification informed him that the swordsman's restriction against ignoring aristocrats had been activated. Paracelso looked at him with pity, asking if the aristocrats were the reason people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed the confrontation, their swords crossing as Nox mocked him for wasting energy on hatred. He smiled, asking if Celso wanted to know something about his precious teacher to buy time. Nox spotted his classmates nearby, Eleanor among them. He thought to himself that the monster would appear exactly at 9 p.m. A system notification confirmed it was 8:58. Paracelso, smiling threateningly, warned Nox that he could cut off a part of his body to obtain information. Disgusted, Nox asked if he really intended to hurt the noble and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated. Looking around, observing his classmates as witnesses, Nox announced that this would be his last attack. Regardless of the outcome, Parasols called him overconfident, suddenly advancing with a sinister smile, eager to test his opponent. Nox responded by swinging his sword quickly, passing by him. Parasols, shocked, wondered what was happening as Nox, indifferent, told him to get out of the way. He ran, saying he did not have time for this. A strange black stain moved across the floor toward Eleanor, who watched Nox in shock, realizing how fast he had become. She suddenly heard a strange noise and turned around. A dark shadow crawled over the snow heading straight for her. She froze, her face pale, realizing she could not escape its approach, when the black creature appeared before her. She screamed, asking if it was someone wandering in the night. Afraid, she watched the monster thinking she might die senselessly here. Covering her ears, she cried out in terror. Then, widening her eyes, she saw Nox standing in front of her. He cut the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic wailing?" The black shadow dissipated, and the young master looked silently at Eleanor. She asked him in shock, "Why you?" But she did not finish her thought, as Nox sternly informed her that she could not even kill such a small creature. Being an elite, he found this reaction completely natural. The Night Wanderer was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by No, the monster was not even half as strong as it should be. But this demon was real, and the one who summoned it was the assassin of Professor Paracelso. Eleanor almost became its victim. In the original game, she became softer after the main character saved her. What Nox thought was a very stupid ending. Everyone looked surprised at the young master. He furrowed his brow, clenching his fists in embarrassment. Nox looked at her calmly, noticing that the main character did not seem to be present in this world. Eleanor blushed a little and Penella asked him not to be so rude. She said he had saved her, but the situation was not that simple. The princess asked if he agreed with her. Nox bowed before her and agreed. And Penello asked everyone to consider that the instructors and the new dean No should have taken their skills into account. Nightwalkers were not the demons the candidates were supposed to fight. The young master calmly responded that the enemy always comes unexpectedly and told her it was strange that she, of all people, should know that. The princess widened her eyes, and quickly stepped in front of her, telling Nox that he should not intimidate Penelope. She said irritably that she was sure he perfectly understood the complexity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have come to help. Nox thought she had ash-gray pink hair and a vertical pupil. It was definitely Zeno, the Echidna. She was the showy future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess and known as the Snake of Greed. Basically, Zeno and Reinhofer did not get along. They were families with opposite traits. But in the game of prophetic dreams, nothing is simple. Nox calmly told her that, to be honest, he did not even want to talk to a sacred dog. And Kinna asked him, dissatisfied, if he really dared to defame the name of the Zeno family. The young master asked what she would do him for that. At that moment, a man was watching them from a hill. This man was Bannon. He shouted loudly for them to stop arguing. After that, he quickly jumped down and called everyone idiots. Nox calmly asked if the test was over. The instructor responded affirmatively, and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bannon told him that he did not think any of them would really get the gray stone. It was unexpected, but well done. Of course. He set aside Nox's arrogance. Nox looked at him questioningly, after which the instructor announced that the highest score went to Nox, who managed to obtain the gray stone, while the owners of the purple stones were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with that. Everyone fell silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked if the attack from the Night Stalker was part of the exam, saying that the monster looked very real and required an explanation. Baron told her that this case would still be investigated, and that for an unforeseen life-threatening situation, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He looked at Nox, again calling him Snow White, and said that he also had the right to a special reward for saving a colleague's life. The young master stepped back calmly and said he did not need a reward. He thought getting involved with him would only complicate things. Without the main character, the world would drown in injustice. And that was not right, but accepting the reward would mean admitting to something that was not true, and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he went the other way, but he did not call her. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He widened his eyes and then looked back with displeasure. Thinking that everything always goes wrong, the system notified that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master looked at her calmly and told her he was just killing a monster. And then, out of nowhere, she appeared. Aleno frowned, questioning him and looking at him. He turned again, awkwardly furrowing his brow. Nox sighed deeply, thinking about how he had avoided this conversation. Eleanor, known by the nickname Money Fox, was rich and calculating. She was convinced that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart. However, he did not finish his thought. Some time later, Eleanor was riding in a carriage, a young man sitting across from her. She looked out the window and asked him why Nox had saved him, noting that he even refused the instructor's reward. She remembered his words about just killing a monster, but that seemed like an obvious lie. The man opened his arms and asked if it was not pointless. "And don't you think so too?" he asked. He told her that Nox was the most common scoundrel. Eleanor disagreed. "It is not that simple," she argued. "Nox lied to me. He must have had a reason." The man asked if she really believed that, and she frowned, looking out the window. Her face grew serious, and she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible. She interrupted him, saying she would take care of it personally. Later, she warned him that the Heinhauser family would not sit idly by if they found someone gathering information and compromising evidence about them. A scroll rested in her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she would study at the academy. The man smiled, nodding his head in understanding. At some point later, in the Helene Academy dormitory, Nox sat in a chair. Zitri, watching him with concern, asked if he was really okay, mentioning his pale skin and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry, because he would be fine. However, he knew there were unanswered questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to recover their lost memories and find out who was sending those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. The only villain he had was Nox. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and asked, "Is this really an exit?" Zitrio called his name. Nox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both a villain and a protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red, dark smoke swirled, and bodies were scattered on the ground. A piece of fabric, like a flag, fluttered on a pole with a bird emblem. Among the corpses was a girl with long red hair, holding a sword and looking fiercely as a man in a long cloak and iron mask called her the Lady of the Moon, saying the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, swearing to awaken. The Lady of the Moon declared that the continent would soon be shaken by another bloody storm. The Mandaf asked if she was ready. She turned, instructing to prepare, confident that her goal would be achieved. As she pulled her cloak adorned with a moon-shaped keychain, blood stained her hands and clothes. She swore to destroy the Arn Empire, but left the sentence unfinished. At another moment, Nox reflected on his past life, remembering that experienced players often shared a perspective. The line between protagonist and antagonist was thin, of course. He agreed with that notion. Both characters faced similar trials. Only boss monsters represented absolute evil. Villains were often those who had undergone trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking down a narrow, dimly lit street, dressed in a dark tunic, reflected that while villains and heroes differed in character, a villain could not become a hero. He smiled, realizing that in a world condemned by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to take on both roles. He noticed a small house, emanating a faint blue light at the entrance, as if it were illuminated. Rubbing his neck, he murmured that he did not particularly like this life on the edge, but it was all he had. There was a large organization here, a gathering of villains eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and other men sat down to discuss. "No." Sitting in the center, look bored to the side, Vernon asked for everyone's opinion. A man with purple hair reassured him, saying that he was in control of the test. He asked if he had messed something up again. The instructor got angry, shut his lips, and then called him a fool, telling him that he had already said he was innocent. Suddenly, she did not widen her eyes. She looked threatening. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Vernon suddenly put his arm around the purple-haired man's neck and told him they were not doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked her if they could continue the discussion. He told everyone where they were and did not finish his thought because No smiled artificially and asked them if they had not heard her. Everyone looked at her in fear, and she told them that she had informed the entire faculty. She asked the instructor and the purple-haired man if they were not listening to her. As always, a man with gray hair and glasses told everyone that the dean talked about the enemy that appeared during the admission exams and put the candidates in danger. No sighed deeply and agreed with him. She told the teachers that behind this there were people who wanted to cause havoc in the academy, as well as throughout the empire. He was not just the first target. The dean asked if they could imagine why she, a star in the finance world, became their target. The man with purple hair told her it was because the rival trading company, which her family runs, imports about 70% of the goods for the Arkan Empire. Vernon told her that if the enemy wanted to deliberately hit the rival, then he probably would not stop there. No agreed with him and said that what happened was both a challenge and a warning for the academy. Therefore, they need to prepare carefully for bad events. Everyone agreed with her, so she stood up to leave. But she changed her mind, sat back down, and smiled while raising her finger. No said that she also wanted to mark someone who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise, and Vernon asked what she meant. The dean responded affirmatively, and then remembered how he had been watching Knox. In fact, she was the girl with white hair. No told the teachers that she was a student who was supposedly the most talented in the group of students. The man with purple hair asked in surprise. He was shocked and opened his eyes wide. He thought there really was someone she immediately recognized as talented. The man thought he was going to go out for the first time since that incident with the princess. No told them the student was Knox. The man with purple hair asked her if it was the same scoundrel from the Heinhofer family, who was only famous for his lust. She stood up and walked toward the exit of the room. Then she smiled and told him he was right. The dean remembered Knox's appearance and told all the teachers that he was a child. But she did not finish her thought. No grabbed the doorknob and then told everyone that Knox could be even stronger than she was. The man with purple hair stood up abruptly in surprise. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear something wrong?" The professor in the blue sweater asked how the black sheep of the Heinhofer family could be like that. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. Meanwhile, Knox entered a small tavern. A man with a small beard called him a kid and asked what he had forgotten there. Knox smiled and told him that the moonlight would shine on the sharp pen for the glory of the empire. The man looked at him seriously. Then, dissatisfied, he told him that he could pass, although he had no idea how that woman could tell the secret code to someone like him. The young master asked calmly, "Would you introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked over to the shelf. There were bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his thoughtful chin and considered going into the dorms. But Knox did not finish his thought. He picked up the third bottle, then the first, then the eighth and the fourth. Suddenly, a strong blue energy appeared in front of him. Then he covered his face with his hand. The system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic, so his mana flow was temporarily reversed. The brilliant magical perception ability was temporarily blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The cloak and hair of the young master billowed like a current of air, and then he looked down sadly, thinking that his stats were still lacking. He even felt a tremor in his body. Suddenly, he widened his eyes because there was a sharp blade at his neck. In front of him was Luna. She held a long sword to his neck. She asked who he was. Knox happily called her Luna and smiled, but she just pressed her sword against his neck. Then his skin was pierced slightly and blood started to trickle out. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the sleepers and the only pillar of the Sword Empire, whose face no one had seen yet. He told her he was here because of her. Luna opened her eyes wide and asked him if he knew not only the location of the headquarters, but also her true identity. She told him she would ask the question again. Luna asked him threateningly, "Who are you?" Knox calmly pushed her sword away with his hand and said he was Knox. He raised his hands and told her he wanted to join the sleepers. Meanwhile, it was already night. The bright moon was high in the sky and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window and thought about Knox, because it seemed like he knew something about the death of old Celsus. He thought about how the young master knew that his teacher was dead. For Celsus, he doubted that he just guessed the death of one of the 3 pillars of the Sword Empire, who supposedly lost his life by accident. He said it was ironic because Knox was a disgrace to the Heinhofer family. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie had come from. He remembered the battle at the top of the mountain and thought that, although it was only for a few moments, the young master clearly outpaced him. He had never seen a man faster, except for old Celsus. Perhaps all the known information about Nox was deliberately fabricated and rumors about his personality and behavior were lies. Paracelsus got up, lay down on the bed, and then asked why it was necessary for the Heinohofer family to hide talent. The swordsman said that, however, this should not worry him, because he would simply trample anyone in his way, especially if they were a stinky aristocrat. There were deep scars on his chest, and he calmly closed his eyes. Paracelsus fell asleep, but had a very strange dream. In the dream, there were events from the past. The man told him that Empress Sten had gone mad and become a tyrant. Therefore, the authority of the imperial family was shaken, but his daughter, Penelope, known as the benevolent princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, he would have to choose a side. It seemed that this man was his teacher. Paracelsus listened attentively, and the man continued to tell him that he should enter the Elden Academy and think about which side he wanted to fight on. This was his main task. For Celso, he was sweating, moving around and turning in his sleep, and the professor told him that he had taught everything he could. After that, in a dream, he remembered how his professor was killed. Celso apologized to him for having to leave first. The swordsman woke up in a panic. He was breathing heavily and covered his face with his hands. He had gloves on his hands that started to glow pink. Celso rubbed his neck with his dissatisfied hand and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man left, he had to leave with Enins. After that, he got up and asked why this dead man was still torturing him. At that moment, Nox was facing Luna, who still had her sword at his neck. Basic information about her appeared on the black screen. Luna was female, 20 years old, human, and had a lunar attribute. She had no achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: sword and battle genius, aggressive eye of reason, cold blood. Her limitations were cruel, furious, fanatical, crazy fans. Luna's stats were good: 27 points of resistance, 24 points of mana, 4 points of luck, 25 points of willpower, and the same number of charm points. She had 3 passive skills: battle spirit, piercing gaze, and intimidation. Additionally, Luna had active skills: master of the lunar sword and mana explosion. The system notified the owner that some information was unavailable. This would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought she was one of the 3 pillars of the sword. She was a monster comparable to the best knight masters at only 20 years old. Furthermore, her sword style was not easy to master. That is why Luna asked him if the son of the great Heinohofer family would join a crime organization. The system notified the young master that the first level of bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was here to destroy the Iron Empire. She asked him what that was, but did not finish her thought because Nox interrupted her and said that she probably already knew that to destroy the Empire, one must first destroy the Elden Academy, which is under the influence of the Imperial family. Right. He put his hand on his chest and smiled, then confidently told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked him if he really thought he was capable of that. Nox answered affirmatively. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword and saying that he clearly was not the shy type. She asked again what his name was. The young master touched the new wound with his hand and introduced himself. The death called Moon. The man in the black cloak approached her immediately and said he was here. She told him he should prepare for the moon test. Dave had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and said he would carry out her order. Then, he approached Nox and handed him a black cloak. He told him he needed to put it on and follow him. After a while, the moon was still shining brightly. They walked through a small forest. The young master looked at the sky and thought this was great, because everything was going according to his plan. They arrived at a strange building, and Daft told him that after he ascended to the altar, he must kill all the enemies that appeared. Furthermore, he should not lose the cloak he gave him. Daft spoke a bit strangely. He seemed to stutter a little and spoke very slowly. His voice sounded mysterious. Nox asked him why he should not lose his cloak. Daft told him that this was the only way to escape the power of the berserker. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head and thought he really knew why he should keep this cloak. The frenzy debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drives you crazy in exchange for a short-term boost in strength. Daft told him that if he was exposed to the blood moon, he would go insane. Essentially, that was the berserk effect. The moon in the sky really turned red. The young master thought there were two conditions to pass this test. Resist the light of the crimson moon to avoid the berserk effect, and face the crowd of monsters. The original game did not specify exactly how this test should be passed, because it was the world from the main character's perspective, and he definitely did not need the tests from the villainous organization. Therefore, hardly anyone knows how to pass the test. However, he is forced to deal with it. Nox smiled and Luna crossed her arms over her chest, telling him that after passing the test, one of two things awaited him. She raised her finger and smiled. Then she told him that he would either join the slippers if he could handle it or end up with the corpses. The young master looked at her and then laughed, satisfied, telling her they would find out later if it was all that clear. Here he and Daphne approached the altar. A member of the sleepers picked up a scroll. Blood dripped on the ground, causing a strange seal to activate beneath them. He shone in pink and Daph looked to the side and saw that many monsters had appeared. Next to this, there were snakes, bulls, and monsters with huge fangs. There were many of them. The young master thought that this was definitely not a level he could face at the moment. After all the monsters here were at least a medium-level chimera. The large number of monsters also bothered him. That is why he did not finish his thought. Nox took off his hood and then threw the cloak aside. The red moon shone over him, and he smiled thinking that his way of passing the test was made for this. Anyway, Luna frowned and thought that he really had gone crazy. The system notified him that the blood moon was imposing a negative effect of rage on him, and the character could lose his sanity. The young master widened his eyes. His body seemed to double. He looked at his hands in shock, and the system alerted him that his sanity would not be restored if he suddenly lost it. The young master smiled. His eyes began to shine purple, and the system notified that all player indicators had been increased by 1.5 times. His resistance was almost at 10 points. His mana was almost at 14 points. His luck was at 10 points. His will was almost 17 points, and his charisma points remained the same. The system notified that the rage effect was applied to him. This did not affect his luck and charm indicators. The moon became even brighter and redder, and the system notified him again that the blood moon was placing a rage effect on him, so he could lose his sanity. Nox's hidden statistics appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master had the following skills: Genius Hour, medium-level family sword skill, Southern sword technique with ignition. The remaining time of his life, due to the fatal disease, was 142 days. He had a rage effect applied to him. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was crazy. Nox smiled and took a deep breath. Steve told the boss that he could not believe the young master simply threw away the cloak, because it was the same as throwing away his own life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna replied negatively and then said that first of all, Nox clearly is not the kind of person who listens to others, and his death means nothing to them. Darf, worried, told her that he was the son of the Heinofer family and his father was T, and he did not like sleepy people. He asked her if they would give him a reason to create a conflict between them. Luna smiled and told him that would not happen. She would take care of it. She smiled and looked back at the young master. And then she asked Daph if he really thought Tell was one of those people who was full of paternal love. He told her that definitely could not happen. Luna told him that they would just watch. She looked at Nox and called him an idiot. She then told Daph that he probably had a plan. He told her he would do what she said. Nox's sword began to exude dark energy and the monster screamed sharply. The red dragon quickly ran towards the young master. He immediately sliced the body with his sword. Drops of blood fell on his face and he smiled. Then he thought the whole world suddenly turned scarlet. This is exactly how the Dormhako test was described in the game. He sighed in concentration, and then thought all his indicators had increased sharply. And that was not all. It was as if he suddenly became more capable, taller, and wider. Even his shoulders grew. Nox was definitely more capable than all his peers now. The other monsters screamed and quickly ran towards the young master. Then Nox opened his eyes wide. They were shining purple. After that, he easily cut through the monsters again. He ripped their heads off. His clothes, hair, sword, and face were all covered in drops of blood. But the monsters did not decide to calm down. Many beast-like monsters ran towards the young master. So he crouched down a bit and took a comfortable position to attack. He thought about how the rage effect is considered a negative status. One of the worst prophetic dreams in the game. It only appears during the blood moon. Nox smiled and extended his sword in front of him, and then thought that he had come here intending to use it from the very beginning. It was all thanks to a trick. The system notified him that with 2 genius-level traits, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master thought he had the genius traits of close combat and magical perception. The system notified that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the main point was that geniuses were just on a different level. It was very dishonest, but he could afford it. After that, the young master quickly stood up and then swung his sword, saying he was using the dark judgment technique. He landed hard on the ground and struck the monsters with his sword. Many heads were cut off. Luna and Daff looked at him in shock, and the system notified the young master that, thanks to the effect of the black flame ring artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked like a madman. He shouted at the monsters that were so envious, saying they could also catch a fatal disease, just like him. After that, he quickly spun his sword around him, and many monsters fell to the ground again. Luna shouted something to him, but Nox did not hear her. He thought it was too loud there. He sighed to calm himself, and then walked over to her, and asked if Luna was watching the fight. She smiled and cheerfully told Daff that it seemed they should still accept Nox to join them. He said in surprise that there were not many people across the continent with a talent like his. She called out to Nox loudly and said he had passed the test, so he needed to come back to them. Luna opened her eyes wide and smiled, then thought that Nox was very interesting. She called Daff, and he bowed to her. Then he handed the young master a black cloak. He told him to grab it, because it was the cloak of a full member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled happily and looked at his hands. The system notified that he would receive a Sleeper's cloak, so the data about this item was downloaded. After that, basic information about the member's cloak appeared on the screen. It was an intermediate advanced item, and did not have a compatible attribute. The cloak gave an additional point of willpower. The requirement to use the item is to be a member of the Sleepers. The cloak had special effects. The oath to the home was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers would recognize it by the design of the cloak, which was woven with black spider silk. The cloak could reflect most weak negative effects. The system notified the young gentleman that data about a new passive skill was being downloaded. He closed his eyes happily and then looked at Luna. She looked at him with a questioning expression and then asked if he really had any questions for her since he was looking at her that way. Nox calmly said that, from what he knew, few of the newcomers had done well in that test, which meant he was entitled to an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully and then smiled, saying that he was handling everything well. She called him a brave newbie and said she wondered how long he could keep being as cocky as he was. Luna told him that he was free now until assigned to a mission. He bowed before her, and she said she hoped he would not disappoint her. After that, Nox approached the blue portal, and Luna asked Daff, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" He agreed with her, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his hand, and said he could not understand how the young master endured the madness of the blood moon. Luna told him that she shared his perplexity because anyone else would not last even 5 minutes. Of course, unless they were a genius. But even geniuses would not risk fighting without protective gear. Which means Nox is reckless enough to put his life on the line. Daff agreed with her again, and she asked him to keep an eye on the young master. She told him that they should watch what Nox was good at, and what else he would do. At that moment, Nox came out of the other side of the portal. He returned to the tavern. Kanan calmly wiped the dishes, and then smiled and asked Nox if he was really crazy. Nox told him he was right about that. He smiled slightly and thought that, in other words, he was asking why he tossed aside the protective cloak, if that could have cost him his life. But he did not take any risks, because he had complete resistance to the berserk effect. 2 geniuses at the same time. This is the genius of hand-to-hand combat and magical perception. Nox thought that by simplifying, only he could use the blood moon as a bonus. Karan told him that he hoped it was worth it. The young master asked him if he really needed anything from him. The man made a face and told him that he thought it was unfair that Nox had not introduced himself. The young master widened his eyes in surprise and asked him what he meant. Karan smiled and told him that he said his name. And he did. But he did not finish his thought, because the young gentleman immediately introduced himself and told him his name. He asked him if they were kits now. Karan answered him affirmatively, and then told him they would see each other again. Nox walked toward the tavern exit, and Kiran told him that, in fact, it would be very difficult to reconcile with the academy's schedule. but it probably would not be easy for him to hide his strength. He hoped that Nox would not stand out too much. After a while, and Nox went to the dormitory. He thought about how everything seemed to be going well. He entered his room, and Zitria was there. She was annoyed and asked him why he left the room on the first day without even telling her anything. The young master looked at his hair in panic. There was blood on it. He thought that Z was sleeping when he left. He was checking on that. The disgruntled maid asked him if he was listening to her. She told him that she had already said many times that he should avoid hasty actions. Despite all the negative rumors that existed in his family, there was always a chance for rehabilitation. She said the last word especially loudly. Then Nox awkwardly closed his eyes and sighed heavily. After that, he started taking off his clothes and told her that she should just forget about it. He asked how her day was. The young master told her that, as far as he knew, the servants were also trained. Zitri opened her eyes wide and rubbed her hands. She suddenly became sad and looked down, then told him that nothing special had happened. Nox looked at her and thought that something had happened today. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully with his hand, and thought that he meant lessons for the servants that were not just lowly, but also noble. It seemed that Zitri had become the target of his ridicule. Nox wondered if nothing could be done about it. Then he handed her a small bag and said she needed to take it. If she had problems in class, she should open this bag. Zitri picked up the bag and looked at it with interest. She asked what it was, but the maid did not finish her thought, because the young master smiled and said she should only open it in case of trouble. There was an item in that bag that would help her in a pretty radical way. Zitr looked at him surprised and asked if she really could not open it now. He told her that she should not do that. The maid bowed before him and said she understood everything, and if something happened, she would certainly use that thing. The young master smiled and told her not to hesitate to use it if they were in trouble. He asked if she understood him, and she answered affirmatively. After that, the system notified that he had successfully entered the Elin Academy, and the first part of the plot had been completed. Nox opened his eyes wide in surprise, and thought that this had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen informing him that he had an unread message. The system asked if he wanted to read it. The young master pressed his finger on the screen and thought that, of course, he wanted to do that. After that, he felt a strange sensation from the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he received this letter, then he had successfully enrolled in the Elin Academy. The sender knew he could handle this task without any problems, so he was happy for him. Nox thought about the fact that the sender of the letter expressed himself in a tone as if he could see through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading the letter. The sender wrote that this was just the beginning of the tests. He was sure that Nox had been through tough times before. But unfortunately, it was only going to get worse. No one could handle this except him, because only Nox was destined to know the true ending. The sender wrote that he knew it would sound irresponsible, but he was really trying to help him in any way he could. The man also included gifts in the letter and wrote that there were not many, but he hoped he would accept what was attached to this letter. The young gentleman sat down and said that the content of the letter did not really explain anything this time. He also needed to rethink everything carefully, because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was a prophetic dream. The simple fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and send something to him proved that his conclusions were correct. He should focus on completing the story because it was directly related to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said he would stop talking about something he could not decide for now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and said it was better to take a look at this gift. Nox pressed a button to make his character's inventory appear on the screen. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise because several names appeared on the screen. Grind. On. He was shocked and said that if he understood everything correctly. But he did not finish his thought, because he pressed the button with the name Aunt, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Nox's father also appeared on the screen. Nox smiled and thought this was an incredible ability. Actually, to read someone's traits using vision, he needed to see the person. But here, everything was different. Now he could, at any time, see the traits of those he had already encountered. He smiled and said that such a gift could only be sent by. Suddenly, he frowned and looked closer at the screen. He called TA crazy. His resistance had increased so quickly by almost half a point. Nox wondered if he was still developing, even though he was already a recognized pillar of the Sword Empire. The young master immediately calmed down and said it did not matter, because while looking at the increase in Tio's stats, he noticed one thing. He looked in the mirror and saw his current self from the past world. You thought this world only seemed like a game. But it was not a real game. Knox became tense with displeasure and said that this was complicating everything. He looked at the scroll and said he was happy that at least the choice of classes was smooth. The scroll had a list of items that Knox should participate in. These were martial arts, studying magical techniques, history of the Arkan Empire, and horseback riding. The next morning, there were many students at the academy. Zetri entered the room. There were many maid apprentices nearby. They all looked at her with mockery. A girl with short red hair asked her friend if it was her. Zetri widened her eyes, but the girls continued discussing her. The girl asked if she was from the Luyo family, who had become commoners. Zetri felt a bit sad because everyone was whispering and talking about her. The dark-haired maid told the girl that it was definitely her. She could not even imagine how shameless a person would have to be to follow her master to Helene Academy. The girl with red hair laughed and said that if she were Zetri, she would be embarrassed to show up in public. Her friend said that she probably wanted to seduce the aristocrat and live a wonderful life. They smiled and looked at Zetri. The girl with red hair told her friend that with a face like hers, it was quite possible. Her friend said that Zetri was, after all, the personal maid of the black sheep of the Heinhofer family. She heard that Knox is also lascivious and Zetri is happy to take advantage of that. The maids laughed at Zetri. They said it was obvious. The girl with red hair agreed with all her friends' statements. The girl asked her where her relatives were from. She laughed and told her friend it did not matter, because it was probably a backward place, and not worth worrying about. Zetri clenched her hands and thought she was ready to endure countless insults, as that was the fate of a fallen noble. However, they should not tarnish the reputation of the young Master Knox. She frowned, then approached the girl and politely asked if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, and then another long-haired maid gestured to the maid with her hand and asked Zetri if she really wanted to talk to them. She smiled and told her that she was the daughter of a count, and that her name was Jael. She was from the glorious Flores family that serves myrrh. Grind. Jael crossed her arms arrogantly and asked Zetri if she really thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic person like her. Zetri told her that she heard them spreading unfounded rumors about her master. Jay smiled and asked what she would do about them because of that. Is it really her fault that there are so many bad rumors about her master? The other maids laughed, and I told Zetri that if she wanted an apology, she clearly would not get it. Zetri looked at her seriously and thought that her master Knox was right. A person's position in this academy is more important than anything else. After that, she took out the small pouch that Knox had given her and thought there was nothing she could do there. She opened it, and a small Knox appeared beside her. Zetri's eyes widened in surprise because a hologram of her master was in the air. Jael suddenly shouted and told her that it scared her. Everyone looked at it in shock. Zetri looked questioningly at the hologram of her master. Knox introduced himself to everyone and then said he did not know what was happening here. But that did not matter. He looked at everyone with displeasure and told the maids that if Zetri called him, there could only be one reason. Knox pointed his finger at Jael and said that she or all of them, no matter how many there were, did not matter. He did not finish his thought, because Jael looked at him fearfully, and then asked if he was the same guy from the Heinhofer family. Knox smiled menacingly and told everyone who was in trouble. He is going to chop off their heads and send them in a box to their families. After that, he disappeared and Zeta remained calmly silent. Then, she fell into a stupor and thought that this was really Knox's radical decision. Jael was very scared. She turned pale and then suddenly fell to the ground and bowed before Zeta. She awkwardly asked what her name was. Zetri sighed heavily and said her name. Jael became even more frightened and thought she just sighed and that was bad. Now the Heinhofer family will easily kill her whole family. She loudly apologized to Zeta. She said she was out of her mind and that it would never happen again. She apologized to her again. Everyone else looked at Jael in shock. Zeta thought in surprise that this method really helped. She was shocked by that. However, this will only increase the unflattering rumors about Knox. She looked to the side and quietly asked what he was thinking. After that, she walked past Jael. Everyone looked at her in fear. Some time later, the sky was gray and the sun was not shining. Zetri and Knox were walking down the street, and she asked worriedly if everything was okay with him. The young master really seemed a bit tired. She said he had dark circles under his eyes. Knox rubbed his eye with his finger and said he was fine. Zetri frowned and looked at him with pity. The young master thought that as a result, he could barely choose his classes. He sighed tiredly and then a young man stood in front of them. Then they stopped. The guy was wearing a white shirt and brown overalls, and on his head, he wore a brown headdress. He smiled at them, took off his hat, and bowed to Knox, calling him by name. Knox asked who he was. The guy continued to bow before him and said he would introduce himself to them. He said his name was Rick. He was the faithful servant of Lady Eleanor. Rick smiled and said it was an honor for him to meet them. The young master said his name as a question, but frowned and wondered what was going on here. The system notified him that he would be surprised. Then, the master's acting skill was activated. After that, the shock effect was removed. Knox thought that from the very first seconds he found a very dangerous guy. It was the common Rick. He was a true servant of the devil. In the next 3 episodes of the main story, he will betray the rival commercial company, which will drive the plot for further development. Moreover, Rick literally adores the devil and will essentially betray Eleanor. Knox looked at him arrogantly and thought the phrase "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" is complete nonsense. In the game of a prophetic dream, Rick is total trash and you should not mess with him. Rick took out a small blue box and told the young master that Eleanor had asked him to give him a gift. It was an extremely valuable artifact. He handed the box to him. Knox narrowed his eyes and rudely told him he needed to get out of there. The young master looked serious. He was thinking that, of course, he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he could not accept it. Rick looked at him surprised and asked what he meant. Knox widened his eyes and held the hilt of his sword with his hand. Then he asked if he really needed to repeat what he said before. Zeter tensed up and looked shocked as her master held the sword. Rick turned pale and Knox looked at him with hatred. The young master was about to draw the sword, but the maid Eleanor began to tremble with fear. Then he suddenly turned and walked in the other direction. Zitris bowed before Rick and then ran after her master. She asked him to wait for her. She told him that his body was weakened, so he needed to be careful, or else he would fall. Knox asked her if she really thought he was that pathetic. The maid remembered how the young master had been lying in bed due to illness, and then told him that he had had a cold and chills recently, given his always cold hands. She thought that someone weaker than him would still be worth seeking out. The young master smiled awkwardly and told her she was right, but he would be fine. They would definitely live and not die. Zetri agreed with him and then looked down a little sadly, saying it was not easy for him yet. He was always at the center of events. Knox looked at her in surprise and then sighed, saying that nothing could be done about it because he was popular. She glanced sideways at him, and he thought that Knox was not just a master to her, but also the man who saved her life. The character Zitri herself had an extra devotion to her master. Staying away from him for too long was a burden for her. They kept walking and the maid suddenly asked him why he had treated that young man like that just now. Knox asked if she was really referring to Rick. Zitri replied affirmatively, worried, and then said he seemed to have gone crazy out of nowhere. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her she should listen to him carefully. Knox told her that no matter what happened, she should not let Rick get close to her, because nothing good would come of it. She remembered Eleanor and thought she believed it was because of their tense relationship with her. But then Knox would have acted differently. Apparently, there was a more serious reason here. After that, she bowed to him and said that she understood everything and would stay away from Rick. The young master agreed with her and then went further, thinking that given what would happen in the near future, it would be better to stay away from Eleanor herself. Otherwise, there would just be more unnecessary attention on him, and they should be more careful. After a while, some students were sitting in the large hall of the academy. It looked luxurious. The students were sitting on benches, and a man was standing in the middle of the hall. Knox frowned and thought about how he and it had talked recently. He wondered why all the adversities were falling on his head. A man with gray hair, a mustache, and crooked glasses then said loudly to everyone that starting today, they would have to form a team with which they would grow and go through several tests over the next year. And for the successful formation of a team, the most important thing is that they must know each other well. The young master thought he had started to get excited too early. He held his head with his hand and looked ahead without emotion. He did not think that not having friends would be a problem in a game for a player. The gray-haired man with glasses told the students that the guys who already got along well could form teams of 4. He gave them 5 minutes to do that. Knox closed his eyes sadly and thought that this was impossible, because a stranger like him would never recruit people for his team. He raised his hand and asked the man what would happen if someone could not put a team together. The man told him that they would not receive a grade and, on top of that, they would not be able to take that course again. He looked seriously at the young master and told him that he could not work alone. He asked Nox, and he understood him. Nox replied yes, and then thought that is why he would really fail from the start. He thought that Helene was already hard to graduate from. Failing a single subject is a direct path to expulsion. He can't let that happen. All the students began to come together in a team. A guy asked the princess if he could join her team. Equidna said she also wanted Penelope on the team. The guy with black hair asked Celso if he wanted to join him. Nox sadly covered his face with his hands and looked at the table. He thought there must be a way to get a team, even for someone like him. A guy with blonde hair asked Helen if she wanted to join their team. He told her that, although it might not seem like it, he was quite strong. The guy with short hair smiled and told him that Helena was already on his team. He told her that in exchange he could give her a contract for his family's products. But she simply walked past them and approached Nox. She called him by name, smiled, and asked if he really did not like her gift. Nox remained silent, and she said she had another proposal for him, because she wanted to return the favor. The young master asked what she meant. Eleanor smiled and ran her hand through her hair. Then she told him she would take him to her team. He frowned and thought she sounded extremely arrogant, but soon realized that in the end, he and she would be on the same team. Moreover, he did not finish his thought because Talia ran up to them. She told Nox that she wanted to join his team. Nox thought another annoying girl, Talia, would be with them. She felt embarrassed and therefore looked away. And the young master thought that she could be understood. Talia was a good character in the game. Whether she liked Nox or not, he was still her fiancé. She could not remain indifferent and wanted to help the lonely unfortunate. Nox frowned and quietly said it was creepy. Eleanor thoughtfully rubbed her chin with her hand and said it was very unexpected. The unhappy young master asked her what she wanted to tell him. She smiled and told him that the funny thing was that even a man like him had friends. Nox remained silent, and then thought that considering what he told her as a child, she could be understood. He wondered why her words angered him so much. Talia timidly asked Nox if he would put her on his team. Alina smiled and asked if they needed one more member. They did not need one. Nox calmly said that she was pretending that someone cared about her opinion. She smiled and asked him if he had a choice. The young master looked intensely to the side and told her she was very perceptive. He thought Eleanor was right, because to recover his memories, he must continue his studies at the academy. He needs good grades because already in the first episode of the plot, he must be among the top 10 students at the academy. Next, he will have to fight against an Archdemon. It will be the first time he plays the roles of both villain and hero at the same time. All the students were chatting happily among themselves, when suddenly a guy, with brown hair and freckles on his face, approached them and greeted them. The name of this guy was Paul. He told them he was happy to join their team. Nox looked at the black screen and thought he was lucky, because the last team member was an ordinary person. Basic information about Paul was written on the screen. He was 15 years old, and human. Paul had no attributes or achievements. His traits were survivor, efficient, devoted, and physically prepared for hardships. His statistics were average: 4 points of endurance, 3 points of mana, 2 points of will, and 10 points of charisma. Suddenly, Nox noticed something interesting. Paul had an active skill, a unique blessing, but no passive skills. The young master smiled and found this amazing. His statistics were terrible, but that did not matter because Paul could bless. He wondered how there could be a person in the academy who had such a rare gift, inherent only to the saints of the monastery. He thought that now was not the time to think of something stupid. Paul smiled and told them he was looking forward to working together. Eleanor smiled, said her name, and then mentioned that she hoped everyone was ready to work. Talia woke up and also said her name, saying she was happy to be part of the team. Nox calmly looked at Paul and asked if he could introduce himself. He said he just hoped he would not be a burden, and that he could at least do something on his own. Suddenly, the gray-haired man slammed his hand on the table to get the students' attention. He said it seemed everyone had successfully formed their teams, and wished them good luck for the next week. He added that they could not change the team composition throughout the entire next semester. He told them they could all leave now. Annoyed, called him an old fool. Talia, worried, told him he had spoken too loudly. The young master told her that he knew that. He wanted the man to hear. She told him that she did not think insulting the teacher was a good idea. But Knox did not listen to her. He walked toward the exit and told her he did not care about that. He said he was on the team now, so the teacher should not yell at him. The young master pushed the door to leave the hall, but Talia shouted loudly. She glanced to the side and asked which classes he had added to his schedule. She said she had no ulterior motives. Knox thought he could not believe she was asking that so openly. He left the hall, and she followed him. Talia reached out to him and said she was just curious. Then she asked. The young master pointed his finger at his forehead and asked if she really wanted to know to which subjects would be easiest to get top grades in. Do you really think I would just tell you that? He asked. Talia widened her eyes and asked what he meant. She said that was not the problem. Knox went further and thought she could not fool him. He would not tell her such information. After a while, night fell. This was the fourth sector of the academy, where there were shops with merchandise everywhere. Knox was wearing a long black cloak, and Zader told him that was expected of Helene. Studying here requires a lot of investment. She flipped through a small notebook and told him she needed textbooks, equipment, and notebooks. Now she understood why commoners did not study at the academy for long. They simply did not have enough money for that. The young master calmly examined the potions on the counter. He picked up 2 small bottles and told her that the problems of common people did not concern her. He looked at the potion bottle and thought that if a person is talented enough for the academy, they will easily attract sponsors, even as a commoner, as long as their talent is not something useless. Zitri gave a bag of money to the vendor. Knox thought the money problem would never become an obstacle. Suddenly, they heard a man calling someone a filthy brat. He was telling the person to get out of there. Zitri said tensely to the young master that it seemed to be getting loud. Knox told her that a place where people gather is always noisy because anything can happen. She just needs to ignore it. Suddenly, he noticed a guy in a burgundy coat in the crowd of people. He widened his eyes in surprise and said, "It is that man." But he did not finish his thought, because the guy spat on the asphalt, and then pointed his finger at the man, telling him to get out of here if he was not going to buy anything. He asked the man why he was blocking the way for people with money. Knox thought this was the son of one of the 3 families with the darkness attribute. This was the young heir of the Manhwa family, Leon Marves. In fact, he was not paying attention to the tall guy in the burgundy coat, but rather to Leon, who was holding a potion jar in his hands. The young master thought perhaps he was going through financial difficulties, since his family had recently gone bankrupt. The guy got angry and asked what would be reasonable about lifting and lowering the same objects. He said irritably that he should stop talking nonsense and get out of there. Helene has such low standards lately. He mocked. They are recruiting all kinds of beggars. Leon looked down and then lifted his head, his green eyes shining as green energy started to appear around his feet. He asked the guy what kind of poor people he was talking about. Green energy appeared around Leon. It looked frightening. The book in his hand started to levitate. He put his hand in front of him, and quaggles of energy started to fly around. Leon told him that his family might be struggling, but he would not forgive him for such insults to the Manhwa family. Knox and the maid opened their eyes wide in shock. He thought he really had left. He ran to them and thought this should not be done, even when someone is very angry. The young master panicked. He ran and thought Leon was really going to use mana in front of the whole 4th session. Moreover, black magic skeletons with swords appeared around Leon. He controlled them and there was an ominous green energy everywhere. Zitri called his master loudly. She asked worriedly what he was doing. The young master called Leon idiot and said he was completely crazy. You could see it in his eyes. He needs to be stopped before he does something bad. She asked if he really understood just by looking into his eyes. Knox seriously said he knows what he is talking about. She should just believe him. Zitri opened her eyes wide. Perplexed, the guy asked Leon fearfully if he had really lost his mind. Do you understand what you are doing? The guy frowned and said to him, How dare you? But he did not finish his thought because Knox said sternly for him to back off. You need to get out of here while we are asking politely. The young master stood in front of him holding a black sword in his hands, and his body was surrounded by dark purple energy. He told the guy that he needed to leave if he did not want to die. The guy loudly asked what he meant. He called Knox an idiot and asked how he dared to stand in front of him. Do you know who I am? The young master placed his hand on the hood, grunted, and took it off. He asked him, Do you know who is in front of you? Everyone looked at him with wide eyes. They were in shock. Meanwhile, Emma looked at Talia. Perplexed, Talia asked if she really believed that even now being on the same team as Nox, he had a reason not to tell her his agenda. She looked out the window and asked the maid if it was a result of his puberty, and if he was that shy with her. She quickly turned to her and asked what she thought about it. Talia said out loud for her to respond. Emma looked nervously at her. Talia seemed upset. The maid awkwardly asked how she knew what was on Nox's mind. She suggested that her mistress calm down a bit. Talia looked sideways and told her that she was trying to act as mature as possible. She no longer judged people by their appearance. She was doing everything to win back Nox's favor. But he and she did not finish their thoughts, because he started rubbing his hands awkwardly. Emma looked at her worried. She thought that at this rate, her boss would be thinking about it for weeks. If she had known what would come of this, she would not have defended that idiot Nox in front of her. She remembered how they were riding in the carriage. Talia asked why her fiancé was so cold to her. Emma then told her she thought he was just going through puberty. The lady looked at her in surprise and asked what she meant. The maid, with a clever look, told her that all the boys his age behave like that. They are rude to others and pretend to be difficult to deal with. Talia was satisfied with her answer and smiled. Emma thought that everything seemed to have started at that very moment. She started to have feelings for Nox. At that time, Emma still did not know where this would lead. She wondered if maybe she should not have said something so thoughtlessly. The maid rubbed her chin with her hand, thinking it was now obvious that Talia liked Nox and how that happened. But she did not finish her thought and awkwardly said she was not sure if that was why Nox was acting this way. Talia asked, surprised, what she meant. Emma told her that he was already her fiancé and then asked if it was possible he was trying to separate his personal life from his success in academia in this way. Talia suddenly took her hand and cheerfully called her by name. She said what she knew was that the maid was good at relationships. Emma, hesitant, asked if she really thought that. Talia laughed with joy and said she sounded very authoritative. Now she would only turn to her for advice. Emma looked at her lady's happy face and mentally apologized to her, and then thought about the fact that she had never really known anyone yet. The maid smiled helplessly. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted because a man knocked on the door of the room. They turned to the sound and Emma told the man that the rival family's maid was ready to hear him. But for that, the person must name the purpose of their visit here. Eleanor entered the room and greeted them. She smiled and told the maid her name. She mentioned that she was part of Talia's team in the battle magic class. She would like to speak with the lady. Emma looked at her tiredly. Then Talia called her with a questioning look. The maid frowned slightly and told Eleanor that if they did not have an appointment, it would be better for her to schedule a meeting with the mistress first. Eleanor smiled and said Nox's name. Then they looked at her worriedly. She told Talia that she wanted to talk to her about Nox. A few minutes later, Talia and Eleanor moved to another room. Eleanor told her that she was happy to see her. This is the second time today. She smiled artificially and Talia looked at her with concern. At that moment, Nox asked the guy if he needed to introduce himself to him. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. He thought he really had silver hair and purple eyes. Everyone looked at Nox in fear. They thought it was him. The guy asked him if he was really Heinho Hofer, who was accepted into the academy this year. Nox calmly said he did not like to repeat himself. The guy immediately apologized to him. He told him that he did not recognize him right away, because he was wearing a hooded cloak. But he did not finish his thought, because the young master looked at him threateningly, and told him to get out of there, before he got angry. The guy looked at him in fear and Nox loudly asked if he would really force him to repeat that for the third time. The guy turned around in fear and started running in the other direction. He shouted at him that he would do whatever he wanted. Leon looked at Nox. He said he was not done talking to the guy yet. After that, the skeleton wrapped in green energy opened its mouth and charged at Nox. The young master extended his hand in front of him, and a clump of purple energy appeared in it. It looked like a ball. Nox asked him if it was now necessary to use dark magic to have a conversation. He placed the energy ball in the skeleton's mouth, causing the skull to shatter into small pieces. People looked at this in shock, and Nox told Leon that he was almost directly asking the imperial family to capture him. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes and gasped in surprise. He then said that he was right because using magic before becoming adults is illegal. He looked at his palm and said he had completely forgotten about that. After that, all the green energy disappeared, and Leon bowed to Nox. He apologized and told him that he had helped him a lot. Knox took out a small pouch and said that since he understood everything, he could buy whatever he wanted and then leave. He tossed the pouch to him and told Leon that he could use it if he did not have enough money. Leon opened the pouch. There were many gold coins inside, and they seemed to shine. He was surprised and then asked the young master why he was helping him. He calmly said that if he were trying to make him his debtor, it would not work. Knox said that such a small thing did not really affect his status, although he did not say he had no ulterior motives. Leon looked at him in surprise and then laughed, saying that he understood everything. Then, he put his hand in front of him, and a green magical seal appeared in the air, sucking in the skeletons. Leon approached Knox. He looked at the gold coin and said he thought it was a payment for him not to tell anyone about what he felt for him. The unique magic of necromancy inherent only to the Manhwa family. Leon held the coin in his hands, and then it shone with a green energy and rose into the air. The coin levitated. Leon saw this. He told Knox he was not satisfied with such an agreement. He calmly closed his eyes and asked him where the strength of his family came from. At that time, he and Noritali were sitting at the table drinking tea. Knox's fiancée told her that she wanted to talk about something. Do you want to? Lena observed Talia's intrigued expression. This reaction was different from what she had imagined. Talia was so calm, looking thoughtfully to the side. Alina wondered if she might have feelings for Knox. A small smile appeared on Alina's lips as she dismissed the idea. Impossible. People, for someone like him, an engagement is just a burden. It is better to be straightforward. You should know that Knox is a dangerous person, Alina stated coldly. First, he is the son of a family that is a pillar of darkness. Second, you can't deny the huge amount of terrible rumors about his strange behavior. She calmly took a sip of tea. Talia looked down and replied, I do not think Knox is such a bad person. She tried to seem as serious as possible, but Alina frowned in displeasure, recalling her own childhood encounter with the young master. She calmly closed her eyes. Not everyone would agree with you. Alina thought Talia was really strange. Why would an honest and open girl like her be interested in the useless Knox? She looked at her again and noticed that the emotion in Talia's eyes was a clear displeasure toward her. Talia decided to be direct. The young master has his flaws, but he is not the kind of person who would do something terrible. People just misunderstand him because he is cold to others. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. I think. Alina looked at her discontentedly. I heard you two were engaged, which explains why you protect him so much. She set her cup down on the table. But commitments between aristocrats are things that can change very quickly. Talia looked unhappy. She retorted loudly, that is not why I believe in him. Alina said with a grim smile, people do not change so easily. Knox's fiancé admitted that she might be right, but she wanted to remind her of one thing. It was Knox who saved your life. If he had not been there, you could have died. I am sure you understand that on your own. Alina's eyes widened. Aunt insisted, why are you so hostile to him? Alina frowned, then smiled and calmly told her that she seemed to have said too much. She stood up to end the conversation. She thanked Talia for her time, and Knox's fiancé said goodbye. Lina left the room and went down to the yard where Rick called for her. He smiled. Looks like your conversation did not go so well. Alina looked down. She asked him, what do you think is the most important quality for a trader? Rick smiled. Of course. An attentive gaze and an awareness of the environment. She frowned, thinking that it was her own attention that made her the money fox and a star in the finance world. She wondered if Knox really had changed. Lina thought that was nonsense. She frowned with pity and said aloud, after so many years, that simply can't be true. Meanwhile, Knox and Leon were still in the fourth sector of the academy. The son of the Marvis clan looked terrifying as black and green energy emanated from his body. The young master shouted for everyone to get out. Knox looked at him confused as people started to scream and run. The green energy began to spread through the air until a dark barrier appeared around them. The young master looked around attentively. It is barrier magic. He thought things were getting more serious. No matter how much Leon needed money, he would never accept having his ancestral power used by a stranger. A gold coin levitated above Leon's palm. He told Knox, you should have chosen something more meaningful for negotiations than this. The young master laughed. Are you really saying I have something more to offer? This concerns your family. I do not think you would be satisfied with anything in return. Leon looked threatening. You talk like you know me well. The young master called his name and then told him, your family has held a position as high as the Heinhofer family. Your family was so powerful. But he did not finish because green energy surged in the air. Leon interrupted him. I do not like you talking about the past. Knox replied calmly. You know that things are not going well for your family right now. He said the word wild and Leon immediately reacted. He frowned and the young master continued. Those people are organizing a territory war to take down the Marfis clan leader and grab most of their land for themselves. Leon gritted his teeth and then calmed down. He said, "You are trying to act more knowledgeable than you really are." He asked him, "Are you really appealing to my thirst for revenge?" Nox smiled and chuckled. "What are you talking about? That is absurd. I have no such intentions. But I would like your family to return to its former glory. Besides that," Nox continued, "the new head of the family will defend what is rightfully theirs. And the Marv's family will be on top again." The young master smiled. "Isn't that what you want?" Leon admitted, "It is not bad. You know me well." After that, he pointed a finger at him. "We should return to our dialogue about how exactly you acquired the power of the Marvis clan." Nox calmly said it was an accident, and he only recently learned that this was his family's unique power. Leon looked to the side and said, "I believe you." The young master asked in surprise, "Is that really all? Aren't you going to ask me more questions?" Leon felt a little sad. "Did you already tell me what I wanted to know?" Nox frowned, realizing he understood. What Leon wanted to know from the beginning was not how the family's power came to him, but how much Nox knew about him and why he got involved in this conflict. After that, the black barrier began to fade, and the young master told Leon he was glad to have received his answers. The son of the Marvis clan thanked him for his help and promised that he would certainly repay him in the future, but not with money. The young master turned and went back to Zitri. He told Leon he could forget about it. "I expect nothing from you in return." The next day, the weather was great and the sun was shining high in the sky. It was a luxurious building, with golden details inside. Nox crossed with the small bridge inside the building, and everything around was covered in ice. No was sitting in front of him, her throne also wrapped in ice. He thought about how she would be his light at the end of the tunnel. His island. Peace. It is time to enhance my skill. Genius time. He smiled and his eyes seemed to shine. He thought that among all the brilliant skills in the game, Prophetic Dream was the most powerful. He remembered how in a past life he played a game, and a message appeared on the computer screen, saying that he had won the game for the first time. Therefore, the hidden skill was unlocked. Now, Genius time was available for his character. However, the skill is only available for characters with 2 active genius stats. Now he looked at Noah and thought that at first he just liked this game. He did not even know what would be in the expansion when he bought it. If he had not made the right decision, he probably would have died more than once already. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Nox smiled, but was a little panicked. The dean was eating a large lollipop. She smiled and told him, "You really did very well on the test. Your family is secretly raising a monster like you." The young master approached her. "I can't believe you are calling me a monster right to my face. Don't you think that is a bit much?" No smiled. "Am I wrong?" She lowered her leg and a blue energy appeared beneath her. The dean asked him, "How can you explain the fact that you fought the ice troll so calmly?" She seemed terrifying, a strange magical seal forming around her. Her face began to freeze as she asked, "Is it possible to call a talented guy like you trash?" No looked carefully. "I can't believe it. The Sword Emperor himself did not notice your talent." She smiled. "That can't be true." Nox frowned with concern, thinking she suspected something. But that was not surprising. After all, the original Nox was really a nobody. A notification appeared. "Master acting skill has been activated." After that, he looked at her confidently and smiled. Then he wondered who cares about her guesses. The shock effect was removed. The young master asked her, "Why do you care about what I was in the past?" She said he was right, but that his talent was exciting. No smiled sinisterly. "I am so excited about this that I want you to be mine." Nox calmly told her that she seemed to be thinking the wrong thing, so he would pretend he did not hear that. He remembered how he passed the test and then said to her, "I saw you watching me disguised as a student." The young master smiled. Satisfied, she asked him, "Did you really notice?" A scroll appeared above her hand, levitating in the air. She said to him, "I want to see how much more you are hiding from me." The young master smiled, thinking that this was finally happening. She said to him, "That is why I called you here." It was a skill enhancement scroll. It would improve any of his skills several times. It was an extremely valuable item, Nox said. "It is the first time I have heard of this scroll." No agreed with him, incredulous, and then said he could have it. She extended her hand towards him, and the scroll flew to him. Glowing with a yellow energy, he reached out for the scroll and grabbed it. The young master furrowed his brow tightly. No remained silent and smiled a little. Nox looked at the scroll with concern, thinking it was as if he had been electrocuted. He wondered if he might have imagined that. After that, he smiled satisfied and opened the scroll. He thought it seemed like he was just very excited. A system notification appeared. You have received a new artifact. Information is being downloaded. Basic information about the item appeared on the screen. It was a skill amplifier. Type activated by rolling. Effect. It increases the effectiveness of any skill by 1.5 times. The system notified that the skill amplifier was ready for use and asked if he wanted to activate it. The young master pressed his palm on the screen and responded affirmatively. An inscription appeared informing him that he should choose a skill to enhance. Nox chose Genius Hour, after which the system notified that the artifact was activated. The young master smiled satisfied as yellow and pink energy appeared around him. The skill was successfully enhanced. You received an improved Genius Hour. After that, only yellow energy appeared around him, circling his body. A message appeared, saying that he had received the artifact at an early stage, so the effect would be even more enhanced. The system notified that the effect of the artifact would be doubled. The duration of the skill, Genius Hour, increased to 10 minutes. Nox smiled, thinking it was impossible to improve this skill in any other way. This is already a super powerful skill, so there are not many ways to develop it. One way is a strengthening scroll. Getting the scroll early in the story is the best loot. No smiled. Are you happy with the outcome? Yellow and red energy floated above Nox's hand, looking like flames. He thought it was better not to prolong the conversation with her. After that, he nodded and told her he would leave if she was done. No told him he could go because he must be very tired after saving his classmate. The young master looked at her seriously. Thinking she knew everything, he sighed deeply. It was an accident, so you should not worry about it. I would not want to draw too much attention at the academy. The dean said he understood. She told him he should go rest. Nox replied, I am really grateful to you. After that, he left the hall and thought Nox was a dangerous guy. She needed to stay alert. She chuckled softly. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of monster Nox will become. She was eating a pink lollipop and asked, Is it really that interesting? The next day was a classroom at the academy. A professor in a white suit told the students that they needed to memorize the properties and characteristics of each element. Nox leaned back, bored, and thought that the topic of elemental magic in the Empire was not described in such detail in the original. But now what mattered more was not the class itself, but Professor Raisin Celestia. Basic information about him appeared on the screen. He was a 35-year-old human man. His attribute was Earth and his title was Professor of Eldon. He had 3 bonuses: passion for studies, introspection, and mastery of unknown weapons. Celestia's limitations were obsession, paranoia, trauma, weak mind, and cold blood. He was the same man with pink hair and a mustache. Nox thought the professor had a crucial role at this point in the plot. Celestia's statistics appeared on the screen. His resistance was 12, his mana was 18, his luck was 3, his will was 21, and his charm was 19. The young master thought he was not particularly strong, but he was glad to know his abilities in advance. He was even a bit surprised that with this set he managed to become a professor in Helene. Celeste looked around the audience thoughtfully and told the students to start the class. For now, he looked at Nox and thought he seemed very arrogant. He was already looking arrogantly at the guys around him. Celestia wondered what kind of talent he had received to become like this, and what Dean Noah saw in him. After that, he twisted and told the students that every person, not just academy students, has a predisposition for one element of mana or another. Today they will discover which element each of them possesses, and how to manifest it. Suddenly he loudly called out the name Nox. Nox looked at him questioningly, and Celestia asked if he already knew which element he possessed. Nox said that his attribute is darkness. The professor asked him what he knew about it. The young master said that unlike the 4 main elements, darkness is quite fickle and does not fit well with the other elements. However, the power of darkness can be truly destructive compared to the basic elements. Among the disadvantages, it can be noted that it is quite difficult to control, and only certain families can manage it, passing their knowledge down from generation to generation. Celestia asked him which element is opposite to darkness. Nox immediately told her that it was light. The professor frowned and asked him, when these two forces collide, which one usually wins? He smiled, and the young master calmly told him that light usually wins. Celestia's body began to tremble, whether from anger or fear, he told her. Surprised that students usually deny the weaknesses of their main attribute. The teacher asked if he was special. He told her that he had to answer one more question. After that, he raised his finger, smiled, and then asked what he would do if he suddenly encountered representatives of the light attribute in battle. Nox smiled and said he would try to find the right moment and kill the enemy before he could do anything. Then he ensured that the enemy definitely would not interfere with him anymore. The young master smiled threateningly, and all the disciples looked at him in fear. Celeste opened her eyes wide and thought, what is Nox saying? Now in the servant and maid dormitory area in reach. Eleanor's butler's room. He is sitting on the bed, deep in thought, holding a syringe containing a terrifying red liquid in one hand, while trying to tightly tie a band around his arm with his mouth. He then proceeds to inject the red liquid into his body and lets out a satisfied groan of desire. As the needle pumps the liquid into his body, dark and shadowy veins begin to emerge around the injection site. The liquid gradually spreads from his arm throughout his body, and Rich's face shows an expression of satisfaction. After the injection, Rich approaches the mirror, admires himself, and smiles mischievously. A demonic tattoo appears on his chest. He murmurs to himself, now I just need to try a little harder, and I will be able to become a true demon. Suddenly, a demonic hand emerges from the mirror and the demon confirms. Yep. As you said. House Halsder. You will be able to become a true demon, instead of just a mere human. You want need to sleep and you want age. You will become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans. Rich smiles happily, then kneels to thank the demon, promising, I will do everything in my power to revive you. The demon does not respond, but gives a wicked smile and gradually disappears into the mirror. Rich gets dressed again. His face changes. His eyes return to their normal black color, and he continues his plans unnoticed. Back in the lecture area, Professor Rias and the students are surprised by the protagonist's response during a confrontation with an enemy. Nox smiles calmly and responds, well, while that person was still unconscious, I would kill that person. I would make sure to eliminate them to avoid future problems for myself. Professor R is surprised by the response and comments, you would want to uproot the roots before they grew into any future problem. I did not expect such a response. Nox sits down and apologizes, saying, I apologize if that was not the right answer. Granted to functions output B. I just thought this was the most efficient way to get things done. Meanwhile, a notification pops up indicating that the acting genius has been powerfully activated. Professor Ras looks at Nox with a puzzled expression and silently evaluates him. Steady eyes, an upright posture, and shoulders that are not slouched. Nox and Heinhafer really meant what he said. I am starting to understand a bit why the king has become interested in him again. However, when his thoughts stop, he shouts loudly, Assistant, prepare the devil immediately. The assistant, upon receiving the order, hesitantly asks for confirmation. Professor Ras looks coldly at the assistant and says, did you not hear me? I am asking you to prepare for the magical suitability test. The frightened assistant, without questioning further, prepares as instructed. Professor Rest then looks at Nox and states, this kind of arrogant attitude needs to be toned down a notch. He strokes his chin with satisfaction. To get a sharp sword, it must be tempered thousands of times. After a while, when the assistant brings in a cart covered with a white cloth to the classroom, the students begin to gather below. The assistant, still anxious, begins to reveal the cloth. When the cloth is removed, the students' eyes widen in surprise at what is revealed before them. Professor Ras explains calmly, they are the lowest ranked demons provided by the association, known as diabetes. A terrifying creature with a small red body and 2 horns on its head is revealed. As the students grow more anxious and curious about the presence of a demon in the lecture, Professor Ras reassures them. Although it is very aggressive, it is not that threatening because it has low health. The cadets can easily kill it. Despite the professor's reassurance, the students remain apprehensive and fearful. After all, it is still a demon. The students below also express their concerns. This is just the first class. However, I think this is the level of the academy. Eldon, Professor Rassos interrupts saying, Now. Stay focused. You are the elite who have been accepted into this academy. Right, you must remember this. Your ultimate goal is not to become a knight or a mage. It is to subjugate all the demons that exist in the world. To do this, all of you will need to get used to beings known as demons, of which we still know very little. Hearing the professor's encouraging words, some students began to show their determination. The professor then instructed them on the task they needed to carry out. You all must infuse your mana into the impingulated to force it into submission. Meanwhile, Anox looked at a demon with disdain for that action, feeling that something was off. According to the original story, this lesson was only supposed to take place in the second year. Something is wrong. After condensing mana in the palm of his hand, let it flow to your target before a student could follow the professor's instructions. The professor, holding a pocket watch, announced that the test would end in 15 minutes. In his mind, he murmured, no matter how incredible the Heinfers are, there is no way they expect to see a diabetic in the first class. A new student would definitely fall for the trick and would end up drooling uncontrollably. I will teach you how things work here. Rinfer. Suddenly, when Nox stood before the caged creature, the professor's expression turned intrigued. He looked at the creature in the cage that was terrified, trembling with fear, with its eyes tightly shut, refusing to face Nox. This made the professor wonder what had happened while he was not paying attention. Nox looked at the small perplexed creature, wondering why it was so scared when he had not done anything to it yet. Looking around, the other students were mesmerized by the creature, which made them hallucinate, except for Nox. At the same time, Talia was also hypnotized, holding the creature's cage and claiming it was her servant, Emma. She promised Emma that she would not do it again. Other students all felt something strange in their bodies that they could not describe, or felt as if they had just eaten a delicious cake. Talia continued to cry and apologize to the cage. Suddenly, Anox interrupted the chaotic atmosphere and said to the teacher, Teacher, but can you switch my little demon? I have not done anything, but it is already trembling with fear. The teacher, now sweating and breathing heavily, looked at Nox with confusion. Anox wondered who would make such a sound in the sacred classroom. When he turned around, he saw the teacher's face shining like crazy. The teacher had completely changed his attitude towards Nox, excitedly asking, "Hey, Nox, how did you make that little devil submit?" Anox reiterated, "Wait, I just said I have not done anything yet." The teacher, even more excited to hear this, praised Nox. "Great, I can't help but feel foolish for not noticing this great talent in you. Amazing, I am going to give you a chance." The teacher then turned to Nox and declared, "Please, pay attention. I am going to give you the chance to become the best student." Nox was surprised and internally confirmed, "The best student. This is what I think is right." In his mind, several illustrative scenes came up, and he expressed the kind of thing in dramas that you should never do, be an assistant. Hearing the professor's announcement, the other students felt a mix of happiness and anxiety, saying, "I am so jealous. He is going to become the Professor Rass's best student. He has to accept." Suddenly, Nox raised his hand and declared that he refused that title. He expressed his thoughts directly. It is being the best student by name, but is not it just being a slave? Upon hearing Nox's direct refusal, the professor was extremely shocked and could not believe it was true. The other students were also wondering what Nox was thinking. Meanwhile, the excellent students in the class were exhausted after trying to resist being hypnotized, watching Nox with uncomfortable looks. Especially Aikididna. She assessed Nox silently. "I can't believe he is the only one standing normally. Who the hell are you?" Rinai Afer. A few hours ago, in the academy hallway, Professor Burnham was following Professor Rass, anxiously exclaiming, "I am telling you that guy with white hair and a dirty appearance is incredibly strong. I guarantee that this kid Nox is a crazy guy." Professor Raz seemed indifferent in his response. "Even so, he is just a new student. It is too hasty to draw conclusions just because he had some achievements. Don't set such high expectations for the new students," said Professor Burnham. "Ras, your problem is that you are too closed off. Dino also asked us to keep an eye on him, did not she? He is definitely talented. What else is needed? We are talking about a student whose talent is recognized as the best by one of the four sages." Professor Ras dismissed this and stated, "I need to see him with my own eyes." "You do not need to worry about that anymore." Professor Burnham still tried to keep up, saying, "You and your unpleasant attitude. Wait for me." Back to the present. Professor Ras, now with a completely contrasting expression, was shocked and could not believe that Nox had rejected his offer. He stammered anxiously, asking Nox why he refused. Meanwhile, other students shared similar feelings, expressing, "He is crazy." That was an opportunity to help Professor Raz with his class. He is the foremost authority in magical education. There are mountains of people waiting in line to be his top students. I can't believe he just threw that chance away. That is exactly the kind of thing the useless Heinhafer family member would do. He literally threw away an opportunity that was served to him on a silver platter. That is why useless people like him should not be allowed here. Upon hearing the rumors about him, Knox was a bit perplexed. But he remained resolute in his thoughts. Say what you want. I am not changing my mind anyway. Knox also felt irritated and commented. Eleno is already giving me a headache, because everyone around me is causing problems. At that moment, another student spoke to Professor Raz. Professor Raz. I have a question. Professor Raz, with a sad expression, allowed the student to say what he thought. The student then looked at Knox with hostile eyes and asked, why are you giving this chance to Heinhafer? There are many other exceptional students besides him. There are not. He then turned to Princess Penelope and stated, besides that, her strength is magic. Right. I think the princess and Kidna are also worthy of being considered for the best student position. Knox looked at the student and confirmed he was an idiot. He said, look how he is trying to take advantage of a rising family. Smart. He knows who to please. I better remember him. Professor Raz, upon hearing the student's proposal, raised his voice and said, it is the professor who decides who the right person is. But if I say that, you might not be convinced. There may also be negative rumors saying I am biased towards Knox's talent. So let us clarify things. Your expression turned serious and challenged the students. I am going to tell you right now why he is the right person to become my best student. So Raz turned to Knox, his eyes softening with affection. Knox felt the discomfort and expressed it silently. Crazy. I told you I am not going to do that. Professor Raz then announced. First, let us start with him subjugating the little demon. At this point he falls into contemplation, thinking that a summary of Ra's opinion would be something like this. Number 1. I do not know why, but I managed to subjugate the little demon quickly. Although it may be a low-level demon, it is not easy to do that. It is not surprising that Raz is fascinated by this. Number 2. The talent I have, the genius of human sensitivity. Then, Knox's thoughts turn back to Professor H and suggest that He has studied magic for a long time. Someone like him would easily be able to distinguish who has a talent for magic and who does not. Interrupting Knox's thoughts, Professor Raz continues. For this reason, it is fair for Knox to become my best student. Knox abruptly refuses, saying, I have already told you I am not going to do that, receiving a direct rejection from Knox. Professor Raz, perplexed, says, you can take your time to reconsider. Then he looks at Knox with a somewhat scary look and says, you are rushing your decision here. Knox feels disgusted and says, please, speak after you clean your saliva. Knox then decides to leave the classroom and says, to start with, a more suitable candidate. I would be grateful if you gave up on me. Leaving Professor Raz sad. He keeps calling him to try to keep him. All the geniuses in the class witness this, each having their own thoughts. Princess Penelope expresses, he is different from the rumors I have heard. Equina also agrees and admits, my apologies. My information gathering skills are lacking. The princess says, it is Equidna. I think I have become a bit curious about him. She also comments on Knox Heinhafer, and whether he will become a light for the imperial family or a dark cloud hanging over us. Now back to Knox. He has left the classroom and is breathing a sigh of relief. He complains uncomfortably. Why is Raz acting like this all of a sudden? He was looking at me as if I were some food covered in honey, or something like that. Because there are no normal characters with a crazy interior. But I managed to get rid of him. So I should be able to live in peace for now. A long day passes. Now it is night as well. Knox is in his own room with a gloomy expression. Zitri notices Knox's tired expression and asks, did something bad happen at the academy? Knox responds with exhaustion. Yep. Something horrible. Then he remembers the memory from this morning after leaving Professor Raz's classroom. Wherever he is, the presence of Professor Rest bothers him, trying to convince Knox to become his best student. Whether in the classroom, the cafeteria, or even the bathroom, Professor Rest does not give up on him. He even sticks his head in the bathroom to persuade Knox. Become my best student. Knox leaves the bathroom with an unhappy and irritated face. However, Professor Rast still tries to ask, have you finished considering? Become my best student. Knox responds with a disdainful expression. Professor Rast, please stop it, you crazy person. Professor Rast does not know when to stop. He persists. His face looks excited when he says, I like how straightforward you are with your words. I like that. Knox tells Zeter everything that happened and expresses his discomfort and helplessness. That bastard. Professor Russ kept asking me to become his best student. Zetri is also intrigued to hear the story and expresses her thoughts. Then she asks, but for Professor Russ, are you referring to the person known for being the best in magic theory? Knox confirms that it is him. Zitri, intrigued, expresses, this is strange from what others say. I remember him as a good teacher. Why would he do something like this? Knox reveals, I know he is a nice person too. and Knox recalls the negative traits of Professor Raz. Then Cakes looks out the window and expresses, the problem is the traits he has. Meanwhile, at the Heinhafer family estate, a group of family soldiers with faces is demanding that someone stop and warn the others not to let this person pass. At that moment, on the mansion grounds, a blood-covered sword is being dragged across the floor, held by a man with white hair and violet eyes. He emits a sinister aura indicating that he is also one of the heirs of the Heinhafer family. With a fearsome expression, he continues to advance toward the soldiers. One of the soldiers demands, "Stop him. Didn't you hear what the Patriarch said? He told us not to let Master Garen enter the room." The man pays no attention to the soldier's warning, lightly laughing and commenting, "That is so severe." In the next moment, with surprising speed, he appears right behind one of the soldiers. The soldier freezes in fear, trying to comprehend what just happened, and the sudden appearance of the man behind him. The blood-stained man says, "That is not how a father should treat his son. This is how he ends the lives of the soldiers present." Meanwhile, inside the Patriarch's room, Tiev and the head butler are present, wondering about the unusual noises outside. Shortly after, the supposed heir of the Heinhafer family enters without the Patriarch's permission. His whole body emanates a frightening aura of black mana, with the bodies of the fallen soldiers behind him. The oppressive atmosphere prevents the head butler from moving, filled with fear as he thinks. Master Garen has become even stronger during this short time. The Patriarch, with an unchanged expression, asks, "Garen, I never thought you would return to the Heinhafer family again." Garen smiles and retorts, "What reasons do I need to return to my own home, Dad?" With a cold and somewhat intimidating expression, questions Garen, "This place is your home." Garen receives the question with a less cheerful expression than before. He then chuckles quietly and says to Te, "I am sure I have already told you. It is time to give up." He then declares, "There is not much time left, right?" Tai replies, "That is none of your business." Garen warns, "The demon is also lurking around you. When you become weak, it will rise and devour everything in sight." With a cold and firm expression, confirms to Garen, "It seems like you want that to happen." Garen then states clearly, "My business here is simple." He then asks threateningly, "Where did you hide that sword?" Shocked by his son's audacity, he seems frightened and reiterates, "Where did you hide the first Patriarch's sword?" Stormbringer, however, the first Patriarch's sword, Stormbringer, had already been entrusted to Patriarch Ox. The dangers awaiting Kynox with Garen's return will be revealed in the next chapter. Garen boldly questioned the Patriarch. "The first Patriarch's sword. Where did you hide Jan von Heinhafer's storm?" Irritated by this, the Patriarch scolded Garen, "Jan von Hafer, how dare you speak the name of the first Patriarch? You must be really out of your mind." Grain, unfazed by this, said to Rill, "Is that what matters now? What matters is getting stronger and building a greater force. That is the most important thing for a noble." Disregarding this, Garen argued, "Gary does not know what really matters. Gary does not respect, but brings up things from the past. If you know so well what really matters, then why did you let that woman die?" Hearing this, the head butler, concerned about the subject being discussed, warned, "That woman must not be mentioned in front of the Patriarch." At this point, seemingly losing his composure, he somberly said, "Did you just say that woman? You really disrespected your mother with that." Gra immediately denied what Garen said and confirmed, "My mother is Priscilla Fonerol. She is my only mother." He emphasized it even more, "That woman is your mistake, and she is nothing more than a guest in the Heinhafer family." Upon hearing Garen's criticism, the Patriarch refused to continue the conversation and demanded that Garen leave the room. Gary tried to call his father as if he wanted to confirm what he was saying. The Patriarch, now emanating a dark and terrifying aura, looked at Garen and reiterated, "I told you to leave." Then he warned Gar, "I do not want to cut off my own son's head." Faced with his father's threat, Garen decided to leave, but before doing so, ominously declared, "You will regret this. Soon you will understand that it was prepared for my good." Garen then left, leaving Tae with a thoughtful look. The head butler, now worried, asked, "Patriarch, is everything okay?" Tia looked away embarrassed and admitted, "I slipped up. I showed an unpleasant side of myself." The head butler denied it and said, "Please, do not say that. I am someone who swore my eternal loyalty to the Heinfer family." But expressing concern, he added, "If the world knows that Master Garen is working with a demon, I am worried that things could get dangerous. I think it would be good if you decided on a new successor soon." Upon hearing this, Tihei pondered about a new successor he would have to decide on in the future. The head butler provided more implicit information about a new successor he could consider. It turns out we just received some good news through a letter. Master Knox is the best student in this year's Eldane admission test. Surprised. Uncle confirmed. Is that true? As far as I remember. The new headmaster of the Eldane Academy is the head butler, continued confirming.
Yep.
At Evan Trinity, one of the four sages recognized Master Knox's talent at this point. Reflecting on the name Knox Heinfer, he also felt contemplative and thought, his growth may still be insufficient. But if he really has the level of talent we witnessed before, then he has potential. Eventually, Master Knox might end up sitting there on the way to the Eldon Academy. Professor Rasa still persistently invited Knox to become his apprentice. Knox remained firm in his refusal, saying, I do not want to. Professor Rez did not seem sad, but added, I will provide a lot of support funds. You could graduate from the Eldon Academy without having to pay for anything. Knox stated directly, I have plenty of money. Don't you know I am from the Heinfer family? Professor Ras emphasized along with immense fame. However, Knox remained indifferent, saying, what good is fame to a worthless person? That is just a luxury I do not need. At that moment, Professor Rest had exhausted all incentives and tried to persuade him. Please reconsider. Knox sighed irritably, thinking, my ears are about to bleed from your persistent insistence. Knox remembered the night before when he shared everything with Zitri. Zitri, hearing Knox's concerns, asked, still, should not you listen to him if he is being so sincere? She added, I looked into Professor Rasmore, and this is not his usual behavior. They say he is an educator who usually focuses on helping the weaker students. Knox laughed ironically, admitting to Zitri, you are right. This is not something I can just avoid. No matter how crazy he is, he will give up as soon as he knows what I am missing. Zitri also admitted, yeah, I really thought he was a bit strange. Back in the present, KX still felt uncomfortable but wanted to clear things up and spoke with the professor. Even though you explained yesterday. Honestly, I still do not understand. Why would such a good teacher like you want me to be your apprentice? Professor R explained. Because you are excellent. Knox disagreed and sincerely asked. I would like to hear the real reason. Why do you need me and not the other excellent students? Professor Raz, now with a serious expression, asked Knox. You have a little time. And he expressed, you must have heard a lot about how useless I am. Knox replied mockingly. That means I have nothing but time. Professor Ru said, you caught me at a good time. In that case, could you please listen to a long story of mine? You are going to like the tea I prepared. It is the best herbal tea I bought from the rival in Merchanty. Despite not wanting to, Knox tried to fulfill Professor Raz's request. Professor R served another cup of tea to Knox and began to explain why I need you. I mean, an exceptional apprentice. So I can complete my research. Knox became curious about the professor's research. Professor Raz elaborated.
Yep.
In order to find someone weak who can't use mana so I can fulfill my lifelong wish. As the professor's face grew darker, he continued, that is why I need you. Because I do not want to see anyone else die without even being able to fight. He also revealed that yes, just like my son died, the character Knox listened attentively to Professor Rass's story. In his mind, he thought about the backstories of each character. He did not know while playing inner lunatic. In this world, there would always be a new abrupt situation that would arise. Then Professor Rass began to tell his own life story. I was born into the family of Viscount Celeste as the first child and led the family. I did not have exceptional talents, but I managed to be admitted to Eldane Academy solely with my theoretical skills and became a teacher. I always had poor results in practicals, and my colleagues looked down on me. It did not matter how good I was at written tests. That did not take away all the contempt they had for me. I always overcame my low confidence with my research. After working hard consistently, I managed to become a teacher and even married a woman. Despite that, there was not a single person who fully recognized the achievements I made as a teacher. The achievements I made and my theses were published under someone else's name, and everyone looked down on me. Even with everything that happened, I managed to have a son with my wife. My only son grew up and was admitted to Eldon Academy. He was able to overcome all the difficulties and graduated from the academy successfully. He told me, Dad, I will work hard so that people can speak well of you. I was so happy to hear that. My son joined the squadron that was directly under the command of the Emperor and went to the front lines on the battlefield. He wanted to win the victory so that people would speak well of me and to elevate the reputation of the Celestia family. But on that battlefield, my son, it was not long after the war started. He died after being hit by an arrow that had just a touch of mana. Now that explains why I would be obsessed with this thesis and my research for the week. After hearing the tragic story from Professor Rass, the character Nox silently assessed. This story is nothing significant. In the merciless world of Inner Lunatic, there are hundreds of stories like this, but I wonder why the professor's back that I saw through the monitor and Professor Rass's back now seem different. I think I can understand a bit of the depth of his loneliness. The character Nox then said to the professor, But I feel more certain after hearing your story. Is there anyone more suitable for this than me? Someone who would listen to your story better and more seriously than I would. I think that is the kind of person you really need right now. After that, the character Nox decided to leave and before doing so said, I will see you in the next class. Professor Rass watched the character Nox leave without stopping him. Then his gaze fell on a photograph of his son on the table, filled with good memories. He smiled slightly and commented, There is a resemblance between them. At that moment, the academy had returned to the dormitory at night in the character Nox's room. Exactly at that moment, he received news that was nothing short of disastrous. Anxiously, he asked, Say that again. Who came back? Zitri, with a serious expression, replied, The first son of the Heinfer family. Master Garen has returned to the family. Because of this, several Coast Guard knights have already died so far. Upon hearing this news, the character Nox thought worriedly, Garen von Heinfer, the first Crown Prince Louis, and the #1 creator of bad endings in Inner Lunatic, finally began to move. After hearing this bad news, the entire room gradually fell silent. In Nox's mind, he thought the worst creator of bad endings. Then he looked at Zitri and asked, Zitri, you were recently at our family property, right? Zitri confirmed, adding, The head butler Rodwell summoned us. So I went there with Rona. Surprised by this information, Nox thought to himself, This guy despises Tia's second wife. Nox's mother, whom Tia really loves instead of his own mother. I do not know if he hates Nox, but if that is the case, he might even hurt Zitri. Nox sighed and complained, Why did I have to make so many enemies? He then asked Zitri, Did Garen do anything? Zitri replied with concern, Thinking about it. When I heard that, I got angry. I clenched my fist silently, assessing that idiot. Did he really cause trouble? Soon after, Zitri elaborated, Master Garen tried to recruit me. Nox was surprised to hear that. Zitri, with a worried expression, began to tell everything. At the Heen Harzer family mansion, Run and Zitri, who had not seen each other in a long time, were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, Garen appeared and approached them. Run and Zitri stood respectfully. Garen, noticing Zitri, commented, What is up with this maid? She looks extraordinary. He then called Zet and asked for her identity. Who are you? I have never seen you around here before. Zitri stood politely in front of Garen and responded, Greetings. I am the exclusive maid of Master Nox. My name is Zeter. Nice to meet you. Garen, impatient, said, Enough with the formalities. Then he made an offer. I want you to become my maid. I know you are capable. Garen smiled and continued, You have enough ambition within you to satisfy me. However, Zitri politely declined, saying, My apologies, but I am already serving Master Nox. Unfortunately, I will have to decline your offer. Annoyed by the refusal, Garen warned, I am sure you know who I am. Why the hell are you turning down my offer? Did that kid Nox give you a lot of money? Zitri replied calmly, It is because I want to serve him. Master Nox respects me. I do not know what kind of person you are. But she paused briefly, her face glowing as she spoke about Nox. Above all, I wish to stand by Master Nox to see what he will do. Hearing such words from a servant, Gary felt uncomfortable and sighed. I can't believe she wants to serve a punk like him. She is strange. He then made a lucrative offer. I will pay you 3 times what he is paying you. However, Zitri remained firm. She bowed respectfully, apologizing to Garen. With Garen's temperament, he was clearly irritated by her refusal and would not let the matter go. Returning to the present in Nox's room, Zitri continued to recount. He asked me to be his maid and even offered to raise my salary. Upon hearing this, Nox felt a bit sad and asked Zitri, How much? Zitri answered honestly, 3 times my current salary. Worried, contemplated in silence. Even though I have money, the real story has not even started yet. I can spend that much money, but I can give up on Zitri. Zitri, intrigued by Nox's expression, stood up facing Zitri. Nox offered, If you want a raise, I will match his offer and pay you 3 times more. Don't worry about that and focus on your work. Zitri was surprised to find out that Nox had been worried about her salary all along. Zitri suddenly laughed charmingly. Nox found this perplexing. wondering if he had said something wrong. Zitri teased Nox. She turned and said, "About that, I." Upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion. Thinking, what just happened? Did she just laugh at me? It can't be? Nox asked her again regretfully. Have you decided to work with Garen? She replied, whatever you are thinking. That is not what is happening. I am not going to follow Master Garen. And the salary I get now is enough. Upon hearing this, Nox felt less worried but still curious. So he asked again, why did you laugh then, Zitri? Being mysterious. Replied, I can tell you that. Nox got irritated. Saying, that is an order. Zitri casually responded, something funny just came to mind. So I laughed. Nox retorted, Zitri, you have gotten worse at lying. Zitri turned and sighed at his foolish master. Meanwhile, and Nox was lost in thought. Thinking, anyway, I am fine as long as I have not lost her. But Garen, that idiot. I want to let him get away if I ever catch him. Of course. That'll be after I become stronger. After the conversation, it was time for outdoor class at the academy. The students lined up, waiting for their turn to participate. There are 5 mandatory classes at Elden Academy that a new student is required to take. The first is the history of the Arkan Empire, which talks about the creator god Arden and the unified kingdom that people have forgotten. The second is horsemanship. The third is the code and chivalric etiquette within the academy. The fourth is basic magic of the empire. And lastly, the subject Nox struggles with the most. Cursed resistance training. Thinking about this, Nox's body was exhausted. He was panting continuously. Other students were still running ahead in line as usual. However, with his negative attribute, Nox was struggling to keep up. His head was spinning. Breathless. Running with his chin up, Nox's endurance had reached its limits. Nox sat on the grass, drinking water and complaining about himself. Suddenly, a teacher approached and commented, this is so strange. You are like a mayfly. Nox spit out water in surprise and asked, what do you mean by that? The teacher explained, you are exceptional when it comes to short-term results. But you seem to have a lot of trouble with endurance. It is as if you are being blocked by a large wall that you can't overcome. Upon receiving the teacher's assessment, Nox pondered, as expected from an academy instructor. Ilden, it is as he said. Due to the trait of terminal illness, Nox's endurance is fixed at 15, which is half the maximum possible endurance. Nox then got up and questioned, aren't you an instructor? Why would you say such discouraging words? The man replied, I apologize if that was rude. But it would be good if you paid attention to what I said. If you act recklessly like this, you might end up shortening your life. Nox replied, I will keep that in mind. In his mind, Nox assessed, there is a countdown for my heart. How could I not pay attention to what you said? At the same time, a notification appeared, reminding that due to the terminal illness, your life expectancy is rapidly decreasing. Nox grumbled, is this so annoying? Celsus was nearby, observing Nox's actions. Nox looked like a fool talking to himself and staring into nothing, which made Celsus suspicious. He stood there and commented aloud to Nox, I can't understand him at all. He did all those things in the entrance exam to get first place, but now he is hiding his breath in his mind. Paracelsus thought, this is definitely related to him acting like a useless person. Paracelsus's constant gaze and comments irritated Nox, who turned and replied, that annoying bastard. If we fight again, you will see. The scene then shifted to the city next to the academy. Dressed in a black cloak, walked discreetly through the streets. Suddenly, someone behind him said, I did not expect to find you in a place like this. Heinefer's youngest son, Rick. Eleanor's servant, upon recognizing Rick's presence, grumbled internally, why the hell is he doing this to me? That game destroyer. Nox looked at Rick with cautious eyes, seemingly questioning his intentions for showing up here. Nox added, Rick, your real name is Household. Dennifer, the worst creator of bad endings, is on the same level as the first prince, Luz von Ark. He belongs to the demonic humans. He has various skills like negotiation, exceptional eloquence, and is talented with hidden weapons. Furthermore, he is cunning, skilled with the staff, a master of the sword from the north of Gumel, a merchant, and a con artist. His attributes are endurance 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charisma 12, passive skill, negotiation review. Recalling the events of the story, became worried. Later he will attack the rival in trade and betray Eleanor, meaning he is the #1 person to avoid. Nox looked at him disdainfully and said, You are the one who came to give me that gift earlier. What do you want with me? Rick kept his cheerful expression and replied, It is nothing serious. It is just that I saw the noble from the influential Highhaffer family wandering around, without a servant. I was just a little confused. Knox immediately responded. That is none of your business. Rick did not care and continued smiling. That is true. Then he changed the subject. Since it is fate that we met here, I should help you while you buy some items. I have plenty of free time now, Knox said. I doubt this is the only task the head of the rival family assigned you. Rick showing respect. He replied, Since the past, great nobles have always turned a blind eye to the servants who stray a bit from their duties. But in the next second, his eyes changed, looking at Knox with a hidden meaning. In Knox's mind, he thought, I need to find out what he is planning. There must be a reason he approached me. Then Knox replied, I do not like people who talk too much. Rick understood and responded, Yep, sir. I will make sure to remember that. Meanwhile, in Eleanor's room, a maid approached and handed her a letter. These are the documents you requested. Eleanor accepted the letter and thanked the maid, holding the documents. She focused on examining them. Most of the documents she received were related to Knox. After reviewing the additional information about Knox, Eleanor pondered. Knox Heinhofer. Why the hell did he save me? She felt a mix of confusion and sadness. There was no reason for him to do that. First of all, the Heinfer family practically has no interaction with the rival family. If he wanted to gain something, he should have accepted Professor Burns' proposal. But he rejected it. The youngest son of the Heinfer family, I know, does not have that kind of personality. What is certain is that he started behaving differently, starting with the resolution of the missing child incident in the forest. But I do not know the reason for the change. Thinking about this, she sighed deeply. And it seemed like she also felt the mysterious and dark nature of Rick. His recent movements have been strange. He is also gathering people within the trade. Well, he probably can't achieve much anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Eleanor quickly organized her documents and information. Her gaze slowly turned to the window. She pondered deeply. When she closed her eyes, the image of her father filled her with fear. He continually interrogated her. That was so foolish. Why the hell did you do that? His face was furious as he spoke. If it was necessary, you should have given everything you had. Eleanor's eyes were filled with fear, and she cried a lot. At the same time, her childhood memories resurfaced from when she went to a funeral at the church. The maid at that time was very sad and crying. Eleanor was very young back then. The little girl stood before her deceased mother with a downcast expression. But this experience made Eleanor stronger. She remained determined, holding back her own tears. The image of a strong yet lonely woman looking toward the future emerged in her mind. Back at the market, Knox and Rick were now buying some items, as Rick had mentioned. As they passed by the stores, Rick explained, You do not need to buy a high-quality orb to use in magic classes. When you become a second-year student, you will receive an even better orb for free. For the pot and shell that will be used in alchemy, you need to buy one made from a special type of iron. The items will usually be made in the empty chemistry room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements. After shopping for a while, the purchased items piled up into a mountain. Knox continued to follow without saying a word. Rick added, The store you see up ahead has connections with Elen Chantry, so you can get items at an affordable price. Close bracket right brace. Let us see what else we have around here. While Rick pondered what else to buy, Knox reflected, Although I do not want to admit it, Rick's talent is genuine. The trickster trade and passive skill, negotiation review that he possesses. If he were not a demon year, I might have considered recruiting him. After accounting for the items to be purchased, Eric approached Knox. I think you probably bought everything you need now. Right, Knox confirmed. Yeah. That will be enough. Immediately after, Knox's expression turned cold as he interrogated Rick. But I still do not know why you were looking for me. Suddenly, Knox lost his composure. He grabbed Rick by the collar and slammed him hard against the opposite wall. The impact was strong, making Rick's face twist. Losing the fake smile, Knox snarled, Why did you come near me? Rick pretended not to know and asked Knox, What do you mean? Rick's response only fueled Knox's anger even more. Knox tightened his grip on him and lifted him higher. Wasting time is not in your interest. Right. Rick dropped the pretense and started to smile sinisterly. Well, it looks like my talk with you will be quick. I will get straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura surrounded them. Knox felt the danger and turned to assess a barrier. From the looks of it, it is sound-blocking magic. At that moment, Rick's face became threatening. He smiled maliciously. Then, with both hands, he firmly held Nox's hand with immense strength, making it impossible for Nox to resist, even if he tried to exert more force. Nox instinctively pulled Rick's shirt, revealing a diamond tattoo on his chest. Nox's eyes filled with rage, and the dark aura around him intensified as he questioned Rick. The one you serve is not the first prince, but a demon. Right. When Rick heard Nox revealing his own secret, he was surprised. You really know a lot. Immediately after, a sinister aura enveloped Rick, then he smiled triumphantly, saying, I do not think my master will like this. This threatening aura left Nox uneasy, and he began to sweat. Behind Rick appeared a terrifying red-faced demon with eyes that stared fixedly at Nox. Rick's eyes also changed to a yellow hue, seemingly merging with the demon's power. Despite facing this intimidating presence, Nox remained calm. He spoke coldly to Rick. Do you really think your master will fulfill your wish? Rick remained confident, confirming. Of course. After a while, they both relaxed. Nox warned. I hope you do not end up regretting this. Rick, still composed, buttoned his shirt and returned to the appearance of a friendly servant. Nox then turned and walked away. But before that, he gave Rick one last warning. Just to let you know, if you insult me and my family again, I will kill you. At that moment, Nox's eyes and face really showed anger. This warning was the last one Noxia gave to someone like Rick. Hearing this, Rick understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded cautiously. I will keep that in mind. Nox then left the market, leaving Rick alone. The scene then transitions to a forest near the academy, where an outdoor class is taking place. Professor Burnham is in charge of today's lesson. He begins the class by addressing the gathered students. All right. Now that everyone is here, let us start the class. One student whispers to another, commenting, isn't he that the crazy teacher this time? Another student asks, the bald guy. Suddenly, a figure with glasses interrupts, alerting them, watch out. It is fine to call someone who is not bald. But if you call someone who is bald a decapitated bald guy, then that is very disrespectful. Listening to the long explanation from the student with glasses, the others simply respond with a nod. However, Professor Burnham seems to have heard their conversation. His face tightens with anger. He does not say anything, but he clears his throat loudly. His bald head shines brightly. In his mind, he thinks, calm down. I can't crush these sprouts from our academy just because of my hair. He then composes himself and continues the class. First, I will tell you about the location of the class. This place is the Clarial Plains. It is a famous spot within the Elden Academy, which has many incredible trees and plants. You will learn the basics of horseback riding here, under the professor's guidance. Assistants arrive with horses. Professor Burnham encourages the students. Very good. Right bracket. Right bracket. Left bracket. Left bracket. Try to mount the designated horse or the horse you brought here. Many of the lower students start to feel anxious about today's class. One complains, I have not had the chance to take a good look at this place yet. A nearby woman asks, are there people who have their own horses? Others express their concerns. One horse. I have never ridden one before. Why should we come to the gym? Elden. Just to learn how to ride a horse. A man beside them reassures. We have no choice. It is a mandatory discipline. You know you will be expelled if you get an F. Right. While the other students complain about the riding class, Nox does not pay attention to their grievances. He immediately called for his horse, which, soon after, a shiny black horse with vibrant blue eyes appeared full of energy. Then, the other students also received their assigned horses from the academy. Professor Burnham said, all right, close bracket right brace. Please try to ride them. Hold on tight so you do not fall. Nox's gaze at that moment was fixed on someone else. On Celso. He was riding a horse, no matter how awkwardly. It looked quite clumsy. Nox looked at him and assessed. He is really good at riding.